Right, thank you.
Live coverage of the HSR Daytona Classic 24-Hour is brought to you by Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty. By Hoosier Tires, designed for champions. And by Downforce Motorsports. Experience the thrill of high-performance cars.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Sneaking out the party. She attracted to the manner of my speaking. He's seeking, freaking, and now she's freaking. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm freaking you out. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm taking them out. Look at me, look at me. Look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm freaking you out. Look at me, look at me. I'm coming to town. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm taking the mission. I'm freaking you out. Yeah, look at me now.
At Michelin, we don't just race for medals. We race to test, to learn, to find answers, to discover innovative ways. We race to take on challenges, to overcome technology limits, to improve the way we all move, to make possible what is not. No, at Michelin, we do not race just for glory. We race for change.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I'll make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. Confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch. At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth, which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Haggerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hello and welcome to the HSR Daytona Classic 24-hour presented by Mission Food. I'm Jonathan Grace. I'll be joined by Andrew Marriott later in the booth to bring you live coverage of HSR's Crown Jewel. We've been racing now for nearly 24 hours since 2 p.m. local time yesterday. There's still just 6 hours left to go, and we have it all for you here on the live stream. As is always the case in endurance racing, weather was a factor and so was some attrition. A fog delay in the early morning hours temporarily halted some running for safety reasons, and attrition took out some front runners in groups. More on that in a moment, because we had 127 cars entered in this year's contest, and the drivers inside them were as dazzling and star-studded as the cars themselves. We've had former Le Mans winners, former Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona winners, current IMSA champions, former IMSA champions, and even current IMSA drivers, all trying to take home some winner's glory and BRM chronographs at the end of a grueling 24 hours. Let's hear from Andrew Marriott in the booth, but before that, a quick message from our sponsors.
Live coverage of the HSR Daytona Classic 24-hour is brought to you by Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty. By Hoosier Tires, designed for champions. And by Downforce Motorsports. Experience the thrill of high-performance cars.
Thank you, Jonathan, and from me, Andrew Marriott, up high in the grandstand here. Welcome from the booth. Very excited to be here for the next 6 hours. We're going to have lots of great racing. It's the final 6 races which really count in this 24 hours. We'll explain all that later. But let's first hear from a great supporter of this event. It's the president of Daytona International Speedway. It's Frank Kelleher. So cars out on the track. We're hoping to hear from Frank Kelleher there. He'll come in just a moment, I'm sure. But I'm joined up in the booth by a man who knows this circuit well, has raced here a lot, has had a lot of success over the last 10 years in various Porsches, in Audis and various other cars. I've got Mike Skeen with him. Mike, great to have you here.
Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, so you've been racing this weekend. Where are you now? Because, you know, we got all together 24 different races in this, and it's a bit difficult to keep up with what all the different drivers are doing.
Yep, absolutely. So I've been racing in the Group E and Group CD category. The Group E car was a Porsche 991 GT2 RS Club Sport. Very quick, we had some good battles in the first 2 runs, near the top of the field there with some of the GT3Rs. Unfortunately, we've had trouble with right rear tires lasting on that car, so we've decided to withdraw it just to not risk the car. And then also driving with Black Horse Racing in the Group CD in a Porsche 965, which is a lot of fun. I did one run last night with them, and hopefully get back in here in a couple hours for the 10 o'clock session.
Yeah, as Jonathan said, we've had a bit of a delay here. We didn't expect to be bringing these particular cars. Had the delay, of course, of the fog that came down. But currently, we're watching a car now which is absolutely current Daytona prototype car. It's a Cadillac Dallara. It's a car that used to be owned by the Mustang sampling team. And here it is with Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fazler. Now, these are a pair of drivers who had huge success here in a Lola T70, a vintage car, in effect. This is absolutely the most modern kind of car you'll see racing here at the Daytona 24 Hours. And I was checking its lap times last night, you know, and it was doing similar times to they did at the Daytona 24 Hour this year. And I couldn't quite understand that because this car is a couple of years old, Mike.
Yeah, you know, obviously there's, you know, been a lot of different technologies that have developed with the new GTP platforms, but these cars, obviously you guys are still wringing their necks, getting as much of the pace out of them as they can, and, you know, I know for a lot of these GM cars too, they've got potentially more power than they had, you know, when they raced in period, because they're now not quite as restricted, so, you know.
I think that's the answer. I think probably got more power than they're restricted in the main IMSA WeatherTech series.
Right.
So we have to explain how this all works. This is in a way based on a philosophy that came from Le Mans, because they have a similar event there, 24-hour vintage meeting, and there, over the 24 hours, each category does 3 races. Here, they get a bit more for their money, because you get 4 here. Well, actually, let's go to this live feed here on board. Just talk us through this. You know, it's a 31-degree banking, Mike. Just, actually, we've come back to the Acura there. This is another virtually current car, and this is a car that won the championship, the IMSA WeatherTech Championship in 2021 from Shank Racing, Mayer Shank Racing, and we can go on board it now. Look.
Yeah, great guys here. I know Bob Neopol and Guy Cosmo quite well. Actually co-drove here at Daytona a little bit with Guy Cosmo and GTD, and 2 awesome guys with a great program here in this Acura. It's exciting to see them out there all year long, but especially here at Daytona, running, again, very solid lap times comparable to all the others, you know, current cars.
Yeah, Guy was telling me on Friday that the spec they're running in, they're a couple of 100 horsepower down from the cars with the big GM V8s in, so that's why they're probably losing a little bit, because this has been a winning car. It's a championship winning car that Mayer Shank have sold to Bob Neopol, and Bob hasn't been racing that long, has he? But he's really got to grips, because I mean, this is a totally professional, very quick racing car.
Yeah, absolutely. When I first met Bob probably 2 or 3 years ago, he was racing a Porsche 911. You know, I think he went up from a Cup car to a GT3R and then made the jump to this, and obviously quite a high-level platform here to wrap your head around and learn and you know, try to build your confidence with all the downforce these cars have. Even talking to Guy, he says, you know, it takes a lot just for him, even with all the experience he has in prototypes, to take everything out of one of these cars.
Absolutely. You see on the left-hand side, currently is Lopez Fazla leading from the Gonzalez. Roberto Gonzalez puts Leitzinger, Butcher, a former winner of this race, Pierce Marshall, Eric Foster third, and then this car is running in 4th. And then behind them is Chip Roma, and he's in an LMP3 car, which is a lower category, but he's had a most wonderful weekend, had a couple of wins in earlier races, so watching out for Chip Roma in his category has. So we'll go back and just explain how it all happens. Over the 24 hours, each of the 6 classes gets to race 4 times. You then add up all the scores from those 4 races, and then you get a cumulative result. So it's a bit like golf, I think. You've got to have, like championship golf, you've got to have 4 great rounds, you've got to have 4 great races. And that's what it's about. So this actually is this category's 3rd race. Some of the other categories have completed their 3 races. We had this delay. There's a shot there of the 86, that's the Dave House, Paul LaHaye, Ligier. This is one of the LMP3 cars. This is a category that races in the world, has raced in the World Endurance Championship, and they're a nice race. They've all got Nissan engines in, and they're pretty quick, and they've got lots of downforce. And for some reason, all the cars in this category are made in France.
Yeah, that car we were just looking at and the one on the screen now both look like the first gen Ligier LMP3, the 315 cars. You know, so a little bit smaller displacement to the 320, and then now the 3rd gen cars that are racing in ALMS, but all very similar platforms. I've gotten a chance to drive some of those, and you know, they're even though they're very fast and powerful cars, they still drive a lot like a momentum car because they're so, you know, so much grip for the amount of power they have out of those Nissan V8s.
Yeah, somebody told me actually they're a bit challenging to drive an LMP3. They're a bit twitchy.
Yeah, a bit twitchy, and you can't give up any minimum speed in the corner. You know, a P2 or a GTP or DPI car has so much power, it can be a little bit more point and shoot, almost like a GT car, but the P3 platform really requires you to keep up the minimum speeds to not lose any lap time.
Now the other thing we need to explain about these 4 races and adding up all the times is that each race they have a pit stop. Now because of the fog, the race will only last 37 minutes. It was going to be 45, so these later races are 37 minutes, and pit stops are being made now, and in fact the leader has come in, so that drops him at the moment to 4th place. Now Jared Lopez is an entrepreneur, and at one stage owned a Grand Prix Formula 1 team. He absolutely loves this place, although he was born in Luxembourg from Spanish parents, but he went to the University of Miami, believe it or not. Wow. So he's very much a Florida guy in some ways, and he has got alongside him a fully pro driver in Marcel Fazler, 3 times winner of Le Mans for Audi, overall winner in the Audi diesel era about 10 years ago. Marcel's sort of semi-retired now, and he has taken over this drive with Lopez. Previously he had the Frenchman Elliot Hellery race with him. Now Lopez in the category A, we're going to see a bit later, which is the Lola T70s from 60 years ago. He's won that for the last 4 years. The last 3 with the last 2 with Hellery, and I think he the last 2 with his current co-driver and Marcel Fazler, but before that with Eric Hellery, who we've seen racing here with another French factory driver. So what are we seeing, do you think, Mike, here? What about the pit lane strategy? You'd like to come in right at the start of the window. Here you can come in right at the beginning, can't you? It's unusual in Europe. Usually there's the window in the middle of the race, but here you can come in at the end of the first lap if you want. Yeah, it's quite a large window here. Because of the possibility of a full course yellow, you'd like to leave your pit stop as late as possible just in case you get the opportunity to pit under yellow. But we can see a lot of the guys here. We've also got the 81, also the 02, and a couple other cars coming to pit lane now. So everybody's decided now's the time. They don't want to get stuck out from their competition. They want to be near each other in strategy. So 3 of the top 4 DPI cars on pit road at the moment. See who cycles out to the front again. I think there's no doubt that this is the quickest car we're seeing now. It's the quickest car in the field. I mean, it's won the 2 previous races. Unless they have some problem, they're heading for a good win here. This car, I think they've acquired this particular car because John Church's team switched to Porsche, haven't they? So they're running the Porsche hypercar now, and are no longer, I suppose, a Cadillac customer they were, probably with some support from them. But this is a car that won Sebring a couple of years ago, this very chassis here. Yeah, quite an impressive piece of equipment. And it's exciting to me, you know, that all of these cars are becoming available so quickly after they were used in period just a couple years ago. It's great to be able to see them out in private hands and people being able to use them. And even a car as complicated as the Acura, you know, which takes a lot of support from Honda HRC, you know, it's exciting that a platform like that and Bob Neapol and Guy took on that challenge to run a car that complicated and that advanced. I was asking Guy about that, and I didn't realise that the cars moved down the food chain a bit, but Honda is still there to support it. They've got engineers here, but Guy said it's not that difficult to run. It's not like a Formula 1 car where you need a bank of computers and 20 engineers to get it started. You can jump in this and fire it up. But in the famous Mayer Shank pink colour scheme, I mean, Michael Shank's a great guy. He's been racing for so long and a good driver in his own right at one stage. But lap times here, currently, to see what Lopez, not quite sure, the car's just gone out. Maybe Jonathan can get down into their pit and find out who is driving the car at the moment. In some series, you have a driver ID on your helmet or something. It tells the timing scoring which driver's in. But here we don't have it, so
Right.
I've got to try and remember 150 helmet colours, which for an old bloke like me is impossible.
Yeah.
But I do know that. But of course, in the closed car, then you can't see their helmets anyway.
Sure.
I think typically, just looking at when we see the lap time, because as you would expect, a pro driver like Marcel Fassler from Switzerland will be 2 or 3 seconds quicker than Lopez. Lopez is a good peddler, but you know, he's an amateur. He's a guy that looks at funds, technology companies, and so on. He's a big-time investor. Been around quite a long time now. So he's got this car. He's got the Lola. We'll see later, and they're in for victories in 2 of the 6 categories.
Yeah. It says a lot for his dedication to the sport, and his support of events like this, bringing his cars, and his dedication to finding his own speed in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, for him to drive a car like the Lola T70, and he's used to it, and it's not high down, but this is a completely different animal. This is technology 60 years on.
Yeah.
Basically the same formula. I mean, they're racing the same sort of races that they did 60 years ago with this, but this is virtually the current car.
Yeah. It would be interesting to ask him about the differences in the 2 cars. You'd probably say this one, the DPI car, is actually easier to drive. It's just more of a mind game to convince yourself to build the courage to take advantage of all the grip.
Well, first of all, you can't miss a gear change, can you? Because
That's
it's all on a paddle, and it virtually does it for itself.
Absolutely.
With the older cars we've got to see, you got the old H pattern in that Lola we'll see later, with a big old Hewland gearbox on the end. But this is all fantastic stuff here.
Probably need a little bit more mechanical sympathy in the older car, feeling the shifter, knowing how much you can use the brakes, how hard you can hit curves and stuff. These modern cars, you're turning qualifying laps throughout the whole 24-hour period. You can use the curbs, you can be aggressive with the braking and everything throughout the whole period.
Back on board with the Bob Neopol Guy Cosmo car, Acura ARX 05. They moved up to the 06 now, so this isn't quite the current car, but it's pretty close. And some of you out there wonder what is an Acura. Well, in the United States, the upmarket brand from Honda is called Acura. Most of Europe, they just use the Honda name.
Right.
But that's what it is. Effectively, it's a Honda, and that Japanese company was just racing all through their veins. From the motorcycle racing from 50, 60 years ago, Honda, always innovative and always do a great job with their racing. Here we are, through the bus stop. Hopefully we'll just stay with us for a lap. Mike, you can talk us through what's going on. I think he's coming through 4 now, is he?
Yep, NASCAR 3 and 4 here. Lots of banking, obviously. Most of the cars here, the banking is, just a straightaway, so it's not so exciting, but you're reaching your top speeds here, close to 190, 200 miles an hour in one of these cars, and then braking quite deep with all the downforce on these cars. You basically turn in past the one board, past the end of the grass in the tri-oval, and then brake on a diagonal down into turn 1, real tight to the pit wall, through these S's, all flat on the power, and another good little brake zone passing area down here into the first hairpin, the International Horseshoe, real tight to the curbing, trying to square up our exit to get early power, and very low grip on the infield here. And a lot of times a sacrifice on the setup for the infield to be able to make the tire last in the banking. You have to run less camber than you might otherwise want for the tighter corners on the infield, and certainly less downforce than you would want for all the tighter corners on the infield. So cars can be quite tricky to drive through the kink, through the bus stop, those corners that would benefit from more downforce. But obviously with the amount of time spent on the banking at full throttle, you want to try to maximize your top speed here.
Well, the white flag has been waved, 1 lap to go, just a couple of minutes remaining. It looks very much to me as if the Lopez Fassler car is going to make it 3 out of 3. They'll have 1 more race before they can wrap this up, but have taken over this JDC team Mustang sampling sponsored car, kept it in the original livery. That's the thing that happens at this meeting. People run the old liveries as an homage to what the car had done in the past.
Yeah, I love it. As a race fan, it's great to see cars that you recognize from when they were raced in period, whether it was 2-3 years ago or 50 years ago.
Yeah, Mustang sampling, actually a company working in the oil industry. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, they literally do, well, they sample oil that's coming out of the wells and stuff, and they've got a lot of technology for that. And they've been a great sponsor for a long time. But there must be some guy that runs that company that's into racing.
I imagine he's quite passionate about his motorsport.
So it's the Cadillac here, which is heading towards the checkered flag, the Gonzalez Leitzinger 2017 Dallara Cadillac. Dallara being the Italian company building the chassis of these cars. He's going to come home second, and with a good run behind them. And then it's going to be Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss. We haven't really mentioned them in this. We didn't expect to see this race at this time. That's another 2017 Cadillac Dallara, and then it's the Cosmo Neopol car that we've been riding along with. So Lopez and Fazla were looking out for them coming through, and we're also feeling the pressure when you're in the 31-degree banking. You feel it on your body, can't you, Mike, pressing you down?
Absolutely. There's a lot of vertical load down into the seat. We see a little bit of a battle on screen of the LT3 cars coming in.
Yeah, checkered flag's just gone. Lopez Fazla winning it from the Gonzalez Leitzinger car, and just saying, I didn't see that they were that close, but that car finished just 0.9 of a second ahead.
Yeah, it looked like Leitzinger was on the charge there, probably at the end, trying to pick up some ground to the lead number 5 car. Didn't quite make it there, but made the gap much smaller.
Third, the Marshall Foss car, Pierce Marshall, another gentleman driver, we call him, businessman, who does an excellent job in that car. And Eric Foss, one of your contemporaries, you'd like to be in that car, right?
Oh, absolutely. Those cars look amazing. Really happy for Eric, though. He's a great guy. We'd love to see him out here. He and Pierce both really passionate about this. Some guys from Texas that have been working together for a long time. Pierce Marshall also with a great collection of Corvette racing history. You know, he's got several generations of their cars.
Yeah, I think his father was also quite a character, I believe, and the Cannonball Run and things like that. Yeah. So there we are. No real surprises there, with Lopez Fazla winning it and making it 3 out of 3. But a bit of a surprise that Roberto and Butch Leitzinger, not sure Juan Gonzalez is driving, but finishing a pretty close second, with Pierce Marshall, Eric Foss third, and Leopold Cosmo. Okay, thanks very much to everyone that's tuned in to us here across the world for this live stream of the wonderful HSR Classic 24 Hours, HSR being the historic sports car racing club. It's all part of IMSA, who run sports car racing in America, and also got very good relationships with the people over in Europe and particularly in Le Mans. So nice view there of the oval, this track that was built back in 1959 with a loan from the city. Daytona City loaned money for the France family to build this, and we'll loan the land at the very least.
Quite a development project back then.
Well, what about the project back in 2016, which we're sitting in now, Daytona Rising, they called it, totally rebuilt the main grandstand. The back grandstand actually got knocked down, and it cost $400 million to revive this track. Unbelievable.
Quite an investment here in Daytona Beach.
Well, we got the next cars already coming out. Group G, this would be their third race, and so here the cars are coming.
Yeah, this is our modern era GT, lots of Porsche GT3 and GT4 machinery, among others.
Yeah, lots of Porsches.
This here, just driving through, is the Monoflow GT4 RS from TPC Racing. I've had the chance to work with them quite a bit.
So we're going to go down on the grid, and I think Jonathan Grace is there right now with an interview.
It's a father-son duo who's currently leading in Group G. I'm going to talk to Mike, the father in the father-son duo. First of all, how special is it to be racing in the Classic 24 with your son? Because you've had success here in the past.
No, it's fantastic. We did it first time about 4 or 5 years ago, and it was such a special thing. We do a lot of work with customer cars all throughout Europe through the summer, and this is our sort of end of season fun, really. So no, it's special. Really, as you get older, you're not going to be doing it for that much longer, so you really want to sort of really enjoy the moment.
Well, best of luck later today. Out in front after 2 segments, still segment 3 to go. And let's check in now with Andrew. We talked about how special it is to race as a father-son duo. How do you like your chances heading in to the 3rd segment and finally hoping to get it done after 4 today?
Oh, I think we're in a good position. We've been pretty quick throughout all of them, all of qualifying, and we've built a pretty good lead over the aggregate times. So yeah, I don't know. There's a bit of weather forecast for today, which might add a little bit, but us Brits are pretty used to a bit of rain, so I think we'll be all right.
You feel confident in wet conditions if we do get them in the afternoon?
Yeah, very.
Well, best of luck today. The 77 currently on top in Group G.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andrew Jordan, former British Touring Car Champion. In the UK these days, the British Touring Car Championship is the #1 series. Andrew was in it for 10 years, but they've developed a terrific company, JRT, you saw it on his cap there, that build a lot of historic racing cars, Lotus Cortinas, Lotus Elans, Ford Mustangs they've built. They run Daytona Cobras. And it's a bit like Hudson Historics here. They probably run 25 different racing cars in the Midlands, a place called Sutton Coldfield. I don't know if you could just pick it up there. A little bit of a Birmingham accent there near the town, not Birmingham, Alabama. This is Birmingham in the UK, which is the second British city in the UK. So that's where they come from. I've known Andrew since he was about 3 years old. And actually, his career started as a rallycross driver. He's had rallycross success before he had, it must have been 14 or 15 years factory Honda driver in the British Touring Car Championship. But he is really kicked. Mike's in his 60s now, but Andrew still races almost every weekend with his customers, and he's also been racing in GT, kind of thing. And Mike, in the past, actually did have a lot of success in a sort of American, so we called it a Eurocup. It's a sort of mini NASCAR thing that they were circuit, not oval, circuit car, and he won that championship a couple of times. He was a British GT champion and a lister. So that family's got a big racing history. So here we go. Now, who can we spot here? Obviously, they've come from the UK. Matt Nicol-Jones running in 2nd place. Last year was the British GT4 champion, so he's got a bit of history with Steve Denton. And then first American team there is Tom McGlynn and Jimmy. Do you know Tom and Jimmy McGlynn?
A little bit, yes. I'm also looking just behind them, Dan Amon and Owen Trinkler. I know them quite well, and obviously raced a bit last night with Owen Trinkler in the 992 GT3R. I also see Sean McCaig, a Canadian guy that I've worked with coaching before under TPC Racing, and yeah, a few names down there from Porsche Sprint Challenge and some quite experienced guys. But we're about to go green here on the front straightaway, and we saw the wipers on the pace car just a few minutes ago. So let's see what turn 1 looks like as they roar down here at speed, lights on, a few wipers going.
Yeah, indeed. We were reported from the paddock area a few spots of rain. That's not what we expect in Florida, is it? The 77 car from Sutton Coldfield in Birmingham, having their holiday race at the end of a tough season for them. Well, a very successful season, but they're racing almost every weekend. Not only in the UK, but also throughout Europe. And it's Mike that's starting.
So far, it looks like everybody taking it pretty smart, being cautious through the first horseshoe, everybody getting through cleanly. Nice lead there for the 77 997.2 Carrera. Cup car leading the way down into the second horseshoe. Got a couple of the TCR guys going side by side at the back of the field.
We did mention Owen Trinkler. Owen's coming back from a big accident here a couple of years ago, isn't he? But still, which really halted his career a little bit.
Yeah,
getting it back together now.
Yeah, he's been out of the seat for a year or so, and back into it. You know, towards the end of this last season, he was in Porsche Sprint Challenge coaching and co-driving a bit in the Endurance Challenge side of it. So exciting to see him here doing some laps in multiple groups, and I think they've got a pretty good program plan for next year as well. So looks like back at it for him. Getting a lot of good opportunities here, so excellent to see.
Yeah, earlier in one of the other run groups, I think, did you have a victory early on? I think he won the first race, didn't he?
The Group E,
to
start the event.
Yeah. And what we should explain, we got a spinner there, and that's
Sean McKaig in the 34, the Cobot intelligence car. And looks like he's trying to refire again, the lights going back again, and he's rolling away.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the run time of this race has been reduced to 35 minutes because of the fog delay. Try and catch up and finish at 2 o'clock. Hope they do, because I've got a plane to catch.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I'm going further than you.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if there's a little bit of water back there at the bus stop. We heard about the sprinkles over there, so maybe that contributing to that quick spin, but with enough cars going around, not seeing too much more precipitation, hopefully that'll clean up and the track will stay dry here.
Another guy that went well yesterday afternoon that I wasn't really aware of was Andrew Bichet. Do you know anything about him? A 21-year-old kid apparently, and big surprise to see him. The first race I saw in this G category that Jordan's won, Bichet gave him a good run for the money. It was right with them.
Excellent. That looks kind of like one of the Grand Am spec cars of the period with the slightly wider front fenders.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see that car out there. It's a bit of a unique 997. Not a lot of those among the fields that we see.
Yeah, because there's all kinds of variations in these cars to do with the different rules. Yep. And what you mentioned Grand Am. At one stage, 10 years or so ago, there were two separate rival sports car organisations, IMSA and Grand Am, and they ran different kinds of cars and ran a different schedule. And obviously, Grand Am was based here because it was a series that had been started by the France family, whereas the IMSA series was started by Dom Pados. And we've got a red flag. We have a red flag. Well spotted, Mike. Anyway, the great thing was they joined together. But what's that red about? Now, is it down? Watching.
It looks like turn one. We've got some TCR cars around that might have gotten together.
Yeah.
Didn't see it happen live.
Now, there they are. The one's trying to back up. The other one's pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, we see some safety trucks rolling out to see what's going on. A little bit of debris around the cars, just around the apex of turn one. So that's a very blind area. We've seen some incidents there in the past where cars have come around blind and around that pit wall and hit another car. So just erring on the side of safety, I imagine, here to make sure we don't make this any worse.
And I was just going to say everyone will dive for the pits, but they've already started to do that. And so we're just 4 minutes in. But I wonder if the Jordans will put, whether Mike would say, that's it, Andrew, you take over now.
Well, under the red, they can't do any work or their normal pit, so this can't count towards pit. So we see one car that's in the pit box that was already there, that they have to stop working while the red is underway.
Yeah, so it's not like a full course yellow, red. I wonder if they can change the driver or not. Possibly not, I think, no.
Yeah, they have to stay in the fast lane there, so we'll see everybody just pull down far right and park down there at the end of pit road. Crew can come out and help the driver, give a driver a drink or clean the windshield or anything, but they can't do any of their official pit stops during this window.
So there you see them all parked up from our camera high on the grandstand. It's a great shot, isn't it? It gives you an idea. For Europeans, this is unusual seeing a pit wall, because in Europe nearly always the garages, you've got a wall, then you've got pit lane, and right there is the main garage area, and the pits. Are you raced in the UK?
I have a little bit, yeah.
I thought you had.
Yeah, some European stuff. I've been to Silverstone and a number of other mainland Europe tracks.
So we got the red, so a good time to go to a commercial break. Let's have a commercial break.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the HSR Daytona Classic 24-hour here at Daytona International Speedway. Rain droplets have begun to fall over this 3.56-mile circuit. Timing is everything, though, especially for Blake Buchanan in the 223. Pulled into pit lane, reported smelling a little bit of rubber. I was talking to some of the members of the crew saying that they're just giving the car a once-over, still stopped in its pit box. But crucially, we mentioned that timing. As rain started to fall, the red flag came out. The whole field has parked itself on pit lane. And the knock-on effect is that the 223 and Blake may not have actually lost all that much time. But where we go from here, we'll have to see, Andrew, because there are certainly rain droplets down here on pit lane. Andrew.
Thanks very much for that. Yes, Mike Skeen has just headed back to the paddock. I have to say, in all my career in motor racing, which goes on a long time, I've never previously had to drive from the paddock to the commentary booth. This is just such a big facility. That gives you some kind of idea of how massive it is. So, cars waiting. I would think this will be cleared up pretty soon. So, at the moment, clock ticks, just 7 minutes remaining. I hope we can get it underway. And looks like another win for Mike Jordan and Andrew Jordan. So on our timing screen, we don't have the positions of this particular race because in event it is a race that is in 4 parts which are all joined together, if you can get your head around that. And so we have the overall, which is the important thing. So at the moment it's Jordan, father and son, Tom and Jimmy McGlynn, then Andrew Bichet, then Steve Denton and Matt Nicol-Jones from the UK, then Dan Amann and Owen Trinkler, then Robert Wisen, Mark Cook. In 8th place is Matthew Hagan and Angelo Dinkow. In 9th place it's Paul Denton and Casey Carden, and in 10th place it's Jonathan Draper. And that's the times all added up together. It's not this individual race. So, it does look a bit, as we say in England, a bit black over Bill's mothers. The cloud has rolled in. It's the most glorious 2 days leading up to this. Huge Florida sun, 80 degrees. But now everything's come to the halt. Lots, you can see all the various lights flashing. And this road course has been here a long time. The Daytona 24 Hours is a race that's been run since the 1960s. So now we're on board there with the number 80 look. Or is it 08? It probably is, because we're looking through the windscreen. That is the Max De Angelis car, number 14. So I hope we can get some action from that. You just see the lap time. See on the dashboard there, you can actually see the time of the race ticking away. Actually, not ticking away. No, that's his lap time. So obviously speed is 0. He's in first gear. He's maybe got his foot on the brake, on the throttle. He hasn't got any throttle on at the moment, and he can trigger that each lap, so he knows his lap time. You see, and then it says his best. There are the flags flying and the palm trees, so redolent of Naples, Florida, where I had a home for a while. But palm trees grow nicely in Florida. The Star Spangled Banner. When we started all this yesterday lunchtime, we had the most fantastic rendition of the Star Spangled Banner down there. The very classical seats from Daytona, all the different colours. Used to be wooden seats a long time ago, and yesterday Max Papis presented a special award from his steering wheel company to a guy who, way back when, had actually tested the seats by jumping on them. This is quite amazing. So get a big view there of the lake Now that lake is there because when they built the banking, they dug tons and tons of earth to help make the banking, and it formed this marvellous lake. There's a 77 car then, jordanracingteam.co.uk, and Mike and Andrew Jordan. Andrew the father, long racing career. Mike, ditto really. Those years in the British Touring Car Championship. And relative now, the rain is coming down as we got the rain really has damped the track, and I would assume that these guys are all on slick, so this could be pretty tricky in the final minutes. We could got 11 minutes to go of this race, and the clear up is going on there in that turn, not NASCAR turn 1, but turn 1 of the road course. So here we are. Earlier on we'd hoped to hear from the president of the Speedway, Frank Kelleher. We didn't get him, but I think we now have him all queued up and ready to go. So let's hear from Frank.
If it's 2 wheels, if it's 4 wheels, sports car racing, stock cars, motorcycles, this is the world center of racing for a reason. And so to have such an authentic event like this, that is such a tribute and a nod to all of the racers and teams and engineers that have come before us today, and to give them an opportunity to be celebrated again is a real special opportunity. The sports car endurance world all craves to be at the Rolex 24, and to now have the Classic 24 is just a wonderful addition to not only it to be a time machine to go back and see some of the cars that have competed here, as well as many amazing circuits throughout the world, but in addition to that, so many drivers are here as well that competed in the Rolex 24, as well as Le Mans, and again, other wonderful circuits. In 1959, when this property opened up, it just always had this mystique, just this energy to it. It is a very intimidating racetrack. It has humbled many driver, many crew chief, many manufacturer. There's just something special about this place that you don't get at any other racetrack around the world. And we get to feel that through the variety of motorsports events that we host here. If you're an athlete that wants to race, this is where you want to compete, and this is where you want to win. So even if this is a historic event, I know every single one of these drivers, in their heart and in their soul, they're racing Daytona, and they want to set a fast time. They want to push it to the limit.
Well, you can see the enthusiasm there from Frank, but cars back on the track, on a very wet track now. There is the pace car leading them around with the HSR logo on it. This is Group 6, Group G I should say, no, why did I say Group 6? Group G, and mainly Porsches being headed by Mike Jordan, Andrew Jordan. Mike's still in the car at the moment. I suspect that they very quickly will come into the pits because the window will open and they will change drivers. The stopping for the red doesn't count as a pit stop, so they will all have to come in. Be interesting to see if they do it under this safety car at the moment. Well, this rain came as a bit of a surprise, so I am a bit worried about the tyres they are on. I'm just being told that because of that red flag from race control, there will not be any pit stops in this shortened race anyway. So it means that Mike Jordan in the lead will go all the way through to the end of this, and I'm sure he'll be happy enough. Andrew will look forward to jumping in the car later in the day to finish off the job. Just moving the car around a little bit. When we say no pit stops, no mandatory pit stops. They can come in if they want. But I think they're going to be slipping and sliding around a little bit. So, as we said before, a bit of a surprise package in Andrew Bichet. You might didn't know who he was. I checked him out. He hasn't been racing that long. So just a young kid, relatively new to racing. And see how much the water's lying there at the chicane. Now that chicane was for many, many years called the bus stop chicane, but now it's called the Le Mans chicane. And at Le Mans, they now have a Daytona chicane, so nice little interaction between the two big organisations. So the two biggest 24-hour sports car races in the world. There's quite a lot of sports car races, 24-hour races, mainly for sports cars, throughout Europe and in other countries. But the big ones really are this one, the Le Mans 24 hours, of course, the Nürburgring 24 hours, the Spa 24 hours, have another race 24 hours in the Creventic series in Barcelona. And I suppose they're the main ones. And the other big one is in Dubai at the start of the season. So here we are, still with the pace car with the yellow lights on it. And that will pull off in just a moment. Well, that is a colour scheme. It's the reverse of a very famous colour scheme back from Le Mans many years ago. It was a solid version of it, which they called the hippie car. It's a Porsche 917 in the day. So we're just halfway through the race, actually, after that red flag. And we have indeed got pit stops. I think they're going to go on to wet weather tyres, so actually Andrew Jordan will take over. And indeed on that car they are putting the treaded tyre on. I see a couple of others have opted to do the same, and definitely safety, so I wonder if anybody else will follow suit. But they've been able to do it under the pace car, which means I won't lose as much time as they did it at full racing speed from the track. And JRT team pretty used to doing this. So another car actually has done that and is going out, and it's at the it's a 71. That's Mac McGeehee. So he might get a bit of an advantage there. All depends a little bit when that pace car comes in. They're going out onto the NASCAR track now. So Tom McLean leading, Andrew Bichet, Dan Ammerman. Car has completed its pit stop. It's back on track. Well, it should be interesting with Andrew on the right rubber for this. The restart will come up pretty soon. He'll be able to get up to the back of the crocodile. This is Tom and Jimmy McGlynn leading now, and Jordan Carr slipped out of the top 15 actually, but I think it will quickly coming through. It'll be exciting to watch actually. That's the red and white Porsche. There's the red car, that retro livery. row. Yeah, back in the 13th place, we've got Douglas Sokolowski and Eric Sokolowski in their Audi RS3 TCR car. And we do have some Porsche Caymans. They're the mid-engine Porsches as opposed to the rear engine, but they're in GT4 spec. Right, got another guest. Makes my life just a bit easier. And young Evan Slater has joined us. Thanks for coming up. Well, we didn't really want this, did we, Evan?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me.
Great, well, just stop because we've got to go down to the pits and then we'll have a talk, Evan. So Jonathan is down there and getting a little wet, I think, Jonathan.
Right, you are, Andrew, and I'm actually down here with Patrick Bellinger, father of Olivier Bellinger, who's aboard the number 128 BMW M4 at the moment. Patrick, you lost radio communication with Olivier right as teams were trying to make the crucial decision whether to stay on slicks or come in. What was the last you heard from him in the car?
Well, sorry. It's kind of like staying in the blind, you know. The decision's up to him now, based on the track condition, how he feels with the slick. We're ready here to make the tire change if needs be, but I think, you know, the dry might dry pretty quickly, so it's going to be up to him.
How confident are you in Olivier's ability to manage the changing conditions? Because it looks slick out there, but the rain has stopped.
It is, yeah, and the track is most likely slippery. He's pretty good under the rain, so I've got full confidence on him. So excited about that.
Well, best of luck. Thank you, Patrick, and we'll be watching for Olivier to see if he takes to pit lane, but right now he's managing on slicks, guys.
Yeah, so just to recap, Evan Slater's just joined us in the box. A young driver, got a bit of success recently, particularly in a Trans Am series. But what would you do in this situation? It looked a bit wet to run on the slicks to me.
Yeah, it's a super hard decision, right? 14 minutes left in the race. I think they said there's not a required pit stop anymore, so you would be doing it all on your own. It's a hard situation. I mean, the rain stopped, but this track is slick. It came down hard for a little bit there, and there's been a ton of rubber put down on this track so far this weekend, so it's going to be really slippery and slidey out there on the slick tire. So I would probably say pull into the box and do a pit stop, especially because we're yellow. But yeah, I think it's the decision for the teams to make.
Absolutely, and in the car you've got the feel of how much grip you've got, of course, and no one else can tell you that.
Yeah, especially in these conditions, you know, if you still have some tire temp from when it was dry, a slick tire on a wet track, if you have good temperature in the tire, it can be okay. But you know, it depends on how long they've been under caution and if they have cooled down those tires too much.
Yeah, now Evan, tell me a bit about your career. I know I think you've come up through karting, but you haven't got a huge budget behind you like some of these people, and you've been doing well in Trans Am, but you've been doing 2 or 3 different categories. Just tell us about that.
Yeah, I've been driving as much as I can, right? I don't unfortunately have family budget to pay for racing. You know, there's a lot of young kids like me that their dads can kind of just afford to pay for it. My dad supported me as much as we can, but it kind of ends at the budget kind of ends at karting. So yeah, we did some karting, got sponsored, went to Spec Racer Ford, and then I got sponsored more for Trans Am. So had a ton of fun there racing in the Trans Am series, and now I'm kind of just doing whatever I can. I just put together a deal for next year, which I'm super excited about. I can't share it just yet because it hasn't been announced, but it's a pretty cool deal that I'm super excited about. Found some sponsorship, found some opportunity. But yeah, I kind of just do whatever I can at the racetrack, in the car. I do coaching and whatever opportunity I can get.
Well, that's great. Well, let's see what happens now. Let's see, the temperature out there is 73 degrees, so the track will dry off pretty quickly, but we've only got 12 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm looking at, though, is the 88% humidity. I mean, that's so much water in the air. The water on the racetrack can't really absorb up into that air, so it might take a little bit longer to dry. There is some wind, which is helpful, but yeah, we'll really just have to see how long it takes to dry this place out.
I missed your last command. So here they are. Lots of Porsches. Andrew Bichet, do you know anything about him?
No, I don't. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy your age, I believe, and he seemed to come out.
Looks like the pace car's coming off. We're going back to green this time.
Oh, yeah, well spotted, yeah. So Andrew's a bit of a surprise package here. Let's see what happens. It'll be very interesting to see what the Jordans do. They're shown in 14th place at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a lot of pressure from that 0-0. The 0-0 making a move on the outside there. Yeah. That's a Cayman GT4, so he obviously has ABS and traction control. That's going to help him out a lot in these difficult conditions.
Absolutely, yes. So the GT3 Cup cars don't have that?
So I'm not entirely sure. What year is that? 2012? That's a 997. So yeah. I don't think those have They definitely don't have traction control, and I don't think they have ABS. I'm not entirely sure on that. But the car I was driving, a 991.2, those have ABS but no traction control. The different generations are all kind of different, but I'm not entirely sure about the 997.
Keeping up with all those Porsche 911, you know, they go back forever. They still keep that same sort of roof shape, don't they?
Yeah.
Iconic car, of course.
I love the Porsches, but they are sometimes confusing to keep track of actually what's going on.
So I think we're going to have another report from the pits. Let's go right down now to Jonathan Grace.
Andrew, something we were keeping an eye on is who is going to make the change to slicks. We talked to Patrick, and now here is Olivier Bellinger in the 128 BMW. We mentioned we were going to be watching to see if he came to pit lane. He is. He is taking off the slicks, and he's putting on the wet weather tires. The rain has stopped, but it is still slick. It's greasy, and you want to be careful around the 3.56 Daytona International Speedway road course, because especially in the heavy braking zones into the Le Mans chicane, you know how tricky it can be. He'll have a little extra wet weather grip now in these changing and drying conditions, Andrew.
Indeed, thank you very much. And again, we're watching the progress of Mike and Andrew Jordan up to 8th now. They're lapping in, last lap was shown as 3:20, obviously shows the degree of the water out there. We'll probably pick that car up in a moment. So, you got a deal for next year?
Yes.
What about fitness? Do you do quite a lot of training as well?
Yeah, right. For the kind of racing I do, endurance racing, you need to be able to do long runs in the car. So I kind of focus a lot on cardio. I'm not big on lifting weights. I obviously lift weights, but I'm not trying to get like ripped and huge.
Yeah.
I'm trying to just be as efficient as I can, similar to like a, almost like a runner or a bicyclist or something is kind of what I think about. So just doing a lot of cardio, rowing, biking, running, just trying to be in as best cardiovascular shape as I can be.
Yeah, very good.
We've got a Porsche making a pass here on the outside. Banking. That banking can be kind of sketchy in the wet because it has a ton of grip until it doesn't, and then it's kind of bad news because it's going really fast.
Yeah. So now on our timing screen, we're showing the Jordan car in the lead, but this is a timing screen from the combined 3 races.
Okay.
So you have to watch it. We didn't really should have another screen with this actual race. I'm just trying to see who's actually leading. I'm sure the Jordan car will come through. The 34, they're making a pass. And have you got the running total there on your phone, or is that the combined?
I think this is the running total.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure, I just pulled it up. But yeah, it looks like these two cars at 34 in the air are battling for 4th position in class, and they have a tight battle going on. I mean, both these cars are slipping around like crazy with those tires on this track, but they're doing a great job keeping it clean.
Certainly are. Just checking lap times out there. That's a good indication who's going quickly. The Jordan car, last lap, 2:08. Earlier on in the race, they'd done 1:58. So the circuit's 10 seconds slow at the moment. But I'm sure it's drying all the way.
So these two guys battling in front, it seemed like the two guys further back have gotten to be able to close that gap up. So now it looks like we have a four-car battle for the final podium position in G2 class.
Yeah, and we should explain there are some different categories in this, so G2 and G1, and G2. Just explain a bit if you.
Yeah, and they just do that based on speed, right? I mean, we have a Porsche Cayman, a 2020 Porsche Cayman racing against a 2012 Cup car, so it's kind of not fair to compare those on the exact same playing field because they're different cars, right?
Yeah.
So we split it up into classes where you have kind of the older Cup cars making a move down the inside, the 27 car into the bus stop. Can you make it happen? Doesn't look like it.
No, not quite. Look at the spray coming off as well. There's still plenty of water lying on that track.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're practically walking around, but those slick tires, they are just sliding around, just trying not to hydroplane. Because, like, if you're watching at home, your street car tires, they have tread in them to evacuate the water, but these are totally slick. So if there's water underneath there, it's just going to start skating on top like a ice skating rink.
It's trying to pick up the 77 where they're running. Those two we're just watching across the stripe. So 6 minutes remaining here. Lots of different Porsches. Evan Slater explaining to me all the differences and the ABSs and the traction controls and so on, and driver aids. Most of these cars are about 10 years old, but we've got some more recent ones in there as well, and just seeing the the Cayman of Mark Cook is basically a current car.
Yeah.
A lot of Porsche racing in America. So there's a Porsche GT3 Cup, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of great Porsche racing. I mean, Porsche. I mean, I love that manufacturer, right? They have cars anywhere from SCCA to local amateur racing, all the way to pro racing and into WeatherTech. They got the Porsche Carrera Cup, which is all the modern Cup cars. So they have a lot of cool stuff. You can see this Cayman here going around the outside. I wonder if he's on slick tire or on rain tires, because it looks like he has a ton more grip than everybody else. So it looks like he might have come in for a pit stop.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on with that call there.
Because he's in a different playing field. You can also see the kind of spray coming off of the race car. You can see he has a lot more spray than the guy with the slick tires, which to me means those tires are evacuating more water because they have some grooves in them.
So coming to the end of this race with the surprise rain delay, even, because we did come into the pits.
See on that shot how treacherous these conditions are. You can see all the spray coming off those race cars. Cayman making a move to the inside, can't quite make it happen.
Just describe to people who are not so familiar with Porsches the difference about the Cayman and the 997s and 991s. It's all about the engine position, isn't it?
Yeah, so Porsche kind of, I would say, has two main kind of types of cars they make. They make the Porsche 911s and they make the Porsche Caymans. So the 911s are rear engine cars. That means the motor is hung off the back of the rear axle. So the motor's way far back there. So what that can do is it kind of can create some weight issues. It causes some benefits too, but the power down, like the wheel spin and the lack of wheel spin, is really good in a 911. Here we're looking at a 911.
Yeah.
So the motor's way far back, so they have a ton of drive off the corner, but sometimes the front end can be a little lazy. The Cayman has the motor in front of the front end, or in front of the rear axle, so it's still the motor's behind you, but it's just, I would say, 2 feet further forward. The motor's a very heavy part of the car, so the further forward it is, the more centered the weight is. So the Cayman can actually sometimes have a better balance. But the GT3 cars normally have more power. Well, the 911 GT3 cars have more power, more grip, so they are faster.
We are seeing on the screen here the overall leader of Group G as the McLean car goes round.
Yeah, you can see he's on the slick tires there, so it's super slippery out there for him. And now once you're in the grass, the wet grass is known to be notoriously slippery. So at a track like this, or any track in general, the paint is slippery and the grass is slippery. Once you're on wet grass, it's like ice.
He's found a gear again.
Yeah, the key is to make sure you don't get too much wheel spin, because the second you get those rear wheels spinning, it wants to just do donuts when you're not trying. You haven't won the race yet, and the car's trying to do donuts.
So here the Jordan car from basically Birmingham, UK. With the 77, that's their regular number. They're on the 77, and they've had success here before. Over 10 years ago, Andrew, before he was really into his BTCC career, came over here and did one Conti race at this track, the race that supported the 24 hours. So he does know the circuit, and since then he's been back. But,
yeah, and I kind of joined midway through this race, but to me that car looks like he's on rain tires as well.
No, he definitely stopped. No, he definitely stopped.
Cool. And you can see it by the pace. I mean, he has so much more grip.
Yeah, and he was actually the first person to stop, I think. I mean, they're very experienced racers, these guys, and looks like it's going to be a big weekend for them.
I think I've raced against that car. I think I've seen him at some of the different races.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've been on track with him.
So it is Andrew, the son, at the wheel now, because Mike still wears an open-face crash helmet, being a bit old school.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I do see he's got the full face in there. So he's lapping now. The last time it was quite a bit slower, but I'm not sure if that's correct. Here, everybody loves the Martini colours. Even I'm sure that guy's got no money from Martini, but he just loves the colours of the famous Martini Porsches from 30, 40 years ago that raced, and Lancia's raced in that colour scheme. And more recently, the Williams Formula 1 team had Martini.
It's just such a beautiful livery. I mean, the colors are amazing. You see that stripe down the middle, the kind of swoosh on the side. I mean, what a just an iconic and amazing livery. Here we got this isn't a pass for on-track position, but it's just a lapping pass, so the 84 shouldn't make it too difficult, which he does a good job of letting the 77 keep rolling.
For a magazine back in the UK, I write an article every so often about motor racing liveries. And this is one of the early ones I did. I even found out the paint numbers and all that. And they officially back in the day with the Martini cars, you know, the measurements of the stripes was even mandated.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, 77 Jordan car is absolutely flying here, and just have the last coming towards the stripe. The white flag is flying, and we're waiting for the checker. Yesterday it was just one lone guy down on that stand, but I see we've got a couple of people now on the flag stand. And, they're in communication with race control, of course, and see, still waving the white flag.
I think the 77 should be coming to the checker.
Yeah, I think
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. There's the Martini car. There the 77 crosses the line to take the flag. So victory for the Jordans. Are you done racing for today? Are you going to be back in the suit later?
Unfortunately, we had a motor blow up. Yeah, we had an issue there right on the out lap of the third race for our 24-hour. Yeah, lost oil pressure, and the motor sounds no good. So I think that has to come out, and we are unfortunately done for the weekend.
Oh, that's a shame, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's racing. I mean, it was a ton of fun here with HSR. I mean, what an amazing event. This is my first classic 24-hour, and it's cool. I didn't realize when I was showing up that we're racing overnight. I didn't 100% understand that, but it's a ton of fun.
Yeah, well, I think we've got a winner down there. We've got Jonathan Grace down there, so let's go and find out. Jonathan is down there, and I think he's probably going to talk to somebody from the next upcoming group. So, Jonathan, what have you actually got down there?
Thanks, Andrew. I'm down here with Michael Fassler. It's been a crazy 24 hours, still not over yet. You had a linkage issue, if I believe that's correct. You lost some ground, but made it up in race 2. Just talk me through the first couple of races from your perspective.
Yeah, actually, the very first race was going as planned a little bit. It's a bit unfortunate we have not so many competitors or no really competitors in our class. So first is to bring the car home. Yeah, we got some issue with the gear level, so we had to fix the gear level. It was just coming off, and I could not go through the gears anymore. And we lost quite a couple of seconds or minutes in the pit. And I think we have been 2 laps down, which we recovered after in the next race. So yeah, now it's very difficult condition out there, and let's see what it gets.
Well, best of luck trying to make it 3 in a row. This car has been stout here. How confident are you in your chances in the last little bit of running here?
Sorry, I did not hear you. Can you repeat again?
Well, best of luck, Michael. Appreciate it. I know it's tough to hear with the helmet on, but this Lola has been quick, guys.
Yes, it certainly has. There's a storied history with that car. I'll take you through it a little bit later, and a bit of controversy as well, but we won't go into that. Well, this car has had huge success here. It's looking for its 4th successive victory, I think it is, in this A category. And this will be the final race, so that we will have the overall winner. We'll probably have a podium at the end of this. But this car, Gerard Lopez, the entrepreneur from Luxembourg of Spanish birth, bought this off Martin Brain, who was the owner of Lola Cars, and he was told that this was a car that was sold originally to a Swedish driver called Ulf Norrinder, who did on occasion share it with a Swedish Formula 1 driver, Joe Bonnier. So that car then, after several seasons of racing, went and was bought by Solar Productions, which is the company owned by Steve McQueen, was making a Le Mans film. And this Lola was taken to Le Mans, and it was made into a Porsche 917.
Oh, wow.
Which they then crashed without a driver in it. It was one of the big shots in the Le Mans movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it. If you haven't, you actually have to. It's one of the most famous racing films of all time. But the car then suddenly cycled back afterwards, had made back into a proper Lola T70 and raced in historic subsequently. Then at one stage was owned by a chap called John Starkey, and then that car, after Starkey had it, was bought by the new owner of Lola Cars, and he sent it to Lopez. That is the story.
Wow.
There are two cars with the same story.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
So nobody's quite sure which is which.
Yeah, they're sister cars.
Well, no, they aren't. They're both claiming to be the same car.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So I'm not quite sure which is the real one, but it's got a great story behind it, whatever, because it's done a lot of racing. It's won this event for the last 3 years.
Wow.
And it's going for a fourth now. Eric Ellery drove it before, and Lola T70s love Daytona. Now, the funny thing about the T70 was that it wasn't a particularly successful car outside the UK.
Okay.
It never did well at Le Mans, but it did win this race.
Yeah, there we go.
Penske Racing, the famous Roger Penske, Mark Donoghue and Charlie Parsons won this race way back in the 1960s. And it was the biggest victory a Lola T70 ever had. And they made a lot of these cars, and recently they've made quite a few more, because you can buy a continuity car, and it will be the star of this race. The Valvoline colours on it.
Yeah, what a beautiful car. I mean,
yeah,
classic styling, just amazing.
Yeah. So that's the story of that car. But a lot of success here. I suspect that Lopez will take it over later on, but Marcel Fassler, amazing career, raced in professional driver, raced in that German DTM series for about 10 years, factory Opel driver. Then was hired by Audi, and very good combination with Benoit Trullier and André Lotterer. They had the same three drivers for all the three victories, and they won 3 years out of 4, and then I think they had 1 second as well. So coming up to 50 now is Marcel from Switzerland. I think he's got his wife Isabel with him here, and having a bit of a holiday and enjoying driving 2 very different cars. So earlier on, of course, we saw him in the Mustang sampling Delara Cadillac, which they won in. And now they're getting this, but we'll see who else we get. The main competition, not really competition, is another Swiss guy, believe it or not, called Alan Rueda, who absolutely loves big American muscle cars. He's got lots of them, and he's got a company called Dream Cars, and from Switzerland he sells these cars. So a little bit of weaving around.
Yeah, it seems like an interesting split up of cars. Right? We got some old Porsches, and then I saw SCCA Spec Racer Ford out there, which I'm kind of surprised to see that guy out there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Well, I think we're going to be able to see the circuit from inside the car in a minute. I'm going to ask you, Evan, to talk us way through it. There's the Cobra I was mentioning, and then we've got, well, it had Porsches which were quite new. Now we've got much older Porsches in this one coming up.
914 right there.
There's that spec car.
Yeah, so that's actually what I started racing. When I was 14 years old, that's what I was racing.
So, let's pick this up. There's the start finish. Talk us through.
Coming fast down in here into turn 1. Crazy entry speed. Turn 2 is a pretty easy little kink. This hairpin's super tight. Turn 4 is really, really fast. I mean, not a great visual through there. Into turn 5, you don't have a lot of time in between 4 and 5, and that's another tight turn. And 6 is one of the most important, getting set up for this long straightaway. 7 onto the banking, I mean, what a cool feeling. I think it's like 30-something degrees, I don't know exactly, but it's crazy going through there. And then here's the bus stop. This is the most important and also difficult sector. Big curbs, you got to hit a lot of them, but you can't do too much because it'll unsettle the car. It's fast through there, but getting the exit is really, really key. And then you're back onto NASCAR 3 and 4 for the banking. What an amazing lap. I mean, it's a ton of fun, high speed, high risk, high reward, but it's a amazing track here at Daytona International Speedway.
Evan, brilliant. Well done. I love that.
I've done that before for Trans Am.
A
few of those.
I didn't think that was the first time.
Yeah.
Well, there's that Lola T70. That should have been a second T70 in this. with Martin Wachter and Dario Pergolini, of whom I know nothing, but the car had a problem early on. I don't think it's starting. I cover a series in Europe which is called Peter Auto. It's endurance, historic racing like this, and we'll have a race and there'll be 10 of those Lola T70s.
Yeah, wow, that's so cool.
Chevrolet engine, big old Chevrolet engine on the back. They did at one stage do a deal with Aston Martin. The factor in John Surtees, the only guy to win World Championship on 2 and 4 wheels, had a team. They put Aston Martin engines in them. It never worked, and in the end they pulled them out and back to the Chevy. Back then, a guy that I stayed with a couple of nights ago, a famous racer, finished 4th at Indianapolis once, great sports car success, David Hobbs. He was in the team there, was totally frustrated by that Aston Martin engine, and I think his book Hobbo is still available, and I ghosted that, so I know quite a bit about the story with the Aston Martin, but he wasn't very happy when they had those Aston engines. It just didn't work. Aston, of course, transitioned on to great racing these days, just had their best result in IMSA the other day, didn't they, at Road Atlanta, so that's good. But here's this brutish Cobra, and it's got a history as well. You might just see it written on it, but this is a car that once was driven by George Follmer. Now, George Follmer was a driver who's still alive, he's in his 90s, and he did a season of Formula One racing with the Shadow teams, but he was a Can-Am champion as well. Can-Am champion actually in a Porsche 917.
Yeah, that was a cool series.
Yeah, that was a mega series, that was.
A little before my time, but
before your time, I was lucky enough to see a couple of those races, travel over to America as the sun comes out.
Yeah, there we go.
We needed that, but this is, as you say, a cool car. Lots of Cobras racing in Europe, but this is a very old one. This is one of the very first racing Cobras, the AC chassis. He's lost it. Oh, and it's very nearly hit by that Porsche.
Yeah, it just shows how treacherous these conditions are. You can still see the stickers on those tires.
Yeah.
He's on, whatever slick tire they were running back then.
Well, but, that was before slicks. Absolutely before slicks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's on whatever tire they're running, and it seems like he's still got the stickers on there, so not a lot of grip on this damp condition track.
Well, that's a car with a long history. Look to see, that's called Focus Pull.
Yeah,
bit of camera art there.
Yeah, wow.
Now, you notice this car has got a bump.
Oh, yeah, is that for the helmet?
Yeah, well, that started years ago with Dan Gurney, another great American race car driver, the Eagle Formula One team, Eagle Sports Cars. I think he was the first one that had a bump in a GT40. I've never seen one on a Lola T70 before, and Lopez is sort of 6'3", 6'4".
Oh yeah,
so he needs it because he doesn't want his helmet rubbing on the top there. So
yeah, a lot of these cars are really tight inside. The race cars, I'm not that tall. I'm like 6 foot, but one of my friends is like 6'4", and actually one of my coaching clients is 6'5", 6'6", and he tells me it's almost impossible to get into some of these cars.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the modern ones, you can't put a helmet bump. You just have the roll bars, and you can't really modify those per the regulations. It's working on my phone.
Okay, so amazing. They lost a couple of laps in the second race last night in that T70 with a gear linkage problem, and they managed to fix it on track and get back.
Wow.
And
it's impressive.
They have managed to get the car going flat out again.
Yeah, what I think was.
Okay, well, race underway then. There's no question of doubt the Lola T70 will power away into the lead. There it is, just slowly on the banking, and I suspect the Yellow Cobra will be also in second place. Yeah, Group A, race 4, their final race, and you saw the criteria there. So a little bit of anticipation. That track drying all the time, Evan, isn't it?
Yeah, when the sun came out. Yeah, looks like the sun's come out, so it's yeah, it's much more likely to dry up here faster. Yeah, the sun's beaming down. It's warming up a little bit, so I'm excited to see this race. Looks like the pace car is just about pulling in right there, and we're going to go green here soon.
Look at the acceleration. There's the stripe. Green flag waves, and we're underway. 37 minutes of this. Was going to be 45. Had the fog delay this morning. Had rain shower, and now we got the sun out again. So, second place at the moment is Dave Agratellis in his Porsche. Are you aware of Dave at all?
No, I'm not.
No, I mean, there was a lot of people racing his Porsches,
Yeah.
and Robert Spence, then Craig Watkins. So I think the excitement here will be to see the yellow Cobra come up through the field.
Yeah, he had a little spin in the beginning there, but I think that's not representative of his true pace
No,
as he is going.
no,
so,
it's not.
So we'll be excited to see how he's able to make his way through these
Yeah,
Porsches.
as I said, Alain from Switzerland with his dealing in these big American Mustangs. All sorts of. We'll see him in another race later in a Mustang, but he's also quick in. He's been coming to this race meeting almost before since it started. You know, he's an absolute enthusiast for Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing track, an amazing event. I mean, once you go once, you get almost hooked. I'm already excited for next year.
Yeah, but you got your big season coming up. I wish you a lot of success with that. There's that Cobra, look. The car driven a long time ago in period by George Fomm. I think he's 94 years old now, George.
Oh no,
and
Cobra
he's
going for
fun
another
again.
spin.
Oh no, he just hasn't felt the grip at all, has he?
Yeah, he must be struggling out there. Maybe he's on a different compound tire than some of these other
Yeah,
Porsches.
could be.
But yeah, it looks like he's having a real hard time. I mean, they're such like slow little spins, so it just shows how little grip there is.
Yeah. So this chassis started as something called an AC Bristol, built in just near London, a town called Thames Britain, Thames Ditton, and somebody had the bright idea of putting a big Ford V8 in it.
Yeah, there we go.
Actually, Carroll Shelby, of course. There's that spec racer. You raced one. What engine's this got in it?
So these have like a little 1.6 liter Ford. I think it's in a Ford Fiesta. It's like 137 horsepower, not a ton of power, but I mean a spec car. I think I've actually driven that car.
Have you?
Yeah, I've actually driven that exact same one.
But
I think I rented that from somebody, or maybe I drove a different one. I don't remember. They all kind of look the same.
Yeah,
but
except this has got a crazy color scheme.
Yeah, no, I drove a crazy color one, like an insane color combo like that. But maybe it was a different one. I don't quite remember. But the cars are a ton of fun. I mean, I've driven a bunch of different stuff, and those cars are just raw. And they're small. They're almost like go-karts.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're a ton of fun. Oh, the 66 having a big slide here in turn one. Wow, that was a crazy save. He was holding on to that thing for a while. That was a great save. But yeah, I mean, these old Porsches too, they're so raw. I mean, there's no driver aids in those, and that's a raw race car. You got a manual transmission. You actually have to shift with the clutch.
Yeah.
We're not used to that anymore. I do miss using the clutch, because in the spec racers, when I was racing them, you had the clutch and a manual transmission, which is a ton of fun. But yeah, these old Porsches are so raw, and you can see that 66 doing a great job of handling that.
Yeah, that big fishtail tail that they have on that's rather characteristic of Porsches from in the 1970s. Had that big tail on them.
Yeah, and also with the motor in the back, once they start sliding, they really want to just keep pendulling them around.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would say really any 911 is super easy to spin. But, especially these older ones. You did a great job, David, there. Did a great job holding on to it.
So, Alan Nareda, after his spin on the warming up lap, his spin in the race has dropped to 9th place. Let's see how far he can get back up the field. And he has come into the pits. And has he got a problem? It's a bit early, or no, maybe he's got to change tyres. Let's see. Stops at his box.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the pit guys look like they're doing a lot of effort to get something changed over. Do they still have, I know we got delayed and they changed the race format a little bit. Do we still have the 5-minute mandatory pit stop?
3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
So he's probably just pitting early to try to let the track dry out. I think that's probably a good call, because right now it's super treacherous.
Yeah.
So he's probably pitting early to let these other guys rip around.
Yeah.
And then hopefully when he comes back out after the stop, it'll be just a little bit drier.
Yeah. There's the 60, that's Robert Spence. He's a good runner. And the 46 is a nice colour scheme there, slightly unusual. And that's Craig Wilkins. So they're battling those two there. I think the 66, 63 and 46 are all in close company. And then there you see the discussions down there. But, what do you think? What's happened, Jeff?
I think our wires got tangled here.
Oh, we can. Yes, indeed. I was just going to say that these Porsches are all over the track here, and Lopez are rushing away from it. And I mean, they're lapping much slower than they were in earlier races. Of course, it's this wet. 2 minutes and 16.
Yeah, you can see these 4 cars all bunched up together. I mean, they're all hanging with each other. So hopefully they'll have a little bit of battle here at the end once it starts kind of drying up a little more.
Yes, the referees have got.
Oh, 24 big slide! Wow. Yeah, these guys are wheeling. They're doing a great job holding on.
They're wheeling. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
I mean, these cars are rowdy. I mean, they're sliding. They're loose. They're just raw cars, and these guys are doing a great job managing it. And these conditions aren't making it easy for them, so it's making their job hard. But they're doing a great job handling them like pros.
So the Cobra is serving out its 3-minute pit stop. Looks it's about ready to go. Someone with an iPhone there, time it. In the old days, you'd have a stopwatch and it had a little tick-tock-tock, but these days everybody uses an iPhone. And
yeah, it's crazy how much it's changed. I mean, just from the stopwatches to the data. I mean, my whole racing career, we've been on the computer. We get out of the car and we're on the computer and just looking at data, looking at video, and that's all a new thing for these recent years, and it's advanced the racing, I think, so dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, back when I started racing commentary, the time in scoring was hardly any time. When I was reporting races, with qualifying in Formula One, you didn't know the result until it was pinned on a board 20 minutes after the race had, the practice had finished. But what the Formula One teams did, they all had their own personal timers. Usually
so they would time everybody?
Yeah, they could, with 3 stopwatches, they time everybody. So as a reporter, you go around and talk to the ones like Sir Jackie Stewart's wife, you knew were good, and you'd know what had happened. And then 20 minutes later, it was pinned on a wall somewhere. I mean, talking a very long time ago.
Yeah, now for me, it's like I'm driving in my car and I'll have my crew on the race monitor, and then they'll just radio me in the middle of the race, so it's a little easier now.
Yeah, and now if I want to see sector times of some kids' kart race in Australia, I can probably find a site.
Find a few minutes.
But I'll be able to follow you next season.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's okay. So Lopez and Fazler, it's Lopez at the pit wall at the moment. Marcel Fazler lapping in 2:15s. Just I think the track is getting quicker all the time. David Agratellis is in second, Robert Spence is third, Craig Watkins in fourth. But just as Evan said, it's all pretty close in that group.
Yeah, I feel like this 24 car is looking racy. I feel like he's made a few mistakes. He had that big slide, so we lost a little time there. Another slide right there. But I feel like he's looking like he's hot to trot. I think that car's fast, and I think if he gets by the one in front, I think we'll have a shot for the other two.
Now, it could be Juan Lopez Santini in that car, because he is a quick guy.
Yeah.
We saw him, because some of these cars raced into some of the earlier support events, and I saw him going very quickly in one of those, so it could be him. There's no question of doubt. The story now that's left in this race, which has got 23 minutes still to go, is how far can that Cobra come up the field, and can it get back into second place?
Yeah, well, it looks like he's still in the pits, and I haven't been timing, and I think it's been more than 3 minutes. Maybe I lost track of time, but it looks like he's been more than his required 3-minute pit stop.
That is absolutely more than 3 minutes. He's sitting in the car. Nobody seems to be doing anything down there, and I wonder if Jonathan Grace can get down to the Cobra and find out what the story is. Jonathan's down there somewhere, so it'd be nice to know exactly what. Or did I just see it fire up? Yes, I did.
There you go, he's rolling.
Well, Jonathan, don't need to. It's gone into. That's it. It's turned into the paddock. So, well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He must have just been sliding around too much,
Yeah.
or maybe he had a car issue. Maybe that car issue is why he was sliding around so much. And he decided to retire the car. It's always a good call. I mean, if you're feeling unsure and you feel like it's dangerous out there for you or the car, it's sometimes better to play it safe than sorry.
I think Jonathan has got the story, actually. Let's see if we can go down to the pits and find out why that Cobra, which was looking like finishing second in this whole event, or some of this whole Group A, has got a problem. Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Unfortunately for the Cobra, it was one of the cars we were watching all the way back to 1965. That beautiful continuation car was running second on the formation lap, and so much power coming out of that Shelby Cobra. It spun on the formation lap, dropped near the rear of the grid. Alain Rude came into pit lane and told his crew chief, the car's just undrivable right now. Unfortunate to not see him out here, but Alain making what was ultimately the safe decision on a really slick track. His day is unfortunately done, and the lead for the Lola out front continues to grow, but that was the Challenger that capitalized for the shift linkage misfortune for the Lola early, won in that second race, and that car was set to run second overall, but his day is done, Andrew.
Yeah, that's a shame. Thanks very much for that. Well, lots of stories in the paddock, and one of the most important one concerns tyres, and I think in just a moment we can find out more about what Pirelli have been doing here at the Daytona Speedway.
Kevin, first of all, welcome. It's super exciting to have Pirelli as part of the HSR family now. How excited are you and the Pirelli brand to be here and be a part of this event?
Yeah, this is a great paddock. We're very excited to be back here again, supplying tires to the competitors. It's a great opportunity for Pirelli.
Talk to us a little bit about this DHG tire that Pirelli has brought. What is special about this P0, and how is it going to help some of the competitors?
Yeah, we brought our DHG tires here. It's the newest version of our Pirelli P0 Slick. This is a globally supplied tire to sports car championships around the world. It also features Forest Stewardship certification, which is part of our sustainability goals.
We're here at Daytona International Speedway, one of the more unique combinations of a lot of oval running and some road course in there as well. What can Pirelli do and the DHG tire do to help these competitors, and what are some of the challenges from a tire side?
It's a very challenging circuit. Not only do we have the high speed on the banking, the load on the banking, but we have to ensure they have good braking performance and good handling on the infield. So finding the compromising setups to ensure they have the performance they want while maintaining their safety is our goal here. And with our new P0 DHG tires, we can bring that to the championship.
What is it about the P0 and the DHG that's going to help on a unique circuit like Daytona?
Well, not only the tires, we provide the technical support and the guidelines on how to use these tires properly. So with feedback and working with the teams, we can ensure they have the best and safest product out there.
So, interesting stuff there. We just saw the spec car racer having a driver change, and one gentleman just lifting himself out of the car.
Yeah, they're not easy cars to get in and out of. I mean, you're sitting really low in those things. So it's difficult. It was fun hearing from Pirelli because this is such a difficult track on tires. I mean, the banking, you're going so fast. I mean, in our Porsche Cup car, we were chomping at 180. And going through these bankings with all that load on the tire, you have to take some camber out of it, and you have to make some changes to the setup. But the tire has to withstand so much force. I mean, I would say, I don't know what the exact number is, but it's probably double the force the tire ever sees in normal uses here at this track on this banking. So it's impressive that the Pirelli can make a tire that lasts so long and can support all the load.
Yeah, we did have a blowout. Rob Huff, who is a former World Touring Car champion, has been racing here this weekend with his friend Richard Mines. And I'll tell you about that in just a moment, because I think Jonathan has got a good story down there. So let's go down to Jonathan Grace in the pits.
Thanks, Andrew. I'm down here. Richard Kulak has just jumped out of the number 25 Spec Racer Ford, this SRF3. Richard, if I can grab you for just a moment. It looked treacherous out there in the beginning, but you survived it. You made it in. The nose is clean. Talk me through that opening stint.
Yeah, there's a lot of standing water in different spots, especially the bus stop. That's just horrid. There's a narrow lane you can squeak through, and that's what I was just trying to do. But bus stop is very, very slick. as I proved it by looping it around a couple times, just for the fans. But it was fun. What a great event. Thank you.
But you survived. Changeable conditions is not an easy thing. What type of race car did you hand off to your teammate?
Oh, it's perfect. Yeah, except for the tires, because we started on slicks, so that was kind of a guess and a gamble. It's a little bit too dry for full rains, but for slicks it's perfect as it develops. So in about 2 or 3 laps, we'll be in good shape.
Well, as the track dries, we'll look to see that SRF3 start to carve its way through the field, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jonathan. I'd say he's got his Nissan race suit on there. He's hastily put a couple of stickers on it too.
Get the sponsor logos.
Yes. I know what's sort of hanging off. But here's that marvelous Lola T70. This historic car here, running the 27 in the Valvoline colours. The car with a history that says it was turned into a Porsche 917 for Steve McQueen's great Le Mans film. Everyone's got to watch it because it defined the way racing movies were made at the time. There was 2 big movies back then. There was the Grand Prix film with James Garner, great actor back in his day, and then but Steve McQueen was a racer also. He was at the time the #1 actor in the world.
Wow.
He was a racer. He finished second in a Porsche 908 at the Sebring 12 Hours that year, and then the insurance people stopped him racing. But it was his production company, Solar, who was making this big film. They had, and Steve was hoping to do the race. In the end, insurance people stopped him, and actually the film got into all kinds of financial trouble. It had to be bailed out, but afterwards, later did make money, but only after Stephen relinquished the product. Lots of racers had parts in that film, and they had lots of races in it. They did lots of scenes, and people that you won't know the names of, but guys that have raced in Formula 1, like Richard Atwood and many others. But there was a guy called David Piper who has been racing a Lola T70 for many years in the past, and he had a huge accident in that, and actually in the end lost his foot.
Oh no.
But the whole story of that period was very interesting. So about 10 years ago, I made a film about the film.
Okay.
And that was successful enough to go to the Cannes Film Festival, which is the most famous film festival in the world. And just a little story, it'll make you a bit jealous. The guys that were funding it were private people funded this film, successful entrepreneurs. They were so happy that they flew me and my wife in a private jet to Cannes. And then we stayed on this incredible yacht.
Yeah, you got me beat there.
But repeating it is going to be a bit difficult. I have done another film since with Gilles Villeneuve and Didier Pironi and the wars they had, but now I'm making a film about Niki Lauda, which we just started. That's this coming year's project. But anyway, watching this spec race again, Lopez and Marcel Fazler have disappeared into the distance and now lapping at 2:17. They've gone a bit quicker than that. Robert Spence is second, Craig Watkins is third. We think it's Juan Lopez Santini in 4th place. And then David Agratellis has dropped to 5th. So we've now switched to the 52 car, and that is Dawn Myers. Are you aware of the Myers, big Myers racing family?
Yeah, I've heard of them a little bit. I don't know entirely all the history.
Well, there's 2 families joined by marriage, with about 6 or 7 of them are racing.
Yeah.
And there's daughters, there's fathers. They all started by a grandfather, and Todd Treffert is part of that family, who's been going very well here, a great Porsche racer, who's now moved up to GT America actually recently. Wow. So they've got brothers, so it's a huge racing family, about 8 or 9 of them all racing.
Great.
But listen,
I've heard of them. I've seen them. On results and at the track, but I've never heard that whole.
Yeah, so this is Dawn. So the Myers and Treffing family, they're joined by marriage.
Wow.
Yeah. So she's in 7th place in her Porsche 911 as the Luxembourg/Swiss pairing head into the last few laps of this race. So Jared Lopez, the entrepreneur. He actually owned the Formula One team for a while.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, he owned it, and then he sort of basically, as far as I can work out, bought it from Renault and then sold it back to the later. So a clever boat.
Yeah, bought the team, had his fun, and then.
Well, yeah. Well, the Formula Ones were in slightly turbulent times there back then, and to run a Formula One team, you need an awful lot of money, of course. That's Jared Lopez, but he was born in the Duchy of Luxembourg, which is a tiny little separate country next to Germany.
Huh.
Yeah,
Wow, interesting.
but it's a big financial centre.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and Marcel, of course, you heard him. You know, Switzerland, they speak 3 different languages in Switzerland.
Oh, really? Wow.
German, Italian, and French, depending on where you're born. And you can tell from Marcel that he was born in the German bit of Switzerland. He just had that bit of an accent. So this is the 52, and seeing Dawn Myers doing a good job there.
Yeah, you can still see all those puddles. I mean, you can see a line where it's starting to, I don't even want to say dry out, but you can see a line where there's not puddles, but then there's puddles on either end. It's almost like, it's just navigating on that tiny little line.
Yeah. Evan, you're a young man. How old are you? 20?
I'm 19.
You're 19, yeah. Okay. What got you into racing? What fired you up first?
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a long story, and I don't want to share the whole thing here because I don't think
we haven't got
really
time.
go into that time. But yeah, we were at Disney one time, and I wasn't interested in doing the rides. So my dad said if I stopped crying that one day, we could go drive go-karts. So I was 7 at the time. So we went indoor go-karting, and I just loved it.
Yeah.
And then we started doing it more and more, and then I was like, okay, this is what I want to do. I think I was probably about 10 years old where I decided, okay, this is what I want to do with my life. So I dedicated as much as I could, and my family supported me through the go-karting, and we...
Are you doing this full-time, or are you doing college as well?
Yeah, so I'm not in college. My main full-time thing is coaching. I do a ton of driver coaching. So that's the reason I'm here this weekend. I'm coaching my good friend Michael Merritt, and he's also putting me in the car as the co-driver. But yeah, I do pro driving, and coaching is my whole deal, and that pays the bills, and that keeps me busy.
You're a pro race driver.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So, pitch visitors here, lots of them.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting close to the end of the pit window because you have to pit before a certain time in the race. So I think they are all decided to get it done here at the same time, so they don't.
That's right.
Don't go on a different strategy than one another.
29 minutes you have to come in before with. It's 26 minutes in the clock, so they had 3 minutes to spare.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like almost everybody's in. We got 2 guys, I think, still running around.
Yeah, the leader's in at the moment. He's down there. I wonder if Jonathan is close. It's nice to hear from him. He's with the leading car. It's going all right. What about the conditions?
I'm not sure if you'd want to talk. I mean, if I were in the middle of a race, I would probably not want to
some
talk
people,
into a 3-minute pit stop.
Some people do.
Oh, really?
But I'm thinking about the other driver.
Oh, okay.
He would have got out of the car.
Yeah, I was just thinking if I'm sitting in the car, I would probably want to just stay focused.
So the car is leaving now, but if Jonathan's still down there and watching the pit stop, maybe we can grab hold of him. I think 35 miles an hour, it feels very, very slow when you're going out of the pits.
Yeah, especially once you're used to going, I mean, I don't know what these cars are doing, but 160 down the front straightaway, going 35 seems obnoxiously slow, but you got to follow the rules, you got to keep everybody safe, so that's the way to do it. This track, I mean, I don't know if you've talked about it before, but this pit exit is treacherous. I mean, especially in these wet conditions, because not a lot of people have been driving through it, so it is a tiny little road. For you watching at home, if you don't know or haven't seen it, it's probably, I don't know, 5 feet wider than the car. Yeah, you can see it right here.
Yeah.
It's like super tight, so there's not a lot of room, and that wall comes up quick.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's been a bunch of pro drivers that have hit that wall on their way out of the pits, so it is pretty miserable coming out of here.
So, onto the power. Chevrolet motor. Some of them have 5-litre ones, some have 5.7s. They changed the rules, actually. I think this is a car with 5 litres. So there was the Lola T70 Mark III, which came from an open car. Okay. So it was a Lola T70, which was an open car. Then they had this GT. They didn't build very many of those, and then it went to the Mark IIIB. That had to have a 5-litre engine because the rules had changed, but it was allowed to go onto wider tyres. So
Yeah, cool.
It kind of,
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the V8s. I mean, obviously coming from the Trans Am series, those are, 550 horsepower naturally aspirated stock cars, big V8, Chevy LS. So I love that big rumbly V8, and so I'm all for it.
Have you done the last season, most recent season?
No, so I did 2022 full time. 2023, I did half the year. Then I was a team driver for a team, and then the team owner ended up selling the team. And then I did a few races in 2024, and then this year I've mainly been doing IGT, HSR, and the Porsche Cup car.
Yeah.
And then next year I'm doing something more big leagues, which I'm super excited about. Can't quite share it, but I'll be back here in a month in a bit.
Will you?
Yeah, I guess middle of January I'll be back here, so I'm excited about that.
Well, that's
Yeah.
great, yeah. I think I can guess what you're doing. But
Yeah.
anyway, so here, a great shot of this T70, designed by a man called Eric Broadley. These cars were originally designed in a suburb of London called Bromley, which is also famous for where the Biggin Hill airfield is, which is where all the Formula One television comes from.
Cool.
And,
Yeah, this car is well before my time, but what a beautiful looking race car.
Isn't it?
That's
It
just
doesn't,
amazing.
You know, this car does not look over 50 years old, does it? I mean,
No, it's got crazy styling.
Yeah.
It's just what a cool thing.
And, no wind tunnels then.
Yeah.
Eric Broadley did it. Oh, this will work.
You got to put yarn on the side.
Yeah.
Stick I would say put yarn on the side and put a GoPro there and look at the yarn, but I guess they definitely did not have GoPros back then.
They definitely did not have GoPros.
So do the yarn and look out the window and look at it.
But they did have onboard cameras sometimes, great big things. And if you deep dive down into the internet, you'll find shots of Le Mans in sort of 1956 with a Jaguar D-Type with a great big camera on.
Yeah.
And a famous guy who became a world champion called Mike Hawthorne. There's a wonderful lap of him, but the roads are open, so he's in this racing D-Type, and he's dodging traffic and so on.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how much the times have changed. I mean, they had the big cameras back then. Now I stick a 2-inch by 1-inch little camera on my visor.
Yeah,
and call it a helmet
it's
cam.
stunning, isn't it?
So
Well,
it's,
there's technology. Technology moves on, and I was saying yesterday, most of it for the good.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, some of these old race cars have more soul than the new ones. I mean, for me, like the Porsche stuff, the 991.2 is like a 2018 Porsche Cup car. The 992 is like a brand new 2022 Cup car. I feel like the 991.2 has more soul than the 992 because the 992 is just super easy to drive. It's refined. They're great cars, but they're just easy. Or when you go to the older generations, the 991, the 997, the 996, those are great cars and they're more rowdy. They're harder to drive, and I feel like they have more soul. So I think we've evolved to go faster, but maybe we've lost a little bit of the soul in the process.
So we're waiting for the Lola to come through back into the lead and repass the 24 Refenning Lopez Santini car. That is the number 24. Here's that spec racer with that crazy colour scheme. Number 25.
Yeah, you can see he just clipped the curb there and threw up a little splash of water, so it's still certainly not dry.
Yeah, that's Richard Kulash. He's driving that.
Yeah, you can see all that water.
But it is drying, and I think it will dry out completely, probably by the next race.
Yeah, and also just the cars ripping around has certainly dried them up. I mean, you have the tire temperature, you have the engine heat, the exhaust, it's all working to lift the water off the track and put it in the air and evaporate it.
So Lopez and Fassler going for the three-peat. Lopez going for his 4th consecutive win, and we're just 4 minutes away from them achieving that. So
yeah, wow. Yeah, at this stage he's just managing. I mean, he's got a whole lap over the guy in second. So he's just he's just doing his own thing on his own race and just trying to make sure to keep the car straight and bring it home. They made some changes to the bus stop, I guess, 2 years ago, and it makes it certainly feel different when you're in the car. I mean,
does it really?
Yeah, the curbs. So before there was just grass everywhere, which I kind of like because it seems like there's more risk. Which I always like. The risk keeps you honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, the curbs now they feel more aggressive. They have like rumble strips, then they have like a gap where you can hit it and it's kind of smooth, and they have big sausage curbs or big turtles, which are super unsettling for the car. So I feel like the curbs now are more inconsistent than they were. I think when you hit it right, the curbs are less unsettling than they were before, but I think it's super easy to hit it wrong and just get the car all sorts of unsettled. And I think it's really easy to cut down a tire. Yesterday in the race, I hit the bus stop wrong one time, started feeling a vibration, boxed the next lap, and the tire had cord showing all the way on the inside. So
wow.
I think it's I was pushing hard, but I think it's easy to mess up a tire there if you get the curbs just ever so slightly.
Yeah, you went to just before we went to a break, I was going to tell you the story. I went to an interview about Rob Huff, World Touring Car Champion, and Rob had in his BMW Z4, he did actually have a tyre blow on Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
And he's got the whole thing on video in the car, and it was, and he was about to hit the wall, and the Porsche just caught him and straightened him up a bit,
oh, wow.
which was just pure chance.
Yeah.
Robert's been racing for best part of 30 years, 25 of them was a professional, and he said it's one of the biggest scares he's had in his whole career.
Yeah, well, the main driver that owns the car and brought me out here, he had a tire failure at probably 170 exiting NASCAR 4, and it was, it's sketchy. I mean, this track, if you have a tire fail at the wrong place, the car's just written off right there.
Yeah.
Because you're going so fast, and you're on the banking, so as soon as you start sliding, you can't really do anything. You kind of just are at the mercy of which direction you end up. And he got lucky. He did a good job saving it, and the car's still clean.
This is an amazing facility when you come to see this. The enormity of this place, it's just stunning, isn't it? I mean, obviously in Britain we got the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and it's spread over a much bigger distance like Le Mans. The track itself, of course, with the oval and the infield road course, is quite compact, but the buildings, I think it's
spectacular.
And I think there's a room for 170,000 spectators.
Yeah, wow.
So obviously it's not, because Indianapolis will take more because you've got grandstands all the way around, yes.
Well, what's crazy about this track is, you guys can't see it watching at home, but we're in the commentary booth right now, and we can see the entire track. Like, we're up super high, probably near where the spotters end up standing.
Yeah, well, the spot is just above us.
Oh, yeah, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty sweet up here. I mean, you can see the whole track. So, I mean, what an amazing facility. I mean, just the quality of everything, quality of the buildings. And you have some big races, right? The Daytona 500, the Rolex 24.
Motorbike
races.
Yeah, motorbike races as well. I've covered motorbike races.
Yeah, so you got to have a nice facility for that.
So here is this number 27. Lola T70 has not only dominated this race, but has dominated this race for at least the last 4 years. I couldn't find the result from back in 20. Of course, we had COVID got in the way a bit.
Yeah.
But Lopez loves it here, brings this marvellous Lola here, and just does a fantastic job. And wonderful that he would bring a man who has won Le Mans 3 times, won the World Endurance Championship as Marcel in the past with Audi.
Yeah, he's got a straight shot right home to the finish line to take the win.
And he takes the checkered flag, and so our first overall winner of the weekend, of the 24 hours, Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fajler. They win it again, a three-peat for Marcel, 4 in a row at least for Lopez, and they had a big scare in the second race when that gear linkage went near the end. They managed to fix it, which was brilliant, and well, they're going to be so happy, and yet we may well see them winning in another category a bit later on.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to head back down, but thank you for having me here in the booth. It was a pleasure.
Look, Evan, you've been a brilliant commentator. I think if your racing career doesn't happen, and I'm sure it will, you've got a career here, mate, in the booth, absolutely. And look out for what you do next season. And maybe if I come to the Daytona 24, I might see you here doing something.
You will. You'll see me here.
Thank you very much indeed.
Bye-bye.
So that's young Evan Slater, just 19 years old. What a great job he did. And we're having another guest I think brought up here in a moment. So, another guest momentarily, but meanwhile, just the last few cars come to the finish. They are done. They've done their 4 races for the weekend, and what a result by Fajler and Lopez. So now let's take a quick commercial break.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Sneaking out the party. She attracted to the manner of my speaking. He's seeking, freaking, and now she's freaking. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm freaking you out. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm taking them out. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm freaking you out. Look at me, look at me. I'm coming to town. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm taking the mission. I'm freaking you out. Yeah, look at me now.
Cars getting lined up for the next race, and I think Jonathan is down there and he's going to tell us a little bit more about what's going to happen in the next 35 minutes or so.
Well, Joseph Viola in an absolutely stunning Datsun 240Z bearing the number 262. Last year was your first time at the Classic 24, and as I understand, you liked it so much you came back. How's your 24 hours been this year?
It's been fantastic. This is just a great show they put on here. HSR is just a professional group, really got it together, keeps us all in line, and tons of track time, which we all love. So yeah, love coming back to this event.
Well, how's it been in the car as well? We've seen some changeable conditions this morning, but it's been pretty picturesque up until this point.
Yeah, conditions have been great. We were out in our 992 Porsche in the middle, I think about 5 a.m. and the fog set in. Midway through the race, it got a little tough to see. I think shortly after that they shut it down for a while, but happy to finish off our event here. We did 10 one-hour stints, so got a personal goal to finish this up. So.
Well, Joseph, best of luck. We'll let you get to it for the rest, and we'll head to speak to Jason, his crew chief. Jason, we talked about how much fun you guys had last year and the fact that you're back here again. What are the differences? What have you learned from one year to the next at the Classic 24?
You just have to stay on your toes, keep the car ready, keep everything rolling, ready to go, ready to stay. You know, something can happen at any time, so you have to have everything prepared well, clean, and just keep it going. Lots of coffee.
Lots of coffee. I'm sure it is a 24-hour race. Before I let you go, just want to hear from the crew side what it's like to keep some of these iconic racing machines alive. Bringing the Datsun name back to Daytona in the stunning Persimmon. What's it like to run one of these cars, especially with a smaller crew?
It's awesome. I mean, we get a lot of love with this car. Wherever we go, people love it. So to come out here and it look good and perform good, it's awesome. It's a great feeling.
Well, best of luck, Jason, to you and the team closing out the rest of the 24, guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, really nice to see a 240Z, as you say over here. I say 240Z. Very successful rally car in the past, and won events like the Safari Rally there in East Africa with the great Kenyan driver Shekameta. So a race car and a rally car, and Datsun, of course, transitioned into Nissan. Now Jeff Wright has joined me in the booth. Now Jeff is the series commentator for HSR. He knows all these cars that are going out better than anybody, and he particularly knows the guy who is leading this category, Todd Treffert, who's having a very good race. Jeff, welcome to the TV booth here. You've been doing hard work for the last 3 or 4 days down in the next door booth, obviously on the PA, but it's great to have you up here. We had a lot of fun together yesterday. But what about this guy, Todd Treffert? Because he's a serious racer.
Well, first of all, thank you, Andrew.
And yeah, Todd Trefford, I was in the booth next door, and they said, hey, you're going to go over here and talk with Andrew. So yeah, Todd Trefford, definitely a hot shoe out here.
You're going to talk to me for not for long, because I tell you we've got to go down to the pits apparently. Let's do that, and then we'll continue the conversation.
We'll get back to Todd.
Let's get back down to the pits and find out some more down there.
I'm down in victory lane with the number 27 in the winner, Gerard Lopez. You got to be behind the wheel to seal the deal and make it 3 in a row. The only thing you've changed in this lineup, the car, is the number in the last couple of years. How's it feel to complete the three-peat?
No, it's nice. And it's really funny because anytime we've not won here, it's because we had a technical issue on the car. And we had one last night, actually, where the gear linkage went off. So we lost like 2 laps. So, you know, it was a bit more stressful than it was supposed to be, but a lot of fun.
Such as the challenges and rigors of endurance racing. Marcel, I'll come to you as well. You started the race. What was it like in these changeable conditions? It was properly slick out there for a while.
Actually, we started on rain tire and finished on rain tire just to be sure, because the infield was still quite wet, especially the chicane was a lot of water still. Started to dry up a bit, but I think we just wanted to play it on the safe side, and that was the right way to do.
Let's talk for a moment how special it is to try to complete 3 wins in a row here and finally do it here at the Classic 24.
Yeah, even this year the competition was a bit missing. I think it looks maybe from the outside easier than it is, because you have to kind of, you know, these are old cars, you have to nurse them around the track. Sometimes you cannot always push. We had a small technical failure in the second race, so we had to catch up to bring us back to the lead, and we had to stress the car a bit more than what we should used to do. So yeah, it's a really cool to be again 3 times in a row here. It's awesome.
3-time winners at the Classic 24. Andrew, up to you.
Yeah, in fact, Lopez 4-time winner. So we're going to get back to the Todd Trefford story here with Jeff.
So Todd Trefford in the 41 there, the baby turbo he calls it, and you were wondering yesterday why he calls it the baby turbo. It's a 2.1 liter Porsche, 1974 Porsche 935 baby turbo. That's what they call it. It says baby on here, but we call it the baby turbo. Trefford, part of a racing family here with his dad, Bill Trefford, racing in a 1960 Corvette, his sister Dawn racing in an older Porsche, and now his nephews have switched over from the car bearers to Porsches as well. So all Porsches except for the Corvette. But also Trefford also has a Nissan GTR that he races, but he is definitely one of the hot shoes here at HSR and a frequent victory lane visitor.
Yeah, and I understand he's moved up into the GT America category. It was a modern series, the SRO series over here, which is a very serious, and he's had his first win already in that championship. So, you know, this is a guy that's not just a vintage racer. This guy has gone from vintage racing and transitioned into modern racing with top sports cars, and he's proved to be a winner in that. So I think it's absolutely fantastic.
He's definitely proven himself here with HSR and continues to do so in other series as well. So he is definitely the guy to shoot for, if you will.
Further down is in the number 5A, guy to look for, Rick Knoop. Rick's been around racing for over 30 years here in America. Was a great exponent of Mazdas in the past, and nice to have Rick here. Joseph Viola, we just heard from him in that Nissan. But Todd Trefford has been leading this category. This is the final race, of course. There's that Nissan, or Datsun as it was called back then. But pretty close behind is Angus Rogers and Kevin Wheeler. And Kevin's a great preparer of Porsches, of course.
Yeah, I asked Angus when was Kevin going to get some seat time. He was doing the nighttime stuff. So
yeah.
Angus probably be back in the car right now. Kevin Wheeler really good at driving at night. Great car preparer, engine preparer. Definitely a good guy to have on your side there on your team. So probably Angus Rogers in the car right now. They are coming into this round in 3rd position, 44 laps complete for that car coming into this 4th and final round. They are 1 lap behind Trefford and Alain Ruda.
Yeah, and then also interesting pairing in the number 82, currently showing in 3rd place is Damon DeSantis, a couple of DeSantis brothers, but David Hinton. Now, David Hinton is a man who I've seen racing all season in the Peter Auto Series in Europe, But David's story is much bigger than that. He is from Britain, but he's been in America for a long time, and he was the man that basically invented the HSR organisation. He started it and subsequently sold it 2-3 years ago to IMSA, and David, a huge enthusiast, still preparing cars though.
He is preparing cars. Him and his former partners actually invented this Classic 24 series.
Yeah,
is what it was, and it's been a success. They started in 2014. This is the 11th running of it. They had the first running in 2014, second running in 2015 because it was so successful. Then they took off for 16. They came back in 17, and it's been running constantly ever since then, every year.
Yeah, I must mention there late Jim Pace, who was one of the also founders with David Hinton, and very much by his side, and also the backers he had back then. So Todd Treffer's car is the one with the white stripes. This is Group B. Early IMSA GTX, GTO, GTE cars from 1973 and 82. That's the run group we have now. That's where this baby Porsche, I'm not sure it's a true 935 actually. It's a bit of a special, let's say, with a smaller turbo engine, but it's extremely effective. So Todd Trefford, I think, will be the man to beat in that. Lovely to see that front engine car there, the 240Z, and there's a little Porsche 19. I saw a lot of those cars race in Britain in the past, and I think that's a car that's come from Europe. I was just looking at the sponsorship there, the pink invisible glass sponsored car of the number 90 Dick York and David Russell. So an eclectic mix there, BMW, Porsche, and then the Nissan. There's the Porsche, the number 30 car. That's Wilbur Strickland and Colin Doherty. He's been in quite a few cars. It's a 944 Turbo Cup car with the car glass logos on it.
You can see as the cars go by how much they're having to handle that wheel there going in. The transition from flat up onto the banking. We saw the number 5A car a moment ago heading through the turn 5 area, and the driver was just stalling that wheel trying to keep it straight.
And people
sliding a little bit.
Yeah, people don't realise when they come off the road course and go up onto the banking, it's a steep climb up there. You need lots of good traction getting out of there. It's quite an important corner. So here we are.
Pretty good jolt to the car as well when they do that.
Yeah.
It's quite a transition. There's Angus Rogers in the number 15 car, and he was on the podium several times before we even got to the Classic Series here this weekend.
Yeah, we should explain, we had lots and lots of HSR races, the final rounds of the championships. You've been covering all season, Jeff, haven't you? You've been to Sebring, I think you've been to Road Atlanta, VIR, quite a lot of different tracks you've been to.
Watkins Glen as well.
Watkins Glen as well.
We had a 6-hour Classic race up there, part of the Classic Endurance Series.
Well, that's it now. I see the boss of IMSA moving interview. John Doonan is going to join us in the booth. I'm sure we'll have Jeff back in a while. Jeff, thanks for that contribution and telling us about Todd Trefford. And here is John Doonan. I remember John in the days when he masterminded fantastic racing campaigns for Mazda, but that's history, isn't it, John?
It sure is, but boy, what a treat it is to be here at Daytona International Speedway, have a ton of IMSA history, to have you two linked together. I just said to John Claggett on the way over, I said, how great is it that Jeff, who's our voice of HSR at all of our events, linked with you, Andrew, and an amazing career, and all the history that you have, it just comes all together. And as I was driving to the track yesterday, I had a thought, and I told Adam Saul and the team, what is happening here is like the movie Night at the Museum. But it's IMSA's version of it, right?
Yeah.
So, or NASCAR's version of it, because we got some classic NASCAR cars here that, you know, the museum pieces all come alive, the animals come alive. That's what this is. The HSR Classic 24 is exactly that, and just thrilled that we've had such a nice turnout. The place was packed yesterday, and great racing. Thank the Lord the fog and rain has gone away.
Yeah, it only held us up for about an hour, and I think we're going to catch up and be done by 2 o'clock. John, but this race is going on. Trefford is the man to beat here.
Trefford family racing.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, as we've heard, but I think we must take a few moments out to talk about your WeatherTech IMSA season. It was a great season, lots of manufacturers, and then you finished it all at Road Atlanta about 3 or 4 weeks ago with an absolutely bumper crowd, and that speaks volumes.
I appreciate that, Andrew, and we're really excited about the moment that sports car racing continues to be in, especially endurance sports car racing. You mentioned the manufacturers. We have 18 of them racing with us now. You know, Genesis has announced they're coming, so that'll make it 19.
We've seen I saw on the internet first run of the car.
Yeah, so they had a great test, and you got a IMSA champion like Pipo Durrani who's out there testing with Andre Loderer, so that's special. You mentioned the finale, Motul Petit Le Mans. You're right, absolutely all-time record crowd. In fact, on Saturday, shortly after the race started, we had to stop selling tickets because there was a 3-mile backup both directions on Highway 53. Michelin Raceway is a special place. We announced a 10-year extension with our partners at Michelin. So trying to do everything we can to take care of this moment, and I am doing my best not to screw it up.
Absolutely. But I suppose one of the biggest things when you think about it is the fact that Porsche are pulling out the World Endurance Championship, but America and IMSA is so important to them, they're staying with you, and you've got Ford coming back as well in the top category. Sports car racing has never been as good as this.
Well, when I grew up at Road America and Brainerd and Mid-Ohio and all those tracks watching IMSA with my dad, I thought that time was the golden era, right?
Yeah.
They reference it as that. And I say to myself in this moment, especially in my role, if that was the golden era, then this is the platinum era. Just because, to your point, we've never... I was in a meeting in France a few weeks ago. There were 13 manufacturers around the table for the top category alone. I said, roll the clock back 5 years, we could have got a table for 4 in the restaurant. But now, it's just this incredible moment. Obviously, rules convergence with our partners at the ACO is really important. And speaking of that, and I know the excitement over next year for this event is already building. We announced Ford will be the featured mark of the Classic 24 presented by Mission Foods next year. They're going to celebrate 125 years of Ford racing. They're going to bring back some iconic museum pieces like the 1966 Ford GT40 that won the 24-hour race, among many other things. But we're also going to welcome the 60s endurance group from Peter Auto.
Yeah, well, I've been commentating that all season. They've got some great cars.
Amazing. So Mark and Zoe from the Peter Auto team were here for several days doing a little bit of a site visit. So that collaboration, much like our IMSA ACO collaboration, is really special for the sport. And we've got many visitors and competitors from outside the U.S. racing here and vice versa. They're inviting us to bring NASCAR Classic to Le Mans Classic next year.
That's going to be looking forward to that.
Yeah, so we're really in a neat collaboration with our partners around the world, and just thrilled about the racing. So
yeah, well, we're supposed to just concentrate on the racing a bit. We've got a back end view there of Todd Treffert as he powers around the banking here. This incredible facility. I mean, do you know, John, I came here first in 1972 to a sports car race. It wasn't 24 hours that year.
Yeah, fuel crisis maybe or something. Yeah.
Fuel crisis the year after. So there was 2 years where they didn't have the 24.
Shortened it.
And they had found, I think, a Ferrari 3121. I'm trying to remember who drove it. But
well, Mark Donahue was behind the wheel of one of those.
Yeah, I think we've got a report possibly from the pits, John, so we'll just continue the conversation in a minute. But let's get an interview that we did with the driver a little earlier in the running of this event.
It is the iconic, the 24-hour pro race that's here. Mimicking that here is an honor to be able to participate in this kind of event. Be here with the family, so it's anytime we're together, racing like this. Well, we have both my nephews racing Cup cars, my sister racing a 2.5-liter car, and my dad racing a 1960 Vet. My older father, and still getting after it, which is great. Daytona is special, being the big house that it is. It's probably the fastest that we go anywhere. This car in particular has done well in these classic events, and we're on pace. Not to jinx, but we're on pace to be successful in winning the series in our group with this car. Oh, it is fantastic, right? Especially at Daytona, right? You can just go at it and not have to worry about the power, putting it down, and it just goes. I mean, it is unbelievable. We are racing hard. This is not parade laps by any such means. Yeah, I mean, so I would say the top, 10, 15 guys in a group are within seconds of each other and are pushing hard. We all want to win the race, but at the end of the day, we want to put these back on the trailer the same way they came off. And everybody has a respect for each other generally, but we're still going after it pretty hard. We'll put this on the podium at least, but first place is the goal for sure.
What a brilliant little feature there, and just fitted in exactly the right time. So we've got Todd Treffett on the track there. Now we know more about him, and his dad's racing still in his 80s, So
yeah.
One thing I have to say about that, this is the B category. There was a pair of Brits, so I have to get it in, that could have given a really big battle for the lead, because they're in a totally different car, with a Chevron B36 2-litre sports prototype car, and that's Andy Willis and George McDonald. And they had the same pace here, but in the night they had a gearbox problem. They had a vibration all through the week when they were testing. They couldn't work out what it was. They think that something was broken in the gearbox. So Andy Willis and George McDonald, they're from the Hall & Hall, one of the top preparation companies. They built all those BRMs, so the people that bought that built that V16 BRM from the 1950s from nothing. Terrific guys, wonderful to have them here. And they were driving the car that's owned by George Adelman, of course, and they were going to be competitive, but sadly they had to park it. So, John, just get back then to this. You just talk about your schedule for next year. It's pretty well the same, isn't it?
It is close. I have to go back to your first visit here in 1972. You mentioned the Ferrari 312. So
was it
Mario and Jackie Ickx drove that car. Mark Donahue drove a 512 with Penske Racing, the Sunoco Ferrari. So I wanted to correct myself on that. I thought you said 512. But you're right. For 2026, we're all set. We announced the schedule back in March at the 12 Hours of Sebring. Pretty much the same, but a little twist. The Road America event in August is now a 6-hour, which is part of our Michelin Endurance Championship in the WeatherTech full season championship. So very excited about that. Indianapolis remains on the schedule, but all of the other races are intact. Full grids, we're very excited about that. And before I sign off, I have to thank everybody at Greenlight. They put this broadcast together in relatively short notice, but it's been amazing. I love that Jeff is here with you to bring the HSR full season perspective. You obviously, look at the flames coming out of Treffer's car. That is so special. It's like my old Rotaries and the Mazdas. But grateful to Greenlight, grateful to Mission Foods and Juan and all of our partners on the tire side. The Sasco folks have been mounting tires non-stop for 5 days.
Just about one. I mean, because we were down on the grid at the start of it, 2 o'clock, and I asked him to do gentlemen start the engines, and it's not what he said.
Eat more Mission chips and then start your engines.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had that before. And what a fantastic character. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I can buy those in a supermarket in the UK.
Oh, that's perfect.
If we're having fajitas at home, it's the Mission stuff we have.
It's mandatory at the taco night we have at the Chicane Bistro. Thursday night is Mission Foods taco night.
And I love sponsors that really get involved like that and show their product off. on Saturday they had a big stall down there and they were giving away their chips. Well, do you know what? They were only there now because they'd all gone.
Well, you got the racing chips, and they say too fast, too tasty.
Yeah.
I'm going to make an exit, too fast, too tasty. But
great.
thank you guys so much. We're thrilled to be able to bring this to people around the world. You know, right now there's thousands and thousands around the world watching. From Goodwood YouTube channel to IMSA's YouTube channel to Racer TV. Couldn't be better to spread the history of the sport.
I think even in Eastern Europe they were taking it, but the Goodwood channel is huge. A lot of people watch that.
Yeah.
So yes, hopefully I haven't made too many mistakes and I'll get those letters afterwards. But it's great to have you up here. It's great what you've done with him, Simon. When you took it over, you had quite a hard act to follow. Let's face it, came from a very different job, and absolutely congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a boyhood dream to first be at Mazda. You interviewed me many times when things were going not so well and when they were going well, and to have the opportunity to work for the France family, to lead IMSA, and what Bill France Sr. and John and Peggy Bishop wanted was the best of the best cars, best drivers, best teams, and we're going to continue to try to do that.
Believe it or not, I did a TV commercial once with John Bishop a long time ago at Road Atlanta. And I got paid as much money as I earned in the previous 6 months on the magazine I was working. It's a long story, won't go into it now. I'll tell you one day over dinner.
Well, you guys keep up the good work. Thanks for your work all season, Jeff. And Andrew, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you.
See you at Sebring, John?
There's no doubt I'll be there for Pistons and Props. Alan Jay and his folks are really excited about bringing out some old airplanes to complement the cars.
Yeah.
See you there. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, this is a community HSR. It's so important. It's such a family, and now they're already looking forward to meeting again at Sebring next year. Piston and Props. I've never done that meeting, but I gather it's one that you should put in your diary as we come to the closing 17 minutes of this race, and it's been all about Todd Treffert. I don't know, Jeff. We learned a bit more from seeing that wonderful interview with him.
And that was a great spot they had here with him, and he's usually kind of shy about talking. I've kind of gotten him to open up a little bit on the mic, but he's usually short spoken. But that was a nice interview. And
man of few words, we say.
Man of few words. Yeah.
Unlike us.
Right. They can't get us to be quiet, right?
Anyway.
And we do have another guest that is here in the booth. If you want to bring him up, you want to bring him on up?
Yes, I do.
Nigel Grinsall, come on up. We'll get him set up and have a quick chat with him. Welcome to the booth in Daytona International Speedway.
So, we are talking to Nigel Grinsall from Bath in England, the most prodigious historic racing driver in the world. Nigel races every weekend. Sometimes he seems to race in the middle of the week, and most of the time he's winning. And Nigel, have you just won your 200th race?
So recently at Castlecombe at the Autumn Classic, it was my 200th outright race win, and that was in a Lotus Cortina on that particular occasion.
Now on the circuit at the moment we've got these various Porsches. You haven't raced Porsches that much, have you?
At various times.
Yeah. Well, have you raced everything? You know,
I try to. So this weekend I'm with good friend Ben Curry.
In a Porsche.
In a Porsche, in a 991 Cup car.
Yeah.
So Ben is reasonably new to the sport, came in a couple of years ago, and he's just recovering from a shoulder injury. So it's his first time back on track for 7 months this weekend. So it's been really exciting seeing him back on track, seeing how much he's loving it, and his lap times. He's doing his best ever lap times around Daytona. So we're loving that.
Great. What about this circuit? I mean, as I said, you race every weekend and circuits all over Europe. I think you fly to the States quite regularly as well with a sports prototype, don't you? But what about this track? Oh, it's different. It's different.
Oh, it's one of my all-time favourites. It's so special because I remember as a kid sort of reading about the Daytona 24 Hours and then seeing it on TV and dreaming of coming here. And I was fortunate enough to come in 1997 and do the Daytona 24 Hours, which was my first race in
Trying
America.
to remember who you were with.
That was a UK team called Pro Sport 3000. So they ran a spec series in the UK for 3-litre sports prototypes, equivalent to like a Group C2 car, if you like. and they did an open-top version when the new World Sports Car regulations came in America. So we came over with an open-top version that had done about 5 laps of Mallory Park in the snow.
Mallory Park's the smallest circuit in Britain, by the way, 1.3 miles.
It would fit in the pit lane with Daytona, I think. And we came over and had a lot of fun. I think we finished about 34th or 35th or something like that. But we got to see the checkered flag, and that was the main thing.
So, what about the track conditions now? It has completely dried out. Todd Trefford is powering his way through the second half of the race here towards presumably the overall win.
It looks like it, yeah. It was great to see the rain early on, and I was really excited about that because it adds an extra bit of spice, doesn't it?
Bit of jeopardy. We have got another feature queued up, and let's go down and check out the next story, if we will, and then we'll come back and talk to Nigel a little bit more.
Live coverage of the HSR Daytona Classic 24 Hour is brought to you by Mission Foods, proud to be the official tortilla, wrap, and tortilla chip company of HSR. By Pirelli, power is nothing without control. And by HMS Motorsports, we are the motorsports safety experts.
Yeah, some great sponsors here at Daytona for this 24-hour classic. We're just looking at a Cayman. You must have raced a Cayman, haven't you?
I have, yes, I have indeed. And in fact, I'm signed up to race 2 Porsche Caymans at Road Atlanta in February in a champ car race. We've got a 14-hour race, so I'll be driving 2 cars in a 14-hour race.
How do you do it, Nigel? You're just named up as the go-to guy, isn't it? It's brilliant, but mostly we see you racing with a wonderful man called John Spears, and with his, well, all kinds of different cars. You've got Daytona Cobras, you've got, I can think of all the different cars that you and John race, E-types, and
yes, yeah. I mean, he's got a wonderful collection, and the best part about his collection is he races everything.
Yeah,
he doesn't sit and just look at them.
And Jeff will appreciate this. One of the craziest things you do, he's got 2 listers, which is a 1950s sports car race here because this embraces all the cars since this race started. It's pre that, but Lister Jaguar is a bit like a cheetah, and he's got 2, one with a Jaguar engine and one with a Chevrolet engine, and sometimes you race both of them. John's in one, you're in the other, and halfway through the race you swap over cars and take over the other Lister, which is an extraordinary thing to do. But
It was great, yeah. In fact, they do actually both have Jaguar engines. One's a Lister Nobby, one's a Lister Costed.
Right,
and we do 1-hour races, and there's a 1-minute pit stop. And I just came up with this crazy idea of why don't we run both cars and swap halfway through? So Nicky has to coordinate the pit stops. There's no pit-to-car radio at that point.
At any HSR given event, I can look down the list and I'll see Nigel Greenstall's on almost every panel.
That's right. But Nigel, I mean,
you know that's true.
Nigel, I mean, you know Spring Chicken, you've been racing a long time, but you had a lot of success in historic Formula 1 cars, of course. I think you were the champion for a number. You certainly were in that Boss series that I did years and years ago, I remember.
That's it, yeah. So
Tyrrell, you won a lot of racing in Tyrrell.
That's it, yeah. It was a Tyrrell 022 with a Judd V10 3.5 litre motor. So it was a 1994 Grand Prix car, and I was racing in 1997. So it was very current at that point. And we were looking at like 700 horsepower and 500 kilos. So it was a fabulous bit of kit to drive, and thoroughly enjoyed that.
Was that your favourite? Have you got favourites, or do you just?
It's so tough to say which is the favourite. So one of my favourites is the Riley and Scott. So we've been seeing the Danker car racing here, and I've been fortunate enough to race a number of the Riley and Scott. So those are amazing, and I think it came from being here at Daytona and seeing those Riley and Scotts on the banking. That it's very special.
Yeah, the Riley and Scott is not in the main event, but one of the support events on Saturday, and there was a big surprise there because the guy racing it said James Matthews, and I remembered a long time ago, 25 years earlier, there was a bloke very successful in a Riley and Scott called Jim Matthews. Believe it or not, it's the same guy.
Same person,
Came
yeah.
out of the woodwork. But strange enough, he wasn't racing the car. The car that he used to race was in the paddock for sale, and he was racing an ex-Wayne Taylor one. So anyway, Jim Matthews won 2 races, and Jim had a team with Stefan Johansson at one time. Anyway, that's history. It was great to see him. But are you done for the weekend now? No.
No, not at all. Well, so far this weekend I've been in 9 different cars.
Yes. Half the time you're not on the entry list. Yeah. Confused us a bit. Yeah. So what's coming up?
So we've got the final round of the Group E coming up. So with Ben in the Porsche.
Where are you lying in that?
So I think we're about 15th and about 4th in class, something like that.
Yeah.
Not totally sure, but the prime bit is Ben's loving it and enjoying every lap, and we're getting the car to work well. So that's been good. But I've been out in 2 different LMP3s this weekend as well.
Yeah.
So
so just pointing out that you were with Dave, but you're not with Dave Ward anymore.
So I've been in the Audi. So Dave Ward has got the Audi R8 GT2.
Yeah.
So I've been doing some runs in that. Not so far in the Classic 24, but possibly at the end. Who knows?
Yeah.
I was out in that, and that was fantastic. It's my first time in the GT2 Audi, so it's a spectacular car.
Yeah. How difficult is it to get your head around jumping from a car that's 50 years old, then one that's 10, and backwards, and all these different cars you drive? I mean, nobody, I don't believe there is a single racing driver in the world has driven more different racing cars than you. You're going to be in that top group anyway.
Quite possible. It's been fun this weekend because, as I say, like with the Audi R8 GT2, when Dave asked me to do some testing and provide some feedback on the handling and a reference lap, I jumped in it and sort of straight away, you need to be on the pace.
Yeah.
And then in the prototype challenge race.
Just stop me a second. We've got the pit stops at the moment. The leader is there and being timed. Well, been timed by a proper stopwatch on an iPhone, actually. A digital one, albeit. But yes, so Todd Treffert is in at the moment. He has been dominating this race. But Damon DeSantis and Dave Hinton, who you know, have moved up to second at the moment. Yes, so all that coming up. So is there anything, Nigel, that you'd like to race that you haven't?
Oh, any Ronnie Peterson car.
Ronnie Peterson, yeah.
Ronnie Peterson was like the inspiration for going racing, and fortunately, John Spears has bought one of Ronnie's Formula One cars, the March that he won the Italian Grand Prix with. So I've been out testing that, and but anything like that. I mean, it's as much as anything as the car, it's the team and the people that are around it that make it special.
And when you're not doing all this, then you pay for yourself to go rallying, or does somebody else pay for it?
That's right.
You pay for it yourself.
No, so I do tarmac rallying, and we've got a rally coming up on December 28th.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. So managed to squeeze a rally in between Christmas and New Year.
Yeah, not too much Christmas pudding then. So what is that in an Escort Mark II? Or
no, that's in the Toyota GT86.
Oh, right, okay. Or
the same one that I've been rallying for many years.
All
now.
right.
And we've got a tarmac rally in near.
Yeah.
Very much looking forward to that one.
Yeah. Now, I should add that Nigel has the Motorsport magazine, very important magazine in Europe, been going long, and I think almost any other motoring magazine of its sort. And you have your own column in that where you tell us where you've been. And I don't know. Does your wife Nikki do the travel? Somebody must do it. I don't know how you get to all these places.
No, it's easy enough to organise it and just sort of plan the diary. And it's great because Nikki, we met through racing, and
Nikki was a racer.
She won the Caterham Championship, and her sort of prime job these days is a DJ, which is her true passion.
I didn't know that.
So just as I love racing, Nikki loves DJing.
You guys can't see her right now, but she's down here with a big smile.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Nikki, we might stop talking. Bring some. I'm sure it's all digital these days. You've got vinyl. So is she a vinyl girl?
No.
She's a digital girl.
And her next gig is in Key West, just early in the new year.
What?
So she's done Ibiza and London.
Oh, I'm going to ask the leading question now. Does she get paid more to do DJ than you get paid for racing?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
One day.
You never know.
No. So we're actually at the closing stage. The last couple of laps coming up. Todd Treffert has dominated it. He's going to win the B category and congratulations to him. As I said before, there was the chance that he'd have a big competition from the Chevron B36, the Hall and Hall prepared car owned by the McDonald family, with Andy Willis and George McDonald driving it. I don't know if you know those Hall and Hall guys, you probably do.
I do indeed.
Yeah. Andy's a great racer.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it would have been good to see them have a good run.
That they had something go in the gearbox, but they had a vibration right from the beginning here in that Chevron.
That's a shame. It's great to see Todd doing so well, because I've raced these Porsches and seen how fast he is. He's a really great racer, and he's has a beautiful car as well.
Just explain, he's moved up to the SRO series, the GT America series, and he's had a win already.
Fantastic.
His first year in basically modern racing, which is terrific.
That's fantastic. And I just noticed Damon DeSantis and David Hinter are in fourth at the moment.
Yeah, they had been up and down. They've been battling with Angus Rogers and Kevin Wheeler in that car.
Yeah.
And I mean, David's one of those guys that came over here and made his money racing, like a few people have done in the past. You never thought of coming over to the States and trying to make a career here?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Maybe
one day.
One day. I meant when you were in your 30s.
No, it's wherever the opportunities lie, and I love racing in America because the people are so great, so enthusiastic, and like you listen to John Doonan's interview, and there's someone with real passion.
You feel it coming through, yes.
Yeah, running the series, and that makes such a difference. And we always find when me and Nikki come here, everyone from all the organisation and the staff, they're so welcoming and they're so inclusive, which is so lovely.
Now, just to finish this up, Nigel, I did mention you come here quite regularly because you're involved with an LMP3 car over here, aren't you? What's the story there?
That's right, yeah. So it's a guy called Gary Ball, who I've coached for about 15 years now through Porsche Cup cars and Radicals and so on. But unfortunately, he can't be here this weekend. But it gave me the opportunity to work with Wally and Kevin Owens, father and son, that have got the Visit Florida Corvette DPI car.
Oh yes, you drove it on Wednesday, did you? I saw a picture on the internet of you with it.
Yeah. So that was my first time in one of those. That was fantastic. Love that. And what a lovely family.
The white flags. Do you keep notes of all these cars?
Pretty much, yes. Certainly, me and Nikki are keeping more up to date, like these years. So far this season, I've done 107 races, and we'll have a breakdown of how many cars and stuff like that.
I think we're going to get the checkered flag in a minute. But
fantastic.
I know you're telling me last year. How many wins was it you had last year? Did you do over 100 races last year? Was that what it was?
I did, yeah. This will be the third year in a row I've done over 100 races, so that's
it's phenomenal.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
The Iron Man.
Yeah.
Well,
gotta keep pedaling.
You gotta keep pedaling, yeah. We've got to keep commentating, and we're watching for the checkered flag, and the flag man down there will be reaching for it in just a moment. Trying to see where it is. It's on our screen here, and then quick shot of the 15, the Angus Rogers Kevin Wheeler car, which that went very well also in some of the previous HSR races. But here is the guy who has dominated this race. As I said, could have had some opposition from the Chevron, but that broke its gearbox. So it's been all about the 141 car, Todd Trefford in the Porsche, the 935 baby, as they call it, been spitting flames. So it's great to see that car in the night. And must use an awful lot of fuel as well. So here it is. I wonder if he'll flash his lights at the flag man. Some do, some don't. There he goes. And checkered flag falls, and Todd Trefford not only is the winner of this race, but wins the Group B category here at Daytona Beach in this absolutely marvellous HSR Daytona Classic 24-hour, presented by Mission Foods. So good stuff. When's your next race, Nigel?
So I'm in Group E, and I think we're about sort of it'll probably be about 11:50.
Yeah,
I think.
So we're running about. Well, they're closing it up because they made the race 35 minutes. You're probably aware.
Yeah, it was fun this morning when we did the Group E race between 5 and 5:42.
Were you out when the mist came down?
Yeah, it was fantastic. Because you're going down the back stretch, down towards the bus stop chicane, you just can't see anything at all, and then out of the mist, the little the arrow appears, and then you know you've arrived at the bus stop.
Yeah, well, I had some of that in rallying. I don't know if you know, I had a bit of a rallying career a long time ago. as a co-driver, but yeah, some of those missed. Won a big rally once because of the mist. The Minitex International, Lancia Stratos, and the last stage it became very misty, and they stopped the stage, but all the top cars had gone through. So the question was, if they cancelled the stage, we cancelled the stage, we didn't win. If they kept the stage, because we were fastest on the stage against Russell Brooks with my driver Andy Dawson. Fortunately, after Stewart's inquiry, at 1 o'clock in the morning, they decided they'd give all the blokes that didn't run the stage a notional time, and we were the winners. Biggest motorsport winner of my somewhat meagre career. Anyway, I think
in a Lancia Stratos as well.
And the first time Lancia Stratos, the checkered flag car, first time ever won a gravel rally too.
Fantastic.
Yeah, well, you didn't know that. Now, there we are. I think it's time to take a commercial break as we're in between races.
At Michelin, we don't just race for medals. We race to test, to learn, to find answers, to discover innovative ways. We race to take on challenges, to overcome technology limits, to improve the way we all move, to make possible what is not. No, at Michelin, we do not race just for glory. We race for change.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I'll make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Yeah, so I did mention that in that race that Todd Trefford had it a little bit easier because the Chevron of Willis and McDonald didn't start after their gearbox problems. But what I didn't say was Alan Rueda, who we'd seen in the previous race in that Cobra, should have been this in a Chevrolet Camaro IMSA car from 1982. He didn't take the start, and I'm not sure of the reason for that. So the overall order then is Todd Trefford, and then second Angus Rogers, Kevin Wheeler, and in third place, and you'll be pleased with this, Damon DeSantis and the man who founded the HSR, David Hinton. So that was your top three. So we wait for the next run group to come through, and it's all pretty slick here, isn't it? I like it here, Nigel, that the pre-grid, they don't mess about. You know, they get on with it, and you know the race finishes and the cars are out in a few seconds and off we go again.
Well, that's all down to Frank Thompson down in the pre-grid.
Frank, I don't know. It's a good name check for Frank. He's the key man down there.
Frank Thompson is the superstar, and he's fueled by lattes that Nicky brings him every morning.
I wish I was. So I think we can go back down into the paddock area we're just talking about and get our very next report.
Our next group winner, Todd Trefford, what an amazing effort in a pretty incredible car as well. When you talk about the rigors of endurance racing, sometimes you benefit from misfortune of those ahead of you, but you still have to walk through the door and seal the deal, and that was kind of your story today.
Indeed. Unfortunately, the Camaro didn't show up to the grid. I think that would have been the big battle today. The conditions were more tricky than I thought they were going to be, actually. It's fairly damp and still wet in spots, so difficult. And if I'd been being pushed, it would have been scary.
Well, looking down at your race car, those are Goodyear slicks, not wet weather tires. We know there's no rain right now, but it is drying. How treacherous was it out there?
It really was, actually, especially through the bus stop. I mean, there's full puddles everywhere through there. There's a lane. It took me a while to figure it out, and it took a while for the heat to come into the tires. But, yeah, fortunately, nobody pushing, so we were able to make it work.
We got the job done with quite a margin as well. Congratulations on a third win of the season in 4 attempts as well. Just talk about how much momentum you've gained in the second half of the season.
Well, yeah, it's interesting how they do the grouping and who shows up for a weekend. So you never know what you're going to get. The one loss we had was at Watkins Glen against Modern Caymans. So I don't feel bad about that loss. ABS and traction control, which we don't have, but it was a long season in terms of the 4 races that we had. It was nice to be able to put it together and keep the car running the whole time.
Well, Todd, congratulations. I'll let you go get your BRM chronograph. Congrats.
Thank you very much indeed. Next car's coming out. This is Mark Drain, who I thought in this next category, we're coming to the CD now. He was one of the people we expected to be winning, but he had a problem in the night, did Mark, so he's shown in 8th place overall. I think he might make some places up. Mark's in the pharmaceutical industry back in the UK. He's got a string of racing cars, very successful in Lotus Cortinas, Lotus Elan. This is a car that we see now, this Courage C65 from 21 years ago that raced at Le Mans back then. Did not actually finish the race, was driven by primarily a man called Sam Hancock. Sam's a professional racer, also a big dealer in racing cars these days. Has been around for 20 years, excellent racer, and also a very good co-commentator, I have to say. There, another iconic Le Mans car there. You just saw Dr. Mike Smith in his Porsche 935 K3. This is one of the Kramer cars, all with the carbon fibre bodywork. So we got sport prototypes and GTs that raced at Le Mans in this period. And there it goes up on the banking. So as that car goes round, we can go back to the paddock, and Jonathan's down there with Preston Brown, who's driving a very special motor car.
Preston Brown in one of the 962s here in Group C, a more recent acquisition for you and Dennis DuPont. How's it been in your first 24 Classic in this car?
Well, it's really been a great week for us here. You know, we're just coming off the IMSA Season Pilot Challenge, and being able to come down here and do the HSR 24 at Daytona has been really great. I mean, first time with this car here, so it's been a learning experience for us. We had maybe some slight issues with the gearbox temps overnight, and obviously it's wet today. So we're gonna go out, we're gonna do a little bit of an exploratory lap. Everybody wants to see the car. I want everybody to be able to experience it. We're gonna be careful though. If it's a little sketchy, we're probably gonna park it. But I mean, what a time it's been. It's been wonderful.
Well, it's been fun to watch. Talk for a second about your teammate Dennis DuPont and that pairing, because obviously no shortage of seat time shared between the two of you. You mentioned the Pilot Challenge partnership. How much has that helped, and how much confidence does that give you, knowing that that's already a known quantity, even if it is a new car?
Well, Denny and I have been together. We've known each other for about 4 years now. He's been my driver coach and co-driver, and it's been great. I think we work really well together. I think we understand each other. He's definitely helped make me a faster driver, I mean, being able to have him in the car with me this weekend has been really, really useful.
Well, thanks so much for bringing such an awesome and iconic car, this beautiful Porsche 962 here to the Classic 24. Best of luck out there. We look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, one of the great racing cars, Porsche 962. That particular car didn't have really much of a Le Mans history, mainly a history in the German touring, or the German sports car championship back then, where it was driven by the great Hans Stuck, big name in sports car racing. But wonderful to see a 962. A few years ago now, must have been about 7 or 8 years ago, Derek Bell, one of the star men from Le Mans in a Porsche 962, came here and had his last ever race. Here's another car with a Le Mans history though. This is a Dodge Viper that is driven by Florent Moulin from the Arts and Revs organization from Luxembourg. And this is a Viper from 2000 that was a full factory car developed by the Oracle organization. That was raced primarily by a guy called Tommy Archer, very fine American racing driver. So the Porsche is out there. That interview was just pre-recorded just a few moments before he went out, so I was a bit worried because I thought the car down, why aren't they out circulating on the warm-up lap? But no, this car's been unusual. The back treatment on the rear deck is not the normal one. Quite a few cars, particularly ones that had in America had the Andial engines. They had that layout on the rear deck there. And Jägermeister, the sponsor, big German sponsor, the herbal drink they call the hair of the dog. So I think the interest here will be to see how far Mark Drain can come through in the Garage C65 P2 prototype there, not a P1, and say Mark's experienced driver and being quick in this car, and in an earlier race, you know, he was dicing wheel to wheel with Florent Moulin, so two very different sorts of cars, but from exactly the same era, probably raced at Le Mans on the same track in the same year. So there is the Viper. Florent has been another huge supporter of this race meeting here at Daytona, and this Art and Revs organisation. They're also involved with preparing the cars of Jared Lopez. So lights are out and the pace car is going to peel off in just a second. The HSR pace car, there it comes in, and definitely getting the jump is the Viper, but right there is Ben Hendrick and Steve Cheatham. We've got a Ferrari in the midst of it as well, the yellow one, and that is Kenneth Marlin and John Fatigati in their Porsche 360 Challenge car. And there is the wonderful Jägermeister Porsche 962, one of the all-time classic racing cars. I won't go through all the details of them, but there are books about these cars. Mark's already passed the car, and in fact Preston just gave him plenty of room to go through. But later they have a space frame chassis, but later on there were versions with the carbon fibre chassis, and there's some cars that are slightly a halfway house. But big rear wing, the unusual treatment to the rear deck, and Preston said he might park it. I think it'll be how he feels, really, Jeff, don't you? I mean, you know, he's just wanted to show it off to the people. I mean, it was wonderful. It's 6 years ago, I think, when Derek drove that car here. And I think it was the last ever race, I think. But I got some great pictures and an interview that day. But here is Mark Drain, and the man's been racing all season with we heard John Doonan mention the collaboration between this organisation and Peter Auto, which is very much tied up with Le Mans as well. And Mark has been racing in the Peter Auto Le Mans series all through the year, and a number of different cars. Yes, go on.
I'm sorry, Andrew. You see them there coming through the chicane, Le Mans chicane. Still wet out there. You saw some puddles out there in that area. They took the grass out of that area about a year, maybe 2 years ago. It's not been very long ago. And they just paved everything. Some of the drivers were complaining about it. Some drivers actually like it. We were talking to the driver earlier.
Yeah, young Evan, yes.
Evan, and
he didn't like it. He liked the grass.
He liked the grass, right. So, and he said the rumble strips out there and the curbing is pretty rough on the car sometimes. So, but there were some incidents that happened out there because of the grass. Some drivers like it, some drivers don't. Now it's all paved out there. They have some tire barriers out there that kind of define that chicane. If you miss it, you're going to end up in the tire barriers. We've seen that a few times this weekend already.
So Mark Drain already up to second place here. And he's got to get a good result for the overall from the 4 runs. So we'll have to do a few calculations with that. But Mark Drain has now got to try and catch Florent Moulin. And that is easier said than done, because Moulin is setting a great pace, but we're naturally just focusing on the 962 being demonstrated out here, but also having a good little battle on the brakes with the Cup car there. And that's Steve Cheatham.
Cheatham and number 43 getting by. Underneath there's a head up onto the banking.
Well, I suggest on the bank here, the 962 will absolutely fly by. Porsche 962s, of course, well, it didn't as it happens, but he's just taking it easy with that. Porsche 962's huge amounts of success at Le Mans and of course here at Daytona.
They're still just getting warmed up. They were only 2 laps into it. They had some great shots here on the Greenlight TV broadcast. A little bit of a wiggle there by the Jägermeister 962 as he came out of turn 3 up on the banks. The car kind of snapped just a little bit. But still has the advantage over the 43 car now as they come down into turn number 1. Traffic in front of them as well is now making a left hand. They're basically the first horseshoe, turn number 1, then they'll head to the turn 3 area. A little bit of a kink there at turn number 2. They're right behind the number 22 car. We'll see if that Jägermeister car, number 75, can get by Preston Brown. Dennis DuPont now gets by on the right side. 22 car moves over just a bit. They head towards the 3rd West Horseshoe, as we call it here at Daytona International Speedway. What a great shot, beautiful car right there.
So Porsche 962s, I said they had success here. First win for 962 was 1985. Great drivers: AJ Foyt, Bob Wallach, AJ Unser. Sorry, what was I talking about? AJ Foyt, Bob Unser, Alan Unser, Thierry Boutsen. Foyt, Wallach, Unser, and Boutsen won in the Preston Hens car that year. Following year, it was Al Holbert, Derek Bell, and Al Unser in the Lowenbrow car. And that was the car that Derek raced here just a few years ago. And that same car, run by Holbert Racing, won again in 1987 with the Holbert Bell. At that time, Al Unser Jr. and Chip Robinson. Then we had, after that here, we had a Jaguar period. And then we went back to a Porsche win in 1989. Derek Bell again with John Andretti and Bob Wallach. And 91, yeah, and another Porsche 962 win. That year, Hurley Hayward, the late John Winter, Frank Jelinski, Pescarolo, and Bob Wallach. And then we went to a period where the race was won by Nissans and Eagles and Toyota. And then finally in 1995, we had another Porsche victory, which was kind of an open-top version of a 962, built by the Kramer brothers, but on the basis of a 962. And that win was Jürgen Lassig, Christophe Bouchou, Lavaggi, and Marco Werner. And that was the start of Marco Werner's great career.
We're seeing the Viper right there on the screen. We're 4 laps into it now in the number 92 2000 Dodge Viper GT SR. Just turning the fastest lap to race so far. We're only just 4 laps into it, so early on yet. There's the Ferrari. Of Ken Marlin and John Fatigati. They're currently shown down in the 7th position. Got a few Ferraris out here this weekend at Daytona for the HSR Daytona Classic 24-hour presented by Mission Foods. 11th running of this show. First running of this particular event was in 2014. It was so popular, it was originally scheduled to be every other year. In 2014, it turned out to be so popular that they went ahead and ran it in 15 as well. 2016, they took a break. They picked back up with it in 2017 and have been running every year since then. And each year it grows bigger and bigger. It's certainly great to see all the fans out here at Daytona for the Daytona Classic 24-hour presented by Mission Foods. Thank you for being here. Good shot of the Ferrari still. Up on the banking in Speedway 3 and 4. So they have to transition off the banking down into the turn 1 area. It heads into the road course, the infield part of the track. And it's kind of tight, a little bit of a kink there, right there. It kind of bending around to the right, and then a kink back to the left, and then hard on the brakes in turn number 3 is right in the middle of the track there, International Horseshoe. Nobody challenging right at the moment. Holding on to that 7th position. Kurt Wenninger, that was for Milan, the 92 car over Mark Drain, and the 31 Preston Brown wins 3rd. With Dennis DuPont and the number 75 car, 43 Steve Cheatham. Ben Hedrick currently running 5th, Cody Forbes. Then the Ken Marlin car right there as we see on the screen.
Yeah, Moulin, it's another guy that's really supported this meeting over the years and had his successes here, but this could be a big day for him in that Viper. I mentioned yesterday when we were on the PA, Jeff, that he's got 2 or 3 of these Vipers. Anything he races is for sale, and he's got quite a few cars for sale. I think he's got a couple of Riley and Scotts as well. But anyway, he has another one which was raced by great world champion Frenchman Alain Prost. There's Mark Drain we see down in the pit there.
What is it they say, that anything's for sale if the money's right?
Absolutely, yeah.
You come up with enough money, I'm sure that anything could be for sale.
Yeah.
So as you said, we saw Mark Drain there on pit lane. There's the number 26 car. Preston Brown, Cody Forbes, Mike Skeen goes back in 5th position.
Yeah, that's a pretty early pit stop. And Mark Drain, as they got it up to 2nd. I just wonder if this is tactical or something else. And maybe Jonathan could get down there and check it out, because I think it's coming rather earlier than I expected, so I think they might have a problem. And it would be nice to hear from Mark as well, if he sadly has to climb out of the car. I think he is out of the car, actually.
Several cars on pit lane now, conducting pit stops as we watch the 26 car circulate. So yeah, a little bit early.
Yeah, maybe we can just get a tight shot in the pits of that Mark Drain car. I think I did see him climb out of the car, just looking out of the commentary box window rather than the monitor. There's the 26 good shots of I think Mike Skeen we had up in the box earlier on, driving with Cody Forbes. There. So I was wrong. There is Mark Drain in the car, and with the sponsorship. La Sarthe is the area of France where the Le Mans track is, and the department, the county, if you will, does sponsor cars out of the Le Mans 24-hour race because a huge influx of money. They're promoting the region, and got a beautiful rivers running through it, and so on. Not a wine district, Le Mans. You have to go a bit south to get decent wine.
Preston being there in that 26 car.
Running 9th, shown 9th is Mike Smith, Dr. Mike Smith, who has been a doctor to this series and other series, a great friend of Daytona. We had a marvellous story yesterday that when Mike was, I think he was a teenager, he was involved in a maintenance crew here, and one of his jobs was to check the seats and whether they were okay, because back then they were made of wood. Here's that marvellous Viper. Remember, we had the battles one year, a couple of years, with the Chrysler Corporation and GM going head to head. GM obviously with the Corvette and with these Vipers, and Justin Bell, Derek Sunnicus, one of the members of the team that drove the Dodge Vipers, and they did manage to beat the Corvettes certainly one year. But this is the car that was raced in period by Tommy Archer, great name from 20 years ago in American sports car racing, touring car racing too. So here we are. We had John Doonan up in the box, but we also recorded a very interesting feature with him a little earlier. So let's have a little listen to that in the next couple of moments.
There's no doubt that sports car racing, endurance sports car racing, and even vintage historic sports car racing is in a moment. And for sure, my hairs on my arms go up when I come through the tunnel here at Daytona International Speedway. Not just for what's going to happen today, but what has happened before us, in the case of HSR, historic sports car racing, and what we're doing on the IMSA side in modern day sports car racing. And for me, as a little boy that grew up at the track, I still come at it from the perspective of the little boy that was on the other side of the fence, dreaming to be part of the action. For me, what we're doing in HSR is a celebration of the over 50 years of IMSA history. What HSR is doing is celebrating the sights and sounds of sports car racing and even NASCAR racing, NASCAR Classic. And so it's a perfect blend of what happened over the last 50 years of our sport of IMSA, but also what we're trying to do going forward. So I do that from the perspective of a little boy that grew up at the racetrack with a grandfather and a dad that raced. And each and every weekend at HSR, we're spending time celebrating the sights and sounds, the heroes, the drivers, the cars that were the stars for many decades. We have an amazing staff at HSR that, since its founding in 1977, have come to the racetrack a lot of times as fans of the sport that now get to execute events, a professional event, and also give a fan experience, because I thought also we need to remember who came before us, who blazed the trail, whether it was the cars and the technology of the cars, which has evolved over the years, the safety features of cars that has evolved over the years. But they are an incredible group of passionate individuals that choose to do this in their spare time in some cases, and some of them full time. So it takes a lot to put on a 24-hour event, but I know I've got the best in the business doing it. Classic 24 at Daytona is the heart and soul of the individuals that established HSR. Obviously, David Hinton is a critical part of that, who stays on our board now. George Tuma, the Simpson family, the late Jim Pace. It was their spirit of wanting to emulate what has happened at the Le Mans Classic in France. And if you break it down, Bill France Sr. and John and Peggy Bishop, when they established IMSA, and when Bill France Sr. did the first Daytona Continental race here in 1962, they wanted the best of the best drivers from around the world, the best cars from around the world, the best manufacturers, and the best race teams. And so now we're celebrating that, all the history. So when I do arrive at Daytona International Speedway or Sebring International Raceway, it reminds me of the individuals that wrote the history books, and now we're just here to give them homage, to pay homage to them, and to educate the fans coming, about look how far the sport has come. And for me, that's a real blessed opportunity for us to be able to do that. The key word is passion. So no matter what your favorite automotive brand is, what language you speak, what country you're from, what major corporation you represent, when they come here, they're a racer, a fellow racer, or a fellow race fan, and they're speaking the same language of passion that they comes from the heart. And that to me is the spirit of why we do this. That's why we give the fans an up close and personal experience to get up right next to the cars, meet the drivers that are now caretakers of these pieces of artwork from history. And for me, what we do here at the Classic 24 is almost like the movie Night at the Museum, when all the artifacts and the prehistoric characters and the animals come alive. That's what we're doing here this weekend at the HSR Classic 24. That's what our partners at Mission Foods and all the tire makers, we're celebrating what came before us, and everything comes alive. So it's really IMSA's rolling museum. That's what HSR is doing, NASCAR's museum.
Yeah, such an enthusiast, John Doonan, as he mentioned in the interview when he was up in the booth, masterminded Mazda's racing efforts for many years with success. Took some interesting paths at one stage with the diesel engine prototypes a bit before their time, perhaps. So lovely BMW coming through here. Mark Train now charging back up the field. The 935, the Kramer K3 car, they're in the pits. This carbon fiber bodywork, that was a separate, it wasn't a Porsche development, that was done privately by the Kramer team, and obviously lighter, and those K3s, real beasts actually. Porsche 935 like that. Another car which won this race. So lots of activity down in the pits, and pits reporter is there. So let's go back down to Jonathan. Doing a great job, mate. Thank you very much. Down to you, Jonathan.
Well, thank you, Andrew. One of the pit stops down here was the number 15 360 Ferrari Challenge car. John Fantagatti, you watched your teammate had a little bit of an issue with the left front. You were saying it was a little bit of a vibration. Talk me through what the issue was and did you fix it?
Yeah, well, hopefully it's good, and we'll see. We had an issue last night in the 4 a.m. session, and the spindle nut was coming loose a little bit, and so we were getting some vibration. Basically what happens is that the hub sort of pushes the pads out, so when you hit the brakes, you've got this real uncomfortable lag. Around here is not nice to be uncomfortable. So,
well, you were in the car for that 4 a.m. session. And here's the car back in pit lane. It looks like as the car might go back up on the jacks, does it look like maybe that vibration might still be an issue?
Yeah, it looks like it might be, unfortunately. So we'll have to see in a minute when they get the wheel off, but hopefully it's not going to be a session-ending thing. So we were on track for the podium, so a shame.
Shame. What has Kenneth been reporting from the car that to your knowledge?
I don't have a radio, so we'll see what happens. But.
Well, thank you, John. Best of luck. It looks like the front left is coming off. They're going to give it a once-over, guys, and hopefully the number 15 can get back out.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. He's hoping for a podium. Mark Train, meanwhile, in the Courage. Courage, a car built by a man called Yves Courage. His outfit later taken over by Pescarolo, later became another organisation altogether, but based in Le Mans. The cars originally were actually called Cougars, so it was Yves Courage with his Cougars, but then they just decided to go with the family name. Built a lot of racing cars, and said this is basically a P2 car, and it's got an AER engine in, which might not mean much to a lot of people, but an AER is engine manufacturer who, in fact, John Doonan would know well because they developed a lot of the engines for Mazda back 10 years ago. Nice shots here of the 26. This is the Cody Forbes Mike Skeen car.
Watching the 96A car there come through. The infield turns are heading into turn number 6 right now. And we'll head up onto the banking and turn NASCAR turn 1. Speed bridge runs Carl Otradovic in the 2008 BMW E92 M3 has that multi-color wrap on it.
It certainly has, but we can get back down into the pits because Jonathan working really hard there. Let's hear his latest report.
Well, part of the most recent round of pit stops was the number 92 Viper. Florent Moulin, who was aboard that car, has made his way back out. A successful stop. Thumbs up from the Iconic Racing crew as he's on track for a win at the moment. A fun little bit of history about that Viper GTSR. It's returned to the Daytona International Speedway after a 5th place finish in the Rolex 24, now trying to take home a BRM chronograph and a group win here at the Classic 24, Andrew.
Certainly is, yes. I'd forgotten its history here. I say the car with history at Le Mans and in various big sports car races. So, in the lead at the moment is Ben Hendricks in the 997 GT3 Cup cars. We heard earlier in the day that different configurations with these cars. There you see the flames coming on the back out of the turbocharged. It's a turbocharged engine, that AER. And turbocharged engines tend to throw more flames than the naturally aspirated. Car up on the banking. And there goes Mark Drain.
Car just out of the pits a moment ago and circulating around through the infield. It's down through the, a little bit of a wiggle there by the 31 as he heads up onto the banking. That was through the turn 6 area. 6 on the infield. 6 on the infield heads up onto Speedway 1 and 2. And now through the Le Mans chicane, that's turn 7 here on the infield, part of the infield track, back up onto the proper speedway and back up to speed. Top speed, I should say.
Yeah, Mark Drain here has been started his career 20 years ago racing in the Caterham Academy in the UK and transitioned from that into much more, I'd say serious but international race cars. Quite quickly had some decent success. He started with one of the road sport cars and then moved up into the faster 420 R Caterhams. And I think his organisation is called Spectrum Medical, if I remember correctly.
And leaders working out into turn number 5. They have some traffic in front of them. Traffic moves over to the left. And your leader, Florent Moulin and Mark Drain, they get by with no issue there and heading towards server 6 now. So it was a second and a half separating these two cars last time across the track. A little bit less than that now as they come up onto the banking.
I mean, he's had a phenomenal drive, hasn't he, through the field? I mean, we saw him racing wheel to wheel with the Viper in the first race yesterday, which wasn't televised. And I'm a bit surprised he's made up that gap because I thought he'd find it difficult, but he's really pushing hard now. is the boss of Spectrum Medical, and right behind that Dodge Viper, which Mullah has been driving for a number of years. He knows the car well, but then Drains also raced this Cougar for some period of time. As we see in the background, the various hotels there are so close to Daytona. It's great to come to a racetrack and have your hotel a minute away. It really does make life a little bit easier. So Florent Mullah with Mark Drain chasing him down. Just the 4 minutes remaining, so it's be interesting to see whether he can find a way by, but Mark will do absolutely everything he can. I don't think it'll make any difference to the overall result, because I think that will go through the consistency in the earlier races to Mullah. But sure, Mark Drain, I believe, had an issue with the car in the night, which cost him a bit of time. But Mark pushing hard. He's got a couple of laps to do this. He's going to do it. He's got to try now. And I just saw him trying to get down the inside. And Mark Drain gets alongside the Viper. And is he going to outbrake him? Yes, he is. Can he turn in? No, he can't. But yes, he makes it stick. Just managed to get past the Arts and Revs boss as they go up onto the banking there. Let's see how they are. We've got the great big V10 engine in the Viper against the turbocharged motor, which I think is probably 2 litres or so. And yeah, that's it. You see, there is the power of that Chrysler V10, which also a motor you can buy in a Dodge Ram Chuck, I think. But anyway, that's the power showing as they go through the chicane. And now Mark's got to think about where he can get by again, and maybe he can get by going back onto the banking next lap, but then of course the Viper will blast past him again. So anyway, it's a great battle, these two red cars, two different sort of configurations. The open top sports prototype C2 car with its turbo engine, and then the great big V10 motor of the Viper. Forgotten now how many litres, 6 litres I think, if I recall. These cars that raced at Le Mans had success here, as we heard. This particular car had success here at Daytona.
We're talking about getting that same engine in the truck, so basically have a Viper truck, so to speak. And
yeah,
I think they've been very, very popular.
Yeah, I think you need to visit the gas station pretty regularly with that V10 motor. But here we are. Let's see what Drain can do now. He's having to think about it. It's just 3 or 4 car lengths back, and the Viper can't afford to make a mistake in that. This ex-factory car, and Drain, you see, getting closer up there, but probably losing a bit of aero grip as tries. He's having a look, and a terrific battle then in this Group C and D. Group C is a mini group. There's only 2 of them in that category, but here they go on the banking again. This time Drain wasn't able to get on the inside of the Viper and pass it, so now the gap will widen a little bit until they get all the way down to the bus stop chicane. And then I suspect that Drain's braking is a little bit better. It's a lighter car. He'll close up, but I don't think he's got any chance, no chance of getting down there. And I'm just waiting to see if we got 1 minute 14. I think this will be the penultimate lap, and I think they'll get one more lap in. Mark Drain will have one more chance of trying to get past the Viper, but then will he be able to hold it off? Let's find out. Let's watch this. There's another slower car going through. Actually, it's a marvellous Jägermeister Porsche 962 being demonstrated here, but
we are at white flag waving now. They were showing the blue flag to that other car that was just in front of them. And then the starter pulls out the white flag now under the final lap here for the Group CD.
Mark Drain held up there by the 962. Chance of victory has gone. That was just in the wrong place that he met that 962, and he had to check up a little bit. And meanwhile, here he goes, and he'll have to be content with second place overall and second place in Group CD over the 24 hours. But I think he'll be pleased with that. And Ben Hendrick, let's give him a mention in the GT3 Cup car. and then Mike Skeen, who was a great guest here at the start of the broadcast back at 8 o'clock this morning here Florida time. And they're running in 4th place. Got Cody Forbes, Mike Skeen, and then Steve Cheatham, and then Preston Brown said he might just park it. He just wanted the fans to see the car, but he has gone the whole distance with it, and he will take a nice 6th place there. But Mark Train, yeah, he hasn't given up yet. He's closed up on the Viper again. Is there any chance that he can get through now? I doubt it. Into the bus stop chicane, they go back up onto the speedway then, round NASCAR 3, round NASCAR 4, and heading down towards the checkered flag, and already that is being readied for them in the right hand of our flagman. He's still waving the white flag to other cars which are coming through. They go through, and then the checkered flag comes out, and a victory there from the man based in Luxembourg, the Duchy of Luxembourg, Florent Moulin from the Art and Revs organisation, and Mark Train right behind him, Ben Hendrick, a long way back in 3rd place. But a terrific and spirited battle between those two racers, both from Europe. So enjoyed that. Look forward to hearing from them on the podium, of course, a little later.
That was Mike Smith just in front of them as they came up to the checkered flag.
Yeah.
So the flagman had to do a quick change there, showing the white flag to Mike Smith, and then checker quickly to Florent Moulin and Mark Train.
Yeah, he had one flag in one hand and one flag in the other. He's a dexterous chap, he is. Up there, we had his name yesterday, didn't we? I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was a Mike, was he? Anyway,
I believe it was.
Yeah.
I'll check on that again.
Yeah, well, he needs a name check because it, it's a lonely place up there. Earlier on, they had 2 people on the stand, but now just a regular flagman. And of course, the enormity of organising this race over 24 hours. So we're able to get back down to Jonathan for another report. Go for it, Jonathan.
Thanks, Andrew. We've been talking about the BRM chronographs all broadcasts long. Figured we might as well show you what's on offer if you have a group win here at the Classic 24 at Daytona. This stunning timepiece from BRM, who's not only one of the sponsors of this event, but also give a pretty unique trophy to go along with some of the actual metal hardware that you take home if you take home a group win. So Florent Moulin will be taking home this BRM in just a moment, but what a better way to get a look at an absolutely stunning timepiece from BRM. There's quite a lot of heft to this thing. It would look absolutely stunning in a trophy case on a desk, but either way, it's the winner's choice to decide what to do with it. But huge thanks to BRM for providing a pretty special chronograph timepiece. It's got the HSR logo in there and all. Something pretty unique here for taking a group win at the Classic 24.
Yeah, BRM watches, they are made in France. It's a French company, and one of their men's over here. We've got a cabinet in the driver club where you can see that we've got a brand new model out, which is based on, we've seen the Martini colours here this weekend. We talked about the Martini colours, and now the watches, which the watch is a very colourful watch. It's not your traditional white or black face. It's got a coloured face. But now we're going to catch up with some highlights from this excellent Group C D race. And what a battle it was. I mean, one of the joys of this was to see the Jägermeister Porsche 962 out there. That Ferrari, we talked to his driver. But it was all about this Dodge Viper driven by Florent Moulin, the ex-factory car, the car that's seen good service here at Daytona. At Le Mans we had some pretty stunning colour schemes as well in the Carl Otradevec BMW. Then we had this one brief pass by Mark Train. He just put his nose in front for a second, but on the banking, the power of the V10 really told, and it's Moulin who took the win. So there we are. I guess we'll see the guys on the podium in a minute, and Jonathan will catch up with them. And good work here to work out the overall. So we reckon Moulin the overall winner, Hendrick taking the GT2 class, Steve Cheatham taking the GT3 class, Preston Brown in that lovely Porsche. Preston Brown, Dennis Dupont, they did take a class victory. There are quite a lot of classes here. Mike Train, he did win the prototype section, and then Mike Smith, he won the CGT1 category. So that was the way it finished, and the one missing car, of course, and we haven't found out why, was the Vincent Barletta Robbie Foley BMW Z4, which going into this race on the cumulative was in second place overall. They didn't come out onto the grid. Maybe Jonathan can find that out, but that was a little bit of a problem. So I promised you the winner, and I keep my promises because we can go right down there and hear from Florent Moulin, driver of the marvellous Dodge Viper.
Well, I'm down in victory lane, Florent Moulin. You had your mirrors full in the end. You took the group win, but I want to hear what those closing laps were like. You said to me right before you went on air, you're exhausted. Talk me through the end of your race.
Daytona 24 Classics is 42-minute segments. At the start of race 4, we have tons of tenths of second, 10 seconds of many seconds, maybe 1 minute or maybe more. I know I could create 1:30, and since the Courage DNF at one race, I thought it was great to push till the end. I knew he would come back, and I knew I was faster on straight. So I think everyone's seen the broadcast, and the last laps it was pretty hot. So with the Courage faster in the infield and the Viper faster on the banking. This is an amazing time for me. I am a Viper fan, and 25 years ago, these cars won 24 hours overall, and it looks like 20 years later, we repeat the history. We win in front of the GTs and for sure on the prototypes, and so that's a good achievement for us, for my efforts with the Vipers in so long time, with GT Sour Heritage, my company who takes care about them, rebuild them, service them. So it's a great achievement. It's a great day today.
Well, congratulations. I'll let you celebrate continuing Dodge's legacy and the Vipers' history of success here at Daytona. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good day for iconic racing. But now we can go straight to a feature just before this race gets underway with Gil West. Let's hear from Gil.
Boy, cars, right? I'm a gearhead. Grew up at my dad's auto parts store in the 60s and 70s. Around cars all my life. Hooked on motorsports. Never thought I'd ever get in a race car, and yet here we are. Daytona's so special, you know, I mean, it is the center of racing, you know, really in the U.S. and certainly for endurance racing. So to be a part of that, you know, it's so much fun. One rule at Daytona is you should bring two cars because you never know about finishing. So I've got two cars. I've got one that's it's a 2012 Brumos Cup car, GT3 Cup car Porsche. And then I've got a GT3R Porsche that came from Asia, finished second in the championship. And most notably, it was the pole sitter at Bathurst, the first Porsche ever to sit on the pole at Bathurst, which is an iconic race. And it's got a little bit of Hertz gold in it too, so love it. I'm a hardcore gearhead, I always will be. The best part of being at Hertz is I probably bought more cars than anybody on the planet. Your work can be all consuming, but out here, especially in the race car, you can't focus on anything else. And to me, it's such a relief to be able to do that, you know, and tune everything else out but the car and racing, so I love it. There's a great collection of cars, you know, there's old stuff, newer stuff. You have to be at least 5 years old to race in the events. There's some great histories of the cars out here. Some have won championships, Le Mans, Daytona, Sebring, and they're out here racing. And so there's old pros that are out here that were racing when I was a kid that you're out on track with, racing against, in cars that you saw race as a kid. For me, it's just fabulous. HSR is awesome, you know, and I think without it, none of this would be possible. And they keep up in their game, you know, now as part of IMSA, the access to the best tracks in the world is so professional, and they're really supportive because you've got a complete range of drivers here. You've got, you know, kids that are 16, 17, 18 years old. You've got folks, you know, as part of our team that are 80 years old, everybody in between, pros, amateurs. So the mix is really varied, but you know, they treat every one of us like professionals. So this to me is like the pinnacle in the U.S. for racing.
Well, there we are. Excellent report from Gil West. And what he didn't mention, of course, is they are the major sponsors of the Cadillac factory team, which races at Le Mans and races in the World Endurance Championship. The factory team of Cadillac now, these days run by the Jota organisation from Kent in Britain. Actually, the Jota team run by Sam Hignett is actually based just 5 miles from my home. So pay them a visit one of these days. But what Gil didn't say is having a great weekend because he's sharing his Porsche with professional driver Owen Trinkler, and in the 911 car they go into this, I believe, in the lead of the section from Corey Friedman, and then the Peter Toombs, John Manship, Lonnie Pecknick car, and Johannes Overbeek. As I was coming out of the hotel this morning at 6 o'clock, I saw Johannes coming into the hotel to grab a little of sleep before he did this race. So he's looking forward to that drive with Colin Doherty. But Owen Trinkler, I think, will take the car from the start. I'm not sure if Gil will actually get into it. Probably will. We'll find that out later. But Owen Trinkler, talented driver, has been very successful in the Michelin Pilot Series, and a couple of years ago had a big accident which really halted his career. We've got a couple of cars in here from the Turner Motorsport team who run the semi-factory BMWs in the GTD category of the WeatherTech series, of course, and we can go on board with this car here. On board. And just look at the speed, braking down there, right down to under 52 miles an hour. And then be interested to see what's at the top speed. We have top speeds here in the prototypes, so you'll see, saw right at the beginning of the show when the Daytona prototypes, the hypercars, we'll see them up to almost 200 miles an hour here on the Daytona banking. So 100 is building and building, look, 150 coming up. 160 an hour. When they hit the brakes, what sort of speed is it? Look at that, perhaps. He found 170 right down there, lost at G, forcing the driver back into his seat as he bounces it through the chicane. A bit of action, a very close action there between the 51 and the 105. And 105 is Stephen Jackson Dunn. I talked to him on the grid yesterday lunchtime. Father and son outfit. Well, there is an interesting BMW there. That's an ex-factory car driven by works drivers like the Brazilian Farfus, for instance, in that BMW. And that's Vincent Boletta and Robbie Foley. We didn't find out why they missed the previous race, but they're right up in the action here with the Z4 with the big wing on the back. GT car and just got overtaken actually there by the 911. Number 29 Ferrari, unusual colour scheme for Ferrari, I must say, that car. Just picking that one up. We got one of the well-known British professional drivers here, Ben Klukas, driving with Marcus Jewell in the number 70.
As I recall, Andrew, this Group E battle was happening this morning when all the fog rolled into the track. So that might be some of the reason for some of the competitors not making it. But the Vincent Barletta Robbie Foley car, 62 laps coming into this round after the first 3 rounds, cumulative results there.
You've got the cumulative, just have a quick check on those. Just seeing what, I mean, they're looking pretty good, aren't they? Going into this race, just about 19 seconds lead Trinkler over Corey Friedman. I'm trying to see if there's anybody close. No, the manship, Peter Toombs, Lolly picnic car. That's down another minute. It's really about the 9:11 and the 5:15. Now the 5:15 in this race is down in 3rd place, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Ben Myers, watching the Ben Myers Porsche circulate through the infield. BMW we're talking about with Barletta and Foley at number 9.
Yeah, I did mention, I did mention Owen Trinkler's big accident back in 2024. And of course, that was early in the season. He was out for over 8 months. When he had that crash in the team TGM car, he got 3rd-degree burns. I mean, you can find it on the internet. It was on television, that huge crash. But great that Owen is back and racing again. Owen, of course, also raced alongside Matt Plum. And also, of course, prior to that, had some great results with Wright Motorsports in their Porsche. So we rode on board then again briefly. So the CEO of Hertz, Gil West, been sharing his car with Owen Trinkler. There's the 73. That's I think it could be Johannes van Obeek in the car. Just sort of looking at his lap times. He's right there. Fastest lap in this race so far. Looks like Trinkler, a 1:48.859. Well, it's great to have Trinkler back. I mean, obviously that really damaged his career when he had that huge fiery accident. So it's right down to 48 miles an hour in that horseshoe. And then building, and then getting the drive up there onto the banking there, the sort of transition, a little bit of the bump in the car as it moves onto the banking, and he's keeping it relatively low. He's not right up at the top of the banking on the wall, and over 150 miles an hour through the 160 up to 170 miles an hour before he then smashes his right foot down on the brake and then pulls it down into that chicane where once there was grass, just using the curbs quite a little bit, this car. And Johannes van Overbeek, that huge career in IMSA sports car racing. Also did some Daytona prototypes, but better known, of course, for his drives with Flying Lizard, and subsequently joining the Tequila Patron team and racing in their LMP2 with the likes of Scott Sharp and the founder of the company as well. The Extreme team running that Tequila Patron. Ed Brown, of course, the president and CEO, who was a great racer, and one of his drivers was, of course, Johannes van Overbeek. He's got his son just started racing, had his first race, I think, was it first Daytona race in one of the support events on Friday. Just 17 years old, so hopefully it's a chip off the old block. Here's we got the 262 car now. It's Joseph Viola. We had that interview with Joseph a little earlier, didn't we? He was driving the 240Z Datsun and is now climbed into a much more modern Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car.
Probably just a bit quicker in that car. As he currently runs in the 8th position.
And we were
262, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just looking down. We've got to give that flag man a mention. I don't know if he can hear us. So that's Dave Boy down there. Dave, you're working hard and you're getting the checkered flag out at exactly the right time. And you won't be doing that exactly until another 25 minutes, because this race is only a third of the way through. But it's looking good for Gil West and Owen Trinkler. So great to have Trinkler back and at the front of the field after that enormous accident he had back in 2 years ago now. Two cars with orange on running together, and that's the 70. That's Marcus Jewell and Ben Klukas. Ben, a guy that was a successful racer in the UK, professional racer. In his earlier single-seater days, made his way to Australia, where he won the Formula 3 Championship down there. But since we've seen him in British GT events and similar, but you know, Ben's also a very good coach. So there he is with Marcus Jewell, who on the entry list I saw was shown from America. Oh, a good attempt at the pass there by the 76 Alex Welsh. Tries to go down the inside now of the Jewell Klukas car. And I think Marcus shown with an American town against his name as the Audi. Oh, just
got real close right there in the turn 5 area at the West Horseshoe, we call it.
Yeah, just saying, but I think Marcus Jewell is a Brit. I seem to remember him racing Lotuses a few years back. Also got Richard Mines, the shipping magnate, in this number 18 car. That's another BMW Z4, and Richard coming to the track for the first time. We've got a huge history of racing behind him, as Richard in lots of powerful cars, and very successful in the Brit Car Series years ago in BMWs, but Richard's an all-time great racer, and enjoying his first trip to Daytona. He has had Rob Huff driving with him. Rob Huff is not shown on this list here, but I think Rob may be getting into the car. But Rob will certainly be down there in the pits.
76 car Alan Welch did get underneath there on the Porsche as they headed up onto the banking. And exiting turn 6 on the infield course. Turn 6 transitions into Speedway, turn number 1. You get up on the banking through Speedway 1 and 2. They'll head down the backstretch into the chicane, Le Mans chicane, which is turn 7. A quick part of technically the infield, and then right back up onto the banking. Now we have a broad view there as they come around past the entrance of pit lane. And looking at that number 12 car. Price for the number 12 car, 2022 Porsche 992.
Oh.
999 off the course. A little spin out there and doing some agriculture.
Rick Stafford having a green and grassy moment in a sort of Golf liveried car.
So that was over at the turn 3 area that happened. Now collecting his thoughts and getting kind of still slow at speed there. Trying to get back up to speed. And we have the number 20 now shown on pit lane. In for a pit stop.
Yeah, that's the 20, Russ Krauschke. That's a bit of a tongue twister. But looking at the lap times there, Trinkler doing 1:48.9s. I think it is Peter Toons possibly in 2:16. He's doing 41.9s as well. And so is Corey Friedman. But it looks as if it stays this way, the win will go to the president or CEO of Hertz Corporation. And I loved his quote. He said, "I've probably bought more cars in my life than anybody else in the world."
Certainly makes sense there.
Yeah. So
it's a huge rental company, of course.
Well, number one in the world, aren't they? You know, pushed by Avis, but you know, those two big companies. But Hertz, with a huge commitment to racing, they moved in. They had been around the scene a bit in America with Porsches like this for a few years, but then it took the huge commitment to sponsor the Jota team, as I said, from Kent, Sussex borders, just near my home in Tunbridge Wells. They actually are based in a little place called Frant, and they managed to do a deal to get Hertz to sponsor their hypercar Porsche, which was a private car at that time. As the Turner Motorsport BMW has stopped, and that could bring out a full course caution. That what is that? I just saw a flash of flames trying to fire it up again, and that is the number 9. The car used to be run by Will Turner's team, and just going right hard in there to see what's happening. There's the lead car, the 911, Gil West and Owen Trinkler. So, did we manage to spot where that actually was? Yeah, that car number 9, so running behind, well, out of the top 15, but I did suggest it would be a full course caution, and indeed the flag has come out as a couple of people dive into the pits, including Richard Mines. Just try and see if Rob Huff is going to get into the car. But Rob will make that fly. But had that big moment. Yes, they are changing drivers, so that'd be interesting to see. Rob, World Touring Car Champion some years ago, spent best part of 15 years racing in that series, but started his career in a humble MGB. So he's come out of historic racing to become a professional racing driver, and now he works a lot with a guy called Sean Lynn, who's got a huge fleet of cars, and also runs the series that this series is collaborating with, and we're going to see Sean Lynn's one of Sean Lynn's categories coming over next year, the swap that John Doonan was talking about. So here's his ex-factory Augusto Farfus previously driven car. I think Dirk Muller also raced that one. It was a full factory car in the German sponsorship, a German cell phone company sponsoring that. We've got a lot of people in, and just picking up a pace car. The leader, though, is still out. I guess he will come in. 16 minutes remaining, and now it's smoking. The Turner Motorsport machine obviously had some catastrophic engine blow up, and there's a service vehicle there to scoop it up, flatbed, and then we'll get the show back on the road.
I've just located him. He's just out of the chicane over there, just right before Speedway turn number 3.
Yeah.
He was up on the show near the banking somewhere. I knew that was nearby, so now we've finally located him just out of the chicane at turn 7.
So let's go back down to the pits now, and Jonathan, let's find out who you've found to talk to. I'm sure it's going to be fun.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, the timing of this yellow is crucial, not only for the 4 cars that were leading. One of those 4 was the Turner Motorsport BMW. They are just to my left. It'd be camera right. Their car is crucially still not in its pit box yet. The team is waiting for it. I just talked to some of the crew members. They're trying to see if Vincent Barletta can get that car back around. So far, no. As we start to see the overall leaders start to make their way into pit lane. Here is the overall leader just behind me, the number 911 rather, making its pit stop. And will we see Wright Motorsports follow suit? Yes, we do. So the 216 stops on its marks. This is the race for the overall lead. The timing of this yellow could end up benefiting some of the cars further down the order, but for the first and second place cars, and even the car in third, this could be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Trinkler is staying in the cars, as far as I can tell. Haven't seen anybody jump out of that. And I can tell you that BMW, the Turner liveried car, ex-Turner car, will not be coming back. Those guys can pack up their, pack up their tool cases. Yeah, so I wonder if Jonathan could go down and find out if Rob Huff, former World Touring Car Champion, did swap over Rich Mides. He's not shown on the entry list, that's the thing, but I'm pretty sure he was going to race that car. But Huffy's always a great interview as well. Maybe we can get him even into the booth a bit later, but we'll see. Beautiful GT3R Porsche. This car, we had heard from Gil West, he's got 2 or 3 Porsches like this. This is an absolutely full factory spec car, and
that's their air conditioning system here. When the driver comes in, they put literally a battery-powered leaf blower on them to keep the driver cool. Sometimes they'll even put those on the wheels as well if the brakes are getting hot.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Leaf blowers very useful for a lot of things. 216 behind. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Trinkler has stayed in the car. We'll see from the lap times for sure when it goes out. The best lap so far, 1:48.5 is Trinkler's best, and that is the fastest lap of the race thus far. It's something a bit different now. Mercedes-Benz got great range of GT3 and GT4 cars, and that is the 515 Andrew Myers. We talked about the Myers family already, and there it goes. No, actually, I'll reverse that. This is the Corey Friedman Mercedes. It's been so competitive. Sorry, I got the numbers mixed up there. But it is definitely a Mercedes. And there goes the Hertz car. 12 minutes remaining. So we think that Owen Trinkler stayed in the car, and Corey Friedman, he's in 5th place in this race, but where was he on he's second on the cumulative, isn't he? So that's why I know whether the Manship Tombs Pecnic car at the moment is 5th, about 17 seconds in front of Friedman. And what was the gap going into this? It was 19. So that is a real battle for the overall second place, isn't it?
Very close there. We'll find out here in about 12 minutes. A close battle there for the second position. They all had 62 laps coming in. Again, the idea, the most laps with the least amount of time. They're going to be closer for the second position for Group E.
Now, noticing this Hertz boss's car, don't think it's actually got Hertz on it. It's in the Hertz racing colours, the gold, which has become such a successful colour scheme. People love it in the World Endurance Championship, love it at Le Mans. And last season, of course, Sam Hignett with his Jota team gave Porsche their first win in the WEC with the latest hypercar. And the first, I think, from a privateer, but they've now moved on, as I said, to take over from Ganassi, the running of the Cadillacs, which they do from the little village of Frant in just on the Sussex-Kent border. As I said, just a handful of miles away from my home. And Joe Tati and Sam has just built them up into a huge power operation there. Having run for many years over here with Zytec cars and various cars, have won the LMP2 category at Le Mans over the years, came close to winning overall with an LMP2 car about 10 years ago. So Owen Trinkler is who leads with Gil West, Peter Toombs, Laurie Pecknick, John Manship. I think they may all have driven the car. No doubt about the driver of the Mercedes-Benz, that's Corey Friedman. A lot of those cars, of course, racing in GTD. As we got full course yellow again, picking up the leader. And
the safety car, it came in and staged back over at turn 3 of the International Horseshoe. And we had kind of trying to collect all the field up.
Yeah.
So we went back out and staged for that, picked up the 911 car of Gil West, Owen Trinkler. Going to run about 60 miles an hour around so that the field can catch up.
Yeah, that's the blue Mustang there.
And I'm hearing that they're going to stay out this time, but picking up the pace just a little bit. You can't slow these cars down too much. They start experiencing issues.
Yeah, they don't like it. Well, the brakes start to get cold. The tires start to get cold.
Right.
So, clock ticking away.
And I think the driver's mind might start to get cold a little bit. Their
yeah.
bodies are hot, but they start thinking, okay, how long is this going to last? It starts messing with their mind a little bit because they've been going so fast for so long, and now they have to kind of slow down to half speed what they're normally doing.
Yeah, now this has played into the hands of Corey Friedman, because as I said before, there was a big battle going on for second place. Friedman went into this race with about 17 seconds. But now, of course, they've closed up, so it really did help Friedman. So the challenge from the Manship Toombs Pecknick car is not what it was, because he's made that space up, if you understand me. It's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Great shot there, Daytona Beach, all those hotels. I gather it gets pretty wild here at spring break, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure does.
Yeah.
This is a busy town. They have spring break, they have a fall cycle scene here, they have the bike week during the spring.
Now, one thing we do, we went a bit through the history of this incredible racing facility, but one thing we didn't say is all the racing started in Daytona, not here, but on the beach.
Beach.
And I think they had a course at one stage, basically a long thin course with two horseshoes on either end. But also they broke, because the sand is so compacted and so smooth, they used this Daytona Beach to break land speed records.
They did.
And my father worked for the Sunbeam Motor Company, and when he was a teenage apprentice with Sunbeam, they came here. Unfortunately, he didn't get on the trip. They came here with the 1,000 horsepower Sunbeam, and I believe they broke the land speed record right here in Daytona. There's that Mercedes-Benz. Seen a lot of those in the GT4 format racing in the Michelin Pilot Series.
Yeah, beautiful cars indeed. Corey Friedman, a frequent visitor, I can tell you, as the HSR Series announcer. I talked to him a lot on the podium at any given HSR event. Talked to him several times this year, several times this weekend already.
Interestingly, with those cars, I'm not sure if that's a GT4 or a GT3. It's a GT3. You lift the hood, look in the middle of the engine, and the name of the man who built the engine is engraved on a plaque.
Oh, interesting. We should be going green next time by. Looks like the lights out on the safety car As you see the pace picking up, the Mustang GT really motoring away from the field. We'll blend onto the pit lane a little bit earlier than normal at that speed. It's going to get out of the way so we can go racing for another 5 minutes or so. And now there's the green flag, back to green flag action, 911, 216 across the stripe. And that order, then Friedman behind him, then 105 as they head into the turn 1 area. Out of turn 1 now. And a little bit of slip there by the 911. The car wiggles just a little bit. The 216, John Manship right on the back bumper of that 911 car working through the International Horseshoe. Still tiptoeing through. They get way down on the speed there, making that right-hand horseshoe turn. Now they come in through turn number 4, heading towards 5 at the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, that Mercedes-Benz we're talking about is definitely a GT3, and it's one of the Evo versions. I think they've had a couple of generations of that car, but still very successful car that could win the Nürburgring 24 hours, successful in various categories. So it's nice to see that car. But I did tell you about the Sunbeam at Le Mans, the 1,000 horsepower Sunbeam, and it was back in March 2027 when Sir Henry Seagrave came down to Daytona Beach, and he was achieved a straight line speed of 203.792 with the twin-engined Sunbeam 1,000 horsepower, and it was a world land speed record back then. And that car, and I saw it at Goodwood a couple of years ago, was in the process of a rebuild. It has been totally rebuilt, and they are hoping to bring the marvellous Sunbeam 1,000 horsepower car here to Daytona Beach in 2027, which will be the 100th running. So 100th anniversary of that car breaking the world land speed record here. It's going to come back. It's going to be on the beach. And I'm not sure, I know the engine runs, or the 2 engines run. I'm not sure if it, I don't think it'll run at speed, but wow, what a thing to see that. It's a bright red car, and it was the first car that ever achieved 200 miles an hour. So just indicating, I must concentrate on this race, but the great history of motor racing here at Daytona, and the fact that the British engineering was so much part of it. So we move back to the race here with the Owen Trinkler driven 911 Porsche with that, is that a kangaroo on the side of it? I think it is. It's leaping forward. I hope it doesn't jump around too much, but it's under a little bit of pressure now from that car. That's the, is that the 216 behind? What's that car behind there?
That is 216 there behind.
Yeah.
Behind the 911, we're coming up the final couple of minutes here.
Yeah, and they're battling for the lead of this race, not the overall event, not the overall Group E, but I'm sure, I think if it's Peter Toombs, we know it's a quick pilot. And everybody, of course, closed up under that, under that full course. That's why they call Corey Friedman Mercedes is right there. So it's just a matter of hanging on. I mean, in the overall result, it doesn't matter if Trinkler is overtaken by the 216, but you know, there's bragging rights at stake, aren't there? And just another shout out for our British pair, Marcus Jewell and Ben Klukas. They have moved up to 7th place. They've had a really good run with that, so I'm sure Ben will be happy. Fellow member of the British Racing Drivers Club. I'm sure you've got your badge on your race suit. So basically two black and gold cars, but very different colour schemes. And
yeah, both beautiful in their own right. As we get down to the checkered flag is waving.
Two similar cars, both the same specification. Both cars from 6 years ago in this Group E race. And is the white ready? No, the checker is ready, in fact. So we're out there on the far side, past Lake Lloyd, and the checkered flag waves. He waves the flag well in advance of the cars crossing the finish line. So Owen Trinkler is back after the fiery accident. He is a winner again, and well done to him. Overall, we think it'll be Friedman and then the Manship Tombs Bechnett car. And what about you think that Overbeek will take the third? So
yeah, you would think coming into that, the 216 car would.
Yeah.
But hearing from timing and scoring that there must have been a penalty or something in there.
There must be, because on pure time that 216 is definitely third, isn't
coming
it?
Coming into this round, they all had 62 laps. It was 911, 515, 216, and 73. So there must have been some kind of penalty, perhaps on pit lane. If they have a pit lane penalty or assess some time, so that may be the difference right there.
Yeah, well, there's all kinds of backstories in racing, and it takes a little while to catch up with them all, of course. But yeah, that was a fun race. It, obviously had the yellow, but for me the big thing is that Owen Trinkler, after that huge accident, has returned and is back in victory lane. Well, lots of action we're going to have down there on the victory lane. We'll have more interviews, but just before we go down there, let's take a quick commercial break.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch. At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth. Which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Hagerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Hagerty, let's drive together.
And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how I try.
Back at the Speedway, as we get set for coming up next. And now let's go down to Jonathan on pit lane, victory lane.
Down here with Owen Trinkler. Boy, you had your mirrors full in the end there. This was the closest finishing group last year, and this year was even closer. Talk me through those final lapses. We got a couple of green flag laps at the end.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of helped everybody out with a little bit of a yellow issue there in race 3. Otherwise, we've been over a minute. I can't thank Gil West, everybody at Hertz Car Company, Dan Amon, Michael Eberhardt, Vintage Racing Company, Dutch, Alex, all the boys, Parker back there, and Andy. At the shop put this car together a week ago. This car's got some Bathurst history. It qualified on pole with Campbell on it, driving it, so I just feel privileged to drive this car around here, and I've been in the 24 a couple times with Wright Motorsport, so I knew Lonnie was back there. We're good buds, so I knew he was going to stay behind me trying to get third place, but man, what a dream to drive this car here at Daytona and be in victory lane today.
Did you feel any pressure from the Wright car in those final laps, or did you know you had it sealed?
Nah, we've been riding around since really race 1. We pushed really hard and got about a 40-second lead in the time, and then I knew Lonnie was going to play nice and stuff. We already talked about it and what to do, so I knew he was going to stay tucked up in my wing, and brought it home, first place for Gil, and maybe we'll do it again next year.
Well, congratulations. In 2025, it's a Classic 24 victory for Owen Trinkle and Gil West, guys.
Thank you, Jonathan. A great run for those guys, and certainly they'll be back next year. This event getting bigger and bigger every year as we go on. The 11th running of the HSR Daytona Classic 24-hour presented by Mission Foods. Coming up next, we're going to have the prototype cars out here with Group F. That'll be coming up very shortly. and they are on the track already on just starting their second pace lap. And we'll be up to green next time by for them, I'm sure. Typically giving them 2 pace laps. Get the tires good and warmed up. And now a feature.
So, Butch Leitzinger, Juan Gonzalez, and Roberto Gonzalez, welcome back to the Classic 24. You keep coming back to the Classic 24. What attracts you to this HSR race?
I suppose mainly the one lets me come back. And the Classic 24 is kind of the most civilized way you can do a 24-hour race.
One, you've had plenty of seat time in a lot of cool cars. Do you feel confident about your chances of a repeat victory here?
We always like to win, and we're always looking forward to win again. For me, this is the second year in this car. Previous to that, we raced 24 hours in a Pescarolo and also at the LMPC.
You feel confident about your chances of winning again? You've had success here
before.
before.
Of course, I brought the big guns today.
Roberto, it's your first time at the Classic 24. How excited are you for the crown jewel in the HSR calendar?
It is. I'm very happy and thankful to Juan for giving me this opportunity to drive this car. It's a beautiful car, amazing car, to be honest. Not familiar with the program, but we're getting there, and we're going to do our best.
Well, great to see Butch Leitzinger there. We're going to see him out on track at the moment. So Lopez and Fasler, we've seen them twice already in this broadcast, but this is our third and last time. And they're going to try and win a second category. Of course, it is the fastest category of all, Group F. We got these wonderful Daytona prototypes here, and in the lead, of course, is the car. He's dominated this, has Fasler and Lopez, and very quick lap times yesterday, almost as quick as the cars go in the Daytona 24 hours. So there we see some of the LMP3 cars, some of the slightly less powerful cars, and they'll make a good battle. We're looking particularly for Chip Roma, who's been doing a good job. We got Guy Cosmol and Bob Nepole in this car in an ex-factory Acura, the car that in 2021 won the WeatherTech series. So we've got some really good cars here, and we've also got the car that Lopez and Fasler are in. Is the car that won the Sebring 12 hours with the Mustang sampling sponsorship, and off they go. So impressive stuff, and this is shades of the Daytona, the Rolex 24, and well, a big move down there into St. Gonzalez past. Oh, I'm not sure if it is Butch who's driving, but you can't miss the colour scheme, can you, on that Mission Foods car. So Roberto Gonzalez, I think it sort of kind of impression maybe is not related to Juan Gonzalez. Seem to remember him doing some IndyCar racing quite a while ago.
It didn't sound like it was related, huh?
No.
But a beautiful car there, Mission Foods, title sponsor of this 11th running at the HSR Daytona Classic 24-hour at Daytona. So I'm sorry, Andrew, there's the Bob Neapol car. Bob Neapol will be driving this whole fourth round. Heard from Guy Cosmo a little bit earlier. And I asked him how the overnight section went for them. He said they didn't have pace, but he felt great either way. Super happy with his outlap after the pit stop they had. Shaved off some time and ran consistently. They did some experimenting with stuff. Either way, they had fun. And he said it's just incredible to drive these machines around there.
Yeah, well, I think I said it before, because the race was running, whole meeting was running late because of that mist earlier on. We get to see these in the previous third running of them, and this is now the fourth. And I did mention it then, but that Acura is in a slightly different set of rules because it's the latest car in the race, and it is probably 200. Guy says 200 horsepower down on the Cadillac, so we're not quite comparing eggs with eggs here, really.
Right.
But obviously it's Bob's car. been racing seriously for very long, and it's really adapted to this car very, very well. Whereas the second place car, Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss, Pierce coming from a big racing family, a second generation racer, and with the pro racer Eric Foss, he's had more seat time in a car of this sort of ability and speed. So they're good friends, Bob and Pierce. Meanwhile, this LMP3 battle going on. I call them, that's what they are, LMP3 cars, but I think the class has probably got, it's I call it F4, isn't it? F4 and F5, depending on the age of the car. And the green one goes round, and I'd like to see that again, and he's climbing out straight away.
That is the Dave House car.
Oh, I thought he was trying, did he lift the door? I thought he was getting out. Obviously, he didn't get out because Dave House has spun it back onto the, didn't hit anything, and then that grass is so
around again.
Yep. So that's 86 Dave House and Paul LaHaye.
Yeah, drivers are instructed not to get out of the car. They're obviously safer in the car if they spin out. Because
it was an optical illusion. I thought I saw him emerging from the car, but absolutely not. And
that was just
put that down. Mistake number 48.
I think that was his racing spirit escaping from the car there. He was just.
Yeah, it could be.
He's like, oh man, I did it again. Here he goes, there's a replay of it.
Just went in too hot, lost rear end grip, did a 360, managed to get it going, back onto the grass, spun it round again, back in the race, heart beating, now rate probably 150 from.
Yeah, they start panicking. When they have a spin or an incident out there, they start getting frantic. Oh my goodness, they have to get out there quickly, and they do. They do to get going quickly again, but. They kind of tend to hurry things a little bit, get a little anxious.
Yeah.
And then you saw that he spun again there in the number 86 car. So that's the Dave House, Paul LaHaye. I'm not sure who's behind the wheel there, but that puts him back to 9th position. Right now, as we work 7 minutes into it, Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fassler leading. They were leading coming in this round over the Juan Gonzalez, Roberto Gonzalez, and Butch Leitzinger car. And the Michelin liveried Cadillac Delara and Pierce Marshall was in third. There's the Mustang sampling Cadillac.
So this is the penultimate race, one more race to go. But we've got some absolutely fantastic machinery here. Give me the sounds that we will hear at the Daytona 24 coming up in the end of January. Tickets are available already. Mustang sampling, then the business from part of the oil industry, actually, a monitoring service of oil through the pipes and so on. That's what Mustang sampling do. They've been a long time sponsor, probably 10 years now. We've seen their logo on various Daytona prototypes, and then these very latest machines here. So this team has actually moved on to a Porsche, so it's swapped for Cadillac, so obviously it's sold off this particular car. And it could be because sometimes in these deals they don't buy the car, it's either leased or it's owned by Cadillac or something.
I'm sure it still costs them a pretty penny to do that. There we see
they're big budgets, but there's a lot of people around them, now of course in the main IMSA WeatherTech series, we've got all these manufacturers that John Doonan was talking about.
Right.
But there are still some privateers, and obviously if you're running a good team, like this came from JDC, their hope is that they snag a manufacturer and they run a program from a manufacturer, just as Penske does with Porsche, or indeed Ganassi had done with Cadillac, and there is suggestion that that Ganassi might have something. Obviously, will be returning to the series quite soon. Chip Ganassi, great guy, and a wonderful interview. Now we're going on board. Now this is interesting. Interesting to see the speed, because we were on a slow. Unfortunately, just froze on us. Now it's picked up again. The electronic signal is telling us it's got at least to 180 miles an hour. I'd like to hang in there a bit longer with that if there's any chance at all. Acura, of course, and the division of Honda, and this Mayer Shank Racing ran this car. Oliver Jarvis, one of the main drivers. Tom Blomqvist. Tom Blomqvist's father was a former world champion in World Rally in the Audi Quattros way back when, and then subsequently became quite a good competitor in truck racing, believe it or not. Stig's a great character. I've worked with him in the past, and the young Tom, I think Stig is the Swede, but Tom Blomqvist brought up in New Zealand originally, and he's a guy that sat in this very car and had great success with it. As I said, it won the championship just a couple of years back. Great season for the Shank team with the Curb Records and Agajanian is are the sponsors.
Now, nice in-car shot there as they move up onto the bank, and the 60 car moves up onto the banking at Speedway 1 and 2, and now onto the backstretch.
And now we can see it got up to 186 miles an hour before we cut away from it. Brilliant stuff here. Is it the 81? Looks like singer Roberto Gonzalez, and the president of the sponsor also getting his ride, Juan Gonzalez. I'm not sure where that particular car came from. Obviously, it's the two cars in front are in their colour scheme from the WeatherTech series, but this car has obviously been repainted in the Mission Foods logos. You see it on the tail. That's a stability tail. All these cars. This was an FIA decision to have that central strake down the middle of the car for stability. Well, there's the car that spun. Coming to pit stop to reassure himself that everything was all right. So Lopez and Fazler, best lap so far 35.0. Last lap was 35.3. We saw this early this morning when we saw that car running. How Fazler, as the pro driver, the 3 times Le Mans winner, how he was able to put in those lap times within 0.1, 0.2 of a second of each other, lap after lap after that. And that's a mark of a real pro. Fazler, who had most of his success at Le Mans with the Benoit Trullier, a Frenchman, and Andre Lotterer, a German, but with some Peruvian heritage, believe it or not.
So the fast tortilla chip car, easy for me to say, right?
Yeah.
Let me have another chip. Okay, so working now through the International Horseshoe. What I was trying to say was the Juan Gonzalez fast tortilla chip car, Mission Foods. That's a mouthful right there. And
well, I just had a mouthful of Mission Food, believe it or not, because I just hopped out quickly and I had a wrap. And it was definitely one of theirs. It had to be, didn't it?
I'll have to pop back there in a moment and enjoy some of that myself. Now that car heads into the turn 6 area. Now we're looking at the number 3 car. Number 3 is Lane Queen Kenny Reedman car at Ligier DSP 315. Bringing back in 7th position.
Now, a little earlier, I was talking about a special award that Max Papis made as this whole 24-hour event started at 2 o'clock yesterday. And I think we can hear from the man who did win that award. And so let's hear from Dr. Mike Smith.
So, yeah, I couldn't be more proud to have a person like you carrying this home.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Max Papis and Dr. Mike Smith. First of all, Dr. Mike, congratulations on being the recipient of MPI's Performance and Passion Award. Max, I want to start with you, though, just to talk us through where this award came from and why Dr. Mike was a deserving recipient.
Absolutely. You know, John and IMSA contacted me about 1.5 years ago about linking passion and performance together, and MPI, my steering wheel business, with IMSA and HSR. We came up with the exact replica of a 1970 steering wheel, the same grain, the same machining, and who else we could choose than a person that has been right on my side in a lot of my wins here on Daytona, that has a passion he understands performance, human performance, and on-car performance. So here we go, Mike. You're gonna be the first, and this Passion and Performance Award is gonna be here to stay with HSR for the duration of the series until eternity.
Wow, it's an amazing award to an amazing recipient who's competing this weekend in your 935. But talk us through, you were surprised by the award. You didn't know this was coming.
I was absolutely astounded because I heard about this report. I'm like, wow, that's going to be like such an impressive award for someone. And to myself, I said, I'm pretty passionate, but I had no idea this was going to be me. And I've been in the game for a long, long time. I've raced karts as a kid, and when I started getting into sports cars, I did it professionally in the early 90s, early 2000s. And then from there, I got to know all the drivers. And then I became very, I guess you would say, significant in helping them win. And it's just that little edge, just making the drivers feel absolutely invincible. They had a pain here. It's performance treatment is what we gave them. And I think our success record was in the 90th percentile, a lot of the drivers. It's just amazing. I don't know if I was their rabbit's foot, their lucky part of the game, or the performance is just that little bit. They just felt really great and confident when they got in the car.
Mike, it's been my honor and my pleasure for you to be the first recipient of the Passion and Performance Award. And I'm sure this is going to be a coveted trophy in the future. And I can't wait to come to your place, see this together with all of your trophies, and maybe we can reminisce some of the treatment you did to keep me up and keep me strong during the 24 hours.
We're going to keep you in the game until you're 95.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, marvellous new award, and I was there when Dr. Mike was handed that trophy, and he really was dumbstruck for a second. It rocked him back on his feet. But great shots here of this fabulous Cadillac DP car, actually, or DPI car, actually having its neck wrung by Marcel Fazler, man with all this experience. World Endurance Sports Car Champion, Le Mans winner, successful in the DTM, for a while drove and for Germany in the A1 series as well. So a man with a lot of experience, and just showing how this car can go, and looking of course for his second win of the weekend, together with the Luxembourg entrepreneur Gerald Lopez. Just wonderful how he supports this event. We're used to seeing him at Lola T70, but seeing him purchase this magic Cadillac Delara is terrific. So the car continues on its way. There's activity down there in the pits, and let's go down to Jonathan, been working hard there and got another story for us.
One of the other cars continuing on its way was the number 86 Ligier, that 26 Ligier JSP3 that spun early in the race. Just talking to the One Motorsports crew, they brought the car in. Paula Hay was just reporting some flat spots and vibrations. They gave the car once over. They ended up using that early stop as their mandatory pit stop in the race, sent him back on his way. So effectively, on a longer strategy for the second half of this race, he'll be battling through a little bit of a flat spot. We'll see, guys, if that evens its way out and as the tire degrades and wears a little bit further on in this stint. But either way, the good news is the 86 is back on its way. Lost a little bit of ground, but may benefit from others coming in later. More importantly, though, recovered from an early spin, and he's going to get to finish this race here.
Yes, indeed. Back to the Meyer Shank car, this ex-Tom Blomqvist, Oliver Jarvis machine. Jarvis no longer driving for Shank, in fact. It moved on, but still in the WeatherTech series. And now let's see how long we can hang on and see what speed we get up to. We're riding at 180 miles an hour, up to just slowing down a little bit, just acceleration going to make on to it, 189 miles an hour. And some great onboard shots coming from that, enjoying them. On the banking now, look at the driver feeling the pressure as he's pressed down into his seat from the G-forces. Now again, 108, 190, 191. 192, and then hard on the brakes. So riding at 190 miles an hour here in Daytona in the classic 24 hour. This is a Group 4, this is a Group F race, race number 4, and still 20 minutes to go. We're seeing these magnificent cars. There have been some previous iterations of the Daytona prototypes which used to race here in this meeting, but they all seem to be parked now. But it's great to see these, and the Acura, the Honda engineers still come to look after it. You see the speed right down there, drops right down to 57 miles an hour before it accelerates up the hill, through the transition, onto the banking, and then heading around and back up to virtually 200 miles an hour again. So Lopez and Faz are doing a marvellous job. I'm pretty sure still Marcel is still lapping. Last lap was 36.5. It has been down at the 35.0, and that's a good time in the Daytona 200. In the Daytona 24, I can tell you, Daytona 200, because of motorbike race here. We talked about that earlier, a race that I reported in the past, and one of the biggest motorcycle races here in America. There's the car Jonathan was just talking about. Well, it looks well in that green colour scheme.
Yeah, Andrew, I came from motorcycles and I've only been to the 200, the Daytona 200 one time.
I got a little, just very quickly, Daytona 200 story. I was interviewing down on the grid. They waved the flags. They set off on what in motorcycle racing, you know, we call the sighting lap. I was interviewing Freddie Spencer. He didn't mind. He carried on with his answer. I asked him another question. He answered that, and then the cars were halfway around the banking, the bikes were halfway around the banking. He just popped a wheelie and off he went. So a magical moment it was. Freddie, a great guy. You know, he's been on hard times for a little while. Back in the UK, he was living. But it's all been straightened away now, and Freddie very much in demand in motorcycle circles. But you know what great riders America has produced over the years. So you look at I don't know if you ever follow the MotoGP category. It's great racing, but nearly all the competitors are Italian and Spanish. For some reason they've come to the fore. So.
In the MotoGP.
No, I think there's one.
We have produced a few that have been champions.
But I think we have a quick message coming up, so let's go to that right now.
Live coverage of the HSR Daytona Classic 24 Hour is brought to you by Mission Foods, proud to be the official tortilla, wrap, and tortilla chip company of HSR. By Pirelli, power is nothing without control. And by HMS Motorsports, we are the motorsports safety experts.
Yeah, we need those three sponsors to help bring this live stream telecast to you. Look at the comparison there, an MP3 car and a full house Cadillac Delara DPI. But nice to see that car up on the banking. So what is the gap? We haven't been telling you the gap. 11 seconds, so you know, Pierce Marshall, Eric Foss doing a good job hanging on. We said 11 seconds, actually timing screen's just changed a bit now. It may be a little bit more. It's immaterial really because Lopez and Faisler heading, I think, towards their second winning Group A, of course, already. Let's go on board again then with Bob Nipol and Guy Cosmo in the Acura ARX 05. They've transitioned through to the 06 now. But in their DPI car, and here we are on the banking, and then down again, and just see if we can get 190 miles an hour again, and not quite. So that lap, he braked just at 189 miles. He has no idea what the speed. He does not have the speed on the dashboard. That's immaterial. He's looking at a lot of other data.
They don't want to know what the speed is.
No, they'll look at the trace afterwards and see.
During the race, so that's one of the least piece of information they really need.
Yeah, one of the reasons they look is because people like us ask him how fast were you going. and so do the fans, of course. And talking of the fans, we've had a terrific crowd out here again for the 24 Classic, and lots of people enjoying the different types of motor car here and seeing in the night the flames and the excitement and the racing, and got a lot of people motorhoming and enjoying that experience.
And car clubbing.
Car clubbing. Lots of Mazdas here, lots of Porsches. I saw there was a Corvette corral.
And of course the Bully Brigade. Got it right this time.
Yeah. I think
VW buses.
Yeah, VW buses, and lots of VW buses. But I think we now must go to another feature. Tell us a bit more about the HSR group, I believe.
Very proud to see the event in such good hands with IMSA. It's very rewarding. All the hard work we did over the years to build this event up, to see it continue to grow is excellent.
I sleep easy at night.
Yeah, so in 2014, my partner in HSR invited me to go to the Le Mans Classic and drive his Porsche RSR at the event. And I went over there, seeing what they had going on, and like, yeah, we need this in the US. So went to the Speedway, approached them with the idea, and they said, yep, you can do it, which was wonderful. And we haven't looked back since.
Myself, in my IMSA role, Ed Bennett and Jim France felt like it was important for us to have HSR as part of the IMSA family, because a lot of what's happening here on an HSR weekend is IMSA's history. We are the sight and sound of motorsport, but everything that IMSA has done over 50 years is here on display. And so when we started talking with David about bringing HSR into the IMSA family, it was a very logical, smooth transition. And again, this event in particular, HSR's Classic 24 at Daytona, there's no more iconic 24-hour race in North America than the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And then in Europe, it's the Le Mans Classic and the celebration of Le Mans. So for me, it's a clash of my childhood and my present day.
So we had a discussion 1 year ago together, and we thought that together, because the IMSA and the ASEO are working together on modern racing, we thought that because Peter Otto is now part of the same environment like HSR is part of IMSA, it would be nice to collaborate and to do something together and to bring to life a dream and to combine the two temples of endurance, like Daytona at one hand and Le Mans at the other hand. So we decided to work on a collaboration and to invite a grid from Peter Otto here in Daytona, and to have a grid from HSR at Le Mans next year. So this is how it came from, and we are really happy to see that now it's coming to life with a great collaboration, great ideas that we discussed together with David and John, and yeah, I'm very excited because being here for me is like a dream, and I think that for this guy coming to Le Mans will be exactly the same.
No doubt. But I also think the whole thing is driven on passion. And Mark and his team, and David and all the folks that created HSR and our team see a bunch of storytelling about the different eras of the sport. So we are so honored to bring the 60s Endurance group here, and for us to be able to take NASCAR Classic to Le Mans next year, at all the things that happened for NASCAR right here in Daytona now go to Le Mans, and it's I think there's just a lot of energy around it for the fans and certainly for the participants.
Yes, indeed, those two organisations working together there. The lead, not the lead car, the Acura is in the pits just for its mandatory pit stop. That's the group that I commentate for in Europe, and yeah, we just see still with its original livery, and that all the leading runners are in on this pit stop at the moment. Out they go. Bob Newpole, Guy Cosmo, Acura ARX 05, formerly a championship winning car, formerly run by Mayer Shank Racing with Kern Records and Agajanian. And here, former JDC team car of Mustang sampling. This car, a Sebring 12-hour winner, actually. Sebastian Bourdais, I think, one of the drivers.
Love that livery on that car.
Yeah. Another black and gold. Black and gold works in the most made famous by the JPS, John Player Special cigarette brand way back on the Lotus 72, the Lotus 70, on the Lotus 70s, also on the cars that Mario Andretti used to win the World Championship. We need an American driver in Formula One. Had a discussion over dinner. Colton Herter is going to be, of course, the reserve for the Cadillac team, but he hasn't got a super license for some rather strange political stuff that we won't go into here. But Colton Herter will be in Europe racing in Formula 2, and there's a good chance, I'm sure he'll get his license in, not next year, but the year after. I think we'll see him in Formula 1. So I think now we've got a chance to go back down to the pits, and we've got an interview to write down there in just a moment. Let's go, Jonathan. Let's go, Jonathan.
And what a find down here in pit lane with Guy Cosmo driving the number 60, or co-driving. Bob is in the car at the moment. Just talk me through your weekend. You're sitting fourth at the moment. It looks like a Cadillac 123, but certainly no lack of pace in the Acura. We've been watching you trackside. Are you having fun this weekend?
We're having a blast. And yeah, all of the races we've been in with this car and with the DPI group, we've had some really incredible racing. And, you know, there's always disparities between the cars, the V8s versus the twin turbo V6 and whatnot. We're in a little bit of a race by ourselves this weekend, but, you know, the main objective here is having fun, keeping Bob safe, and helping his learning and his development. And, you know, if you follow along what we've been doing at these events, Bob is extremely focused on his performance and his development as a driver and closing that gap to the pro. And this is just another step in that whole process. We're going really well. And we're racing DPIs. Like, I don't know who's cooler than us right now. we're having so much fun, and the cars are phenomenal. They're so great to drive. I'm just having the time of my life.
I was going to say, it seems like a pretty good weekend in the office. What is the ARX-05 like to drive from your side?
Sorry?
What is it like to drive the ARX-05 from your side?
It's just, it just laughs at you, because it does everything. So when I first got in the car, you know, I have a lot of prototype experience, but that was, you know, years ago. I did a lot more GT4, GT3 kind of driving over the past number of years. So to get back into a prototype, my soul was happy. It's home to me, and it's really the style of driving that I love. So I start pushing and trying to learn the car, and it just kept saying, that's really cute. Do you want to try going a little faster? And it really, it's so satisfying to me because it allows me to really dive deep into my craft, which I always do when I'm behind the wheel, but this is like perfectly aligned for my existence in this universe, is driving this car. It is phenomenal. I couldn't be happier.
Well, a heck of a weekend for everybody, and top flight prototypes at Daytona just feels right, doesn't it, Andrew?
Absolutely right. And a long time ago, I was working for Speed Vision, and I was at Road Atlanta, sport event to Petit Le Mans, and it was the final round of the Star Master Championship, and I got to do the race interview at the end. And who won the championship? I think it was 21, 22 years ago, Guy Cosmo, and kept in touch with him ever since. Terrific guy and a great career in sports cars, but now driving this superb machine, as he said, not quite the same rules as the couple of cars in front of them would, because of various things. But you know, it's shown really well, not put a foot wrong, and as he said, he's guided Bob Leopold brilliantly. I mean, coaching a guy that like this, it's not like coaching him to drive, you know, one of those Porsches. So he's driving the fastest sports prototype car in the world here. The most sophisticated, the most technical sports prototype in the world. You look on that steering wheel, it's hardly a steering wheel, you know, it's a control unit. And there's so many buttons and things that you've got to work out. So I think congratulations to Guy Cosmo for doing that. Congratulations for Bob Leopold for in just a year picking up, taking a car like this, which otherwise probably would have stayed in a museum, and putting it on the track and proving that he's a fine race driver too.
You can see the enthusiasm and just the joy that Guy Cosma had in the interview.
Guy always is like that. And, you know, he runs. You can go on the internet and find his website, but he runs some race days and training days and all sorts of stuff on a regular basis, and he takes a whole track and has people, and you know that's his stock in trade now. But he's still proving he's a superb racer, and maybe he's only missed the boat a little bit because he hasn't got a top ride, obviously, in the anymore in the WeatherTech series, and he probably is deserving of it. But then he's making a career coaching people very well indeed. So
doing just fine. I love what he said about being one with his car. Just fits his universe.
Yeah. I know he's got a family as well. I've seen, you know, somebody I follow on the internet, and I see his pictures, not just the racing, but also his personal time. And you know, I'm proud to have been a tiny little part of Guy Cosmo's career with that early presentation, early interview, way back there in the Star Mazda days, and that was a great series actually. We've got a few other people here that have come out of it, but let's pick up on this particular machine here. It's 26, one of the earlier LMP3 machines. It's mainly Ligier's in here. Ligier was the car to have in this category until Orica came along with something a little bit quicker, and then Duquine as well.
And the bullet in, huh? That's Chip Romer in the number 26 car.
Yeah, well, Chip's a bloke we saw having a couple of good races yesterday before the main event, and he's kept it absolutely clean. And I believe it's a father and son. I mean, the son's not racing, this is the father, Chip, so, you know, he's not some teenager here at the wheel.
Yeah, Chip was on the podium several times already throughout the weekend. Now we look at the Michael Schmitz car.
Michael Schmitz.
Michael Schmitz in the number 30. We're following him around as he moves up onto the banking. Ran into his sister on the plane coming in.
Did you? Now we've got 4 minutes to go, and I noticed that Pierce Marshall, Eric Foskar is actually in the lead of the race by, well, they're running side by side, aren't they now? Maybe direction can go back and find those lead two cars, but coming towards the last couple of laps, actually the Lopez Fastler car for the first time in 24 hours has suddenly got somebody in front of them. So while we were talking to Guy Cosmo, something happened out there on track. There is the new leader, the 02, and I wonder if I only just put a wheel out on the dirt there. You don't want to do that, and then I presume that it is Lopez that has got into the car. He's doing the last lap of 142.9. That car can do 135s. So here they are on the banking. I just wonder, I mean, for the overall result, it doesn't matter. The Lopez Fastler car can finish behind Marshall and Voss. Well, that's doing 39s. So, but, you know, there's the glory of a race win, there's the trophy for the race win. In fact, here, in the 4 different races that make up the whole, you only get a trophy for the overall victory, but you know what I'm saying.
It's the
honour, isn't it? It's the honour of taking the checkered flag.
Exactly. You still want to be, even if you don't win it overall, you just want to be first across the stripe, especially in the last round, and that's what we're in right now. Marshall across the stripe, Lopez across the stripe, Juan Gonzalez in the number 81, the Juan Gonzalez car, then Neopol in the 60. So coming into this round, the number 5 car had 67 laps complete with a gap of 59 seconds over the number 81 car. And then the 02 car was a little bit further back at that with probably another 11 seconds back coming into it.
So we need to have a look what that does to second place overall then. The Gonzalez Leipziger car going into this was, let's just have a look at the gap there. Well, yeah, it was a lap though, wasn't there? So, they're going to, although they're going to win this, they're going to finish 3rd overall in the Group F. Group F, the fastest category here. And Great images coming from just like watching the Daytona 24, isn't it? Except in the Daytona 24, there'll be 20 of these cars like this, and a lot of them will be racing absolutely wheel to wheel. So that's a race to come and see. And don't forget the Raw before the 24. It's a super event. They do have a bit of racing there. They have a race actually which determines the starting order for the Rolex 24. But it's a more relaxed weekend. You can get up close, personal with the driver. So I really would recommend a trip, whether you're somewhere in Europe, if you want a bit of Florida sun in the winter, come to the Daytona 24, but come a bit early, go to the beaches, maybe go to the Kennedy Space Center, which is just down the road. It's only about 20 miles south of here, and enjoy a holiday weekend with some great racing. I said, on a holiday weekend, come for both events and make a couple of weeks of it. So the white flag has flown, and it looks as if out of their 8 races, the Lopez Fast pairing will have won 6 of them, because obviously they had the problem with the Lola T70, didn't they, earlier on in the second race in Group A with the gear linkage. In the end, it didn't really bother them, and they took that by a country mile, and they're going to take this by a country mile, but they are not going to win this actual race, because we've had a great performance by Pierce Marshall and Eric Voss, a man better known for racing in the Michelin Pilot Series. Yeah, those V8s got a thundering roar, just as Guy was saying. You know that these GM engines that are in these Cadillacs, you know, it's a thumping great big, in a way, old-fashioned V8, where the Acura is a turbocharged V6, I think. It's a different engine configuration at all. Here is the Mustang sampling car as the clock ticks away, and great close-ups there of the car that's up on the banking, and terrific job by this machine.
Yep, just taking a checker, slowing down in the turn number 1 there. So we will get the official final running order.
Well, actually in this race it'll be Marshall Foss in the 02, Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fausler in the 5. Juan Roberto and Butch Streisinger coming home 3rd, and Bob Nipple and Guy Cosmo. So the cars slow down on the cooling lap. We'll be hearing from the drivers in a few moments, but a very good time to go to a commercial break.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And their car, of course.
She be sneaking out the party. She attracted to the manner of my speaking. He's sinking, freaking, and now she's shrieking. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm freaking you out. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm taking it back. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm freaking you out. Look at me, look at me. I'm coming to town. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm taking it back. I'm freaking you out. Yeah, look at me now.
At Michelin, we don't just race for medals. We race to test, to learn, to find answers, to discover innovative ways. We race to take on challenges, to overcome technology limits, to improve the way we all move, to make possible what is not. No, at Michelin, we do not race just for glory. We race for change.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I'll make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
It's the number 02 Cadillac, the DPI car, taking the overall win. It looked for a second and through a lot of that race like it was going to be the 5, and I'm hoping to try to talk to our winning drivers here. I'll just let you get your helmet and gloves off, but first of all, congratulations on the win. I'll grab you. I know you must be exhausted after a race like that, but talk me through your feelings and your second half of the race in particular, because it looked like it was the 5 out front for most of that contest.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 had us covered all weekend. Marcel really made a lot of us look bad, but you know, hats off to them. What a great drive from them all weekend. They switched drivers at the end, and Pierce and I, we just split it up where he does the first and the third, I do the second and the fourth. But you know, the Matador Motorsports and Big Sports guys did an awesome job with the car this weekend. You know, we're on a newer tire. Everyone's really trying to figure it out. We're having to make a lot of changes from what we've normally run, but yeah, we'll keep plugging away, and we're looking forward to Sebring.
After running second for a lot of that race, at what stage did you realize the wind was on?
Well, I mean, when I did the driver change, I could see the delta change, and I mean, in the end, this was more of a test session for us. We knew we weren't going to be better than third, so we just pushed to see if we could learn some more.
Hey, coming out in victory lane in what the team considered a test session is not a bad way to end the weekend, and a Classic 24 winner as well. Congratulations, it's the 02 Cadillac on top.
Yeah, Eric Foss there. Just explaining their different strategies. So they got a race win, they finished third overall, and I'm joined in the box by a man who's also had a podium this weekend, David Hinton, founder of HSR. David, what a weekend for Heritage Motorsport and yourself.
Yeah, it's been great. It's a little different being this side of the fence, as they say, but been a wonderful event, some great racing, and good crowd yesterday, it looked like, and we've certainly had some good weather.
So you had no problems with your car? I mean, you finished up third overall, I think, in your category.
Yeah, Damon and myself, we had a good weekend. We got a podium in the Sasco race on, I think that was Friday.
Yeah, I think it's been a long week.
Yeah, I feel like I've been here for 2 weeks.
It's been a while.
Finished right behind my teammate, Josh Tuggle, in the green 911. So that was a fun race.
And next season you can come over to Europe, because we saw you all season racing in the Peter Auto Series, and hopefully you'll come again. You had a wonderful time, I think.
Yeah, we did. We went over as a group. It was Dean and Josh in the white Lola 296 with the BMW engine, and then Dean's brother Damon has the green T70 he owns with Dean, and Damon and myself drove that in 4 events. We're actually supposed to run it here, but there was a delay in the shipping, and it's somewhere between here and Europe on a boat right now.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? I think we're going to another message, or it's another interview. Let's go down to the pre-grid area and get a little bit more from down there.
Well, it may have been the 02 that won in this last segment, but it was the 5, you, Marcel Fassler, who take the Classic 24 victory overall. We got your teammate here joining us as well. Talk us through your race. Slip back a little bit there, but there was a ton of pace in the number 5.
Yeah, actually, our team, Iconic Racing, did an awesome job. The car was really good, prepared from the beginning, from the very first outing we had here. And I felt really comfortable in the car. I just had so much fun driving this car here around the track. Either at night or day, it was really good fun, and yeah, I think there was a huge team effort from Iconic Racing, and also from Gerard. He was also really good driving. I think we had good fun out there, and overall a really great weekend.
And I want to turn to you for just a second. We saw you hop in for that second stint. Talk us through the second half of your race and how much fun you had this weekend.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Everything went well. Marcel actually not only carried on the car, but I have to say I was losing eyesight. I don't know why, night and day, and I actually used his glasses, so he helped me twofold. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And now the last stint was really just, we knew the time we had, so it was really just, you know, taking it home safe, you know. So I was almost taxiing around, you know. But it makes you more nervous almost than when you're pushing, because when you're pushing, you're not thinking, and they had plenty of time to think, you know. So, but it was good. It was good.
Any pressure on you in that closing stint, knowing that the Classic 24 win was in the books?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I really took it super easy, you know, trying to not do anything stupid, not have the car fail in something last minute, and it was more focusing on just taking it home rather than anything else.
Overall winners in Group F, guys. It's the number 5 Cadillac.
Yeah, excellent and great to hear from them. Cars out here for the final race of this Classic 24 of 2025, and got Mike and Andrew Jordan will be in this and will be the people to beat without any question. Yeah, so you had fun racing in Europe. You think you might do it again, or obviously you want to do the Le Mans Classic, of course, now every year?
I wish. I don't think we'll be going back for a full season next year. Maybe a one-off race and something here and there. I'm currently restoring an E-Type that raced in the 12 Hours of Sebring back in the early 70s. So maybe in 27, when it's the classic cars back again at Le Mans Classic, maybe I'll try and go over that year.
Yeah, just to explain, the Le Mans Classic every 2 years. Now they split it into two, so they got Le Mans Classic, and then they got Le Mans Legend, I think they're going to call it, for the more recent. They got more categories, and obviously GT3 is very big as well. So we'll talk about that just a moment, because we can go back to Jonathan, working really hard down there. And let's see what he's got for us.
Sorry, Wisen or Wisen? Robert Wisen in the number 27, sitting second in Group G at the moment. There's a lot of Porsche Cup cars, Porsche GT3 cars out here. It seems like it's making up a bulk of the field, would be an under exaggeration. How tight is the competition in Group G?
What was that again?
I said, how tight is the competition in Group G with so many Porsche Cup cars and GT3 cars?
Oh, it's super tight, and you get into a little bit of traffic, and you know, you just can't get by it, you know, and you get a run and you can't make it stick. So no, it's serious competition.
Are you enjoying your 24 so far?
Oh yeah, no, it's awesome. I love this track. There's nothing like being up on the high banks, you know, doing 175. It's fun.
What are the personal goals for you and the team heading into this final race?
What was that now? What
are your personal goals heading into this final segment here?
Number one, take the car home as is, and number two, I'd like to finish on the podium. You know.
Well, starting second is a pretty good starting position. We wish you best of luck, and hopefully we'll see you in victory lane as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thanks and best of luck out there. Robert Wisen to the 27, guys.
Yeah, fair enough then. So, David, you've been over in America for many years, but we listened to you. You're obviously a Brit, and we've seen you on the features and talking about founding HSR. Just tell me a little bit about that journey. Why did you come to America in the first place? To be a racer?
So I actually followed my father over here. He moved over in the early 80s after my parents got divorced. When I got out of high school, I was like, yeah, I'm going to go live in America with him. He had a restoration business, did a little bit of racing over here. So I came over in 85 and really didn't like it very much. It was just I lived near Mallory Park in England, so very rural. And then I came back the following year, and he was more involved in racing, so like, well, this isn't so bad, and I actually came to the Rolex 24, which is the Sunbank 24 back then.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And then kind of never looked back. Fortunately, my father passed away in a racing accident in 1992, and I kind of had a decision whether to stay or make a go of it on my own or move back to the UK, so I decided to stay and keep working at it, and here I am, I don't know how many decades later.
So you founded Heritage Motorsport, preparing classic cars and so on. And I know a lot of E-Types because I know you love E-Types.
I do. I'm very passionate about it. But HSR actually, it started in 1976 by Steve Simpson and Howard Turner as a Jaguar Club track day at Road Atlanta. Is how it actually started. And then the following year they invited the Ferrari Club and somebody else, and it kept growing and growing. And Howard Turner's wife said to him, you're all nothing but a bunch of older middies trying to pretend something you're not, and that's where the MIDI name came from. And then in the early 1990s, Joe Pendergast joined the group, and that's when they started HSR. And I was able to purchase into the organization when Howard wanted to get out with my partner George Tuma, and so in 2012 we took over the control and interest. Jim Pace joined us a year later as a small owner, and we didn't look back. We had this great idea of doing the Classic 24 along with other events, and we just kind of built it up.
Yeah, well, we started racing now, so we're going to talk about that in a bit. So, still on this pace lap, Carter Pete is Mike and Andrew Jordan from Sutton Coldfield in England. Dave will know about that, and they certainly had the pace in the earlier races. So just give them probably 30 seconds before they go. So Dave, and now you're almost a retired man, or are you still running Heritage?
Still running Heritage, yep, still taking care of customers and restoring cars and building cars, so life's good.
And having fun on the car every now and then. So
occasionally.
Whoever's car it is, right?
Yeah. So what about this particular group? Because when you were running it, you didn't have quite so many modern cars, did you?
No, it's certainly changing, and I think it's good. I think as long as we keep respecting the older cars and have groups for them, we've got to move with the times a little bit.
And we were hearing earlier that Ford is going to be celebrating next year at this event. That would be really exciting.
We've got a lot of big plans for that. What John Dunham's told me, it's very exciting. I think Ford's going to get behind this 100%, and it's going to be a mega event.
Yeah. So you sold the company. I believe you're still on the board. So you've still got your two-penny with it there.
Still on the board, and I kind of oversee the Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion for HSR.
Yes.
I'm heavily involved in that event with the team out there at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Well, that's good. So let's see. So Andrew, Mike, Jordan. We think Andrew usually takes the car second, so we think Mike is in the lead, and then we got in second place 3G7 Andrew Bichet, who's a bit of a surprise name. I don't know if you're aware of him. I think he's only 21.
No, he's actually.
Is he older than that?
Yeah, he's 42.
Oh, is he? I don't know why I must have read the wrong.
No, he's a friend of mine. He's from the west coast of Florida.
Yeah.
He runs his own little team, does his own prep, owns a little collection of modern Porsches and BMWs, and turned out to be a really good driver. I think he started this 4th overall after 3 races.
Yeah. So he could get on, so he's fighting to get on the podium.
Exactly.
And that's why probably Robert Wisen that we just saw saying he's hoping to get the podium, because it could be usurped there by Bichet. I've been pretty impressed with him. I don't know why I thought he was a 21-year-old, but I'm glad we clarified that point. And then we got the McGlynn's in there, because they're always there or thereabouts. And then in 5th place, I presume Owen Trigg will do this race as well with Dan. I mean, wasn't it great to see Owen have that win earlier, after that horrible accident he had a couple of years ago?
Yeah, no, that was wonderful. I was just talking to Andrew before the start of this race, and he said they're looking forward to getting this one in the books. They've been out here for, I think, 2.5 weeks now.
Yeah.
He's ready to go home, start working on the cars back in the shop.
Meanwhile, we've got a bit of a surprise here, because the 16 is really putting a challenge on the Jordans. It's Mike Jordan. He's in his 60s now, Mike. And obviously, lots of championships he won. Back, I remember him racing in Lister Storm, winning the British GT Championship, but the Eurocar racing success he had. But you're probably not so aware of Matt Nicol-Jones, because he's a guy from England. He was GT4, British GT4 champion, I think, last year. So he's a good, strong runner.
Yeah.
And I've never been here before. The guy's driving with, I have got no info on him, but he's probably another Brit, probably somebody that Nicol-Jones has coached or something like that. But a lot of absolutely side by side. What a way to finish the 6 categories, all with the 4 races. So we had 24 races. Indeed, the deep blue Porsche of Denton Nicol-Jones are actually side by side with the Jordans here. And lapping at early laps of 154, 155. And the Denton Nicol-Jones car just tucks in behind the Jordans. I don't know whether you're aware of their operation there in Sutton Coldfield, but they must look after that. They're building new new classic cars all the time. Lotus Cortinas, all kinds of things they do. Austin 840s, you know, when Goodwood has an 840 race, the Jordans seem to win it somehow.
Yep.
And minis, they've even got minis and all sorts of cars. And then they're also running a very nice, I think it's a Callaway Corvette in the new GT3 Legends. That's the big thing, isn't it? Coming new GT3 Legends cars, GT3 cars from before 2013, I think the split is. Yeah.
I think they have about 40 cars they maintain for customers in their shop.
How many have you got?
I don't know, I've got about 10 or 12.
That's probably enough, but
more than enough.
Yeah. So I'm assuming when you're at the next board meeting, can you try and persuade them, HSR, to actually put driver IDs on? I know it's expensive, but it will make the commentator's life so much easier.
I will bring it up for you.
Obviously, you've got it, you know, in the WeatherTech, of course, they've got it, so they must know the people that do it. But anyway, just out.
No, I think they're coming a long way. I mean, having this great quality live streaming, that this is something I always dreamed of and couldn't afford to do, but with the resources they've got, it's great for them to be able to do things like this.
The thing with it is, David, because I'm in this business in the UK, that a track like this, you don't actually need many cameras, and cameras equal another man equals money.
Exactly.
And so it's great to do it here. You go to, if you went to Elkhart Lake, it's going to cost a lot more money because you just need more people on the cameras. But, you know, we've had some great coverage on, I know, Green Light Television from the Isle of Man. Put it together at the very last minute, and what a superb job has been done. We've had some great features and great camera work, and some of those boys, you know, I've seen their work before, you know, they got top people here, and it's really brought the thing alive. And then Jonathan down in the pits, you know, he's quite new at this game, but he's asked the right questions, he's found the right people, and he's a bit of a TV discoverer, I think. So I think he's a kid that go far, and then they bring an old boy like this as well, just to do the final bit.
So I'm glad to see you back. You know, when we first started this, we brought you over.
We did, absolutely.
You and Joe Bradley and...
well, I'm actually this weekend a substitute for Joe, really, because his daughter's got married, so he couldn't be here.
That's a poor excuse.
Yeah, I know, but I hope I've done enough to come back next year now. But having said that, we can go down into the pits to Jonathan, who I'm not sure who he's got with him, but we'll find out in just a moment.
Andrew, I've got a host of lovely fans here. Craig, you've brought the whole family out here to the Daytona Classic 24, but it's not your first one. You said this is your third Classic 24?
Time here. It's our third time here, yes.
What keeps you coming back?
Well, we live close. We just live up in St. Augustine, and we come to the Rolex 24 every year. So coming back to see cars that we used to like to watch, like this one that's the winner today, we love these race cars. It's great to see them again.
And young man, you've got the jump on me. You're at a Classic 24 well before I ever was. How are you enjoying your third time here?
I like it a lot. I also do like the prototypes. I was witnessing the crash earlier last night from the 60. That was right in front of me, so that was pretty interesting. But yeah, I like it.
You got a front row seat to all the action. How about you? What's been your favorite part of the weekend so far?
I really like pointing at, I really like deciding on my favorite cars, like based off of what they look like. And in this race that just happened, I like the purple car.
We got a lot of beautiful and iconic cars to choose from. And how about you? What's been the highlight of your weekend so far?
I just love seeing the variety of cars. So much fun, the different shapes and types. I personally like taking photos of them, and so that's always a challenge. So many blurry photos, but the fun in trying to do it. So.
There's a lot of fun things you can do as a family, but I don't think there's anything better or any way I'd rather spend a weekend than out with everybody here at the Classic 24.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the Finstead family there, and I was very interested to see that the winning car, that he had a T-shirt with it on. I didn't see that down in the merch area. So we saw some Brumos racing gear down there, and but they're obviously big fans. It's great to have them here. That's what it's all about. These drivers, they come and race here if there was nobody here, but it's so much better with lots of fans. So just watching here, the Jordan car has still not managed to pull away from the Steve Denton, Matt Nicol-Jones machine. So, and Andrew Bichet is hanging in there as well, but he has dropped back a little bit. But terrific battle between the two front runners. Just looking down the field, Owen Trinkler there in 5th place, having had that win earlier. And Robert Wisen, well, he talked about getting on the podium when we had that interview just before the start, but he's going to struggle because he's down in 7th place. We are, well, half an hour still to go on this 24th and final race. And then, of course, all the clean-up starts. And I presume, David, a few days later, you'll have the debrief, what went well, what did, and so on. Yeah, because it was a little. I was, to be honest, a little bit disappointed. I was thrilled to see these latest DPI cars racing here, but I would like to see 2 or 3 more Lola T70s. You said yours would have been there, but so maybe that's something. I don't know why. You get this cyclical thing. Interesting thing at the moment, and you follow classic racing in Europe. In Group C, suddenly all the silk cut Jaguars have disappeared. Go to Le Mans Classic 3 years ago, there's 6 or 7 of them. Now none of them are racing.
It does. It goes in waves. People they seem to get together and say, okay, let's go and do this event next year. And I think you'll see. We did have a GT40 enter, but he had to cancel at the last minute. So I think next year we'll be back to 2 or 3 Lola T70s. Some GT40s. Yeah, but you bring in a guy like Fassler and he's still on it. He's obviously won Le Mans 3 times, but just tell. I was watching his lap times, just varied by 0.1, 0.2 a second every lap, bang, bang, bang. He's phenomenal.
He is,
Very nice man.
Very nice. So they made a good trio with the 3 Le Mans. You always had it was the same 3 of them, Lotterer and Benoit Trullier and him, and they made a great trio.
I sold one of my E-types to Lotterer.
Oh yes, because I've seen pictures of Lotterer with that car. Yeah, he absolutely loves that.
So he did the Goodwood TT with it.
That's a big meeting. I mean, interesting thing is, come to the United States here and we go through all the biggest race meetings, and obviously you've got Indianapolis and a lot of your events, a lot of the IMSA events. You go to the UK and the biggest race meeting in the year is British Grand Prix, and the second biggest is at Goodwood, and the 3rd biggest is at Goodwood, and the 4th biggest is at Goodwood, and then you've got the Silverstone Classic, and then you've got the Donington Classic, before you get like Brands Hatch final of the British Touring Car Championship. It's so big in Britain and Europe now. Peter Auto been doing a good job, as you saw, I think.
And it's so different over there because it's such a smaller area, compact area. For somebody travel to one day from the middle of Europe, they can go to Spa, they can go to Le Mans, they go to Barcelona. Where over here, it's so spread out. It takes you 5 days to get to California to go to an event in Florida.
Is that how long it takes with a hauler?
It takes us 5 days. And then for us to go to Wisconsin to Road America from here is over 2 days. It's like in Europe they can't comprehend that we drive that far to go racing. I think we're nuts.
So what do we think about this? We've got a good old battle going on between. He's still worrying at the back of.
He's wearing him out.
Mike wears an open face helmet still, and we get a good look into the cockpit of the car. We might see, and I assume it's Mike because Andrew will be a bit quicker than that. Well, it's usually 2 or 3 seconds quicker. But they do an excellent job, both as racers and car preparers. I'm not sure the history of where they found this car, but there's plenty of these around, of course.
Looking down the list, Dave Hagen down in 9th place. Dave races at Monterey every year. I think it's a Sebring winning Porsche 910 races. He's got some really serious cars out there in California. And Philippe and Matt have also come from California for this event with the Cup car. And they're having a great time. And then Doug and Eric Sokolowski from Clearwater, Florida, out in the Audi TCR car. Been having a good weekend.
How's TCR racing America. TCR's gone off a bit these days.
So the TCR is now the category in Michelin Pilot.
Oh, is it? Oh, so,
Yes.
so the second category. Was it all TCRs or the second?
Yes. So there's the GT cars and then the TCRs.
And Hyundai are in there with them,
Yeah, Hyundai, Honda,
Yeah.
Audi.
So it's still going strong.
Yeah, no, they're getting good grids. They're not short of cars in IMSA these days.
No,
that's for sure.
I noticed that, yeah. Well, this battle still goes on. We think it's Mike Jordan and Matt Nicol-Jones. Maybe when we get the pit stops we can just get that point clarified down there. But it's one of the best battles we've had in all these 24 races. Racing a Porsche are very different to racing a lot of things like the T70 you've raced, or obviously your E-types. With that engine hung out the back.
It is. It's very different. It takes a lot of getting used to.
It must do, yeah.
The braking's very good, especially to turn one here. But going back to power, it's like I still don't 100% have it the way like some of these other guys can go back to power. I'm always worried that back end's going to come out, and like I lose a tenth at each corner, I swear, just because I'm not aggressive enough going back to full throttle, and it's just not a feeling I'm used to after all these years still.
Get it together, will you?
Well, with the front engine, like my XK120 I used to race, I just used to drive that off the back wheels and slide it all around and opposite lock, and it just felt natural, normal.
Absolutely great. Now we got the chance to go back to the pits. I think we're going to hear from a Goodyear representative down there with Jonathan.
Goodyear's Jay Chapman, welcome to the Classic 24. Although it's not really a welcome here for Goodyear because you've been here for a long time in racing in general, but especially at Daytona. Talk us through some of Goodyear's rich history, especially at this event.
Well, first, thank you for having me. And yes, Daytona is extremely critical in Goodyear's history in motorsports, with our first win in 1962. Coming here to the first 24-hour win with Ken Miles in 1966. This has been an extremely historic place to us, and it'll continue into the future to be important in our motorsports history. We'll run the Daytona 500 here in the coming this February, 2026, and we look forward to the future.
It's a nice segue into where Goodyear and its involvement in racing is headed. Can you talk a little bit about that as well?
Goodyear's here partnered up with HSR to support our heritage in motorsports, and we look towards the future. As John Doonan spoke this morning, NASCAR Classic is going to be going to Le Mans next year, so we're extremely excited and proud to be partnered with them and look forward to that adventure and new opportunity.
What is it about HSR and Goodyear's involvement that excites you in preserving some of that history on the tire side?
There's no other organization that's preserving the history of motorsports in such a way that HSR is. We're extremely passionate about that. No other way could I bring my kids to see cars that were raced in, when I was young, and to see where my passion for motorsports come from. So extremely excited for the future and continue to support HSR and where they're going.
Well, part of preserving the history of racing is not only the cars, but the tires they run on. And Jay and all the good people at Goodyear are certainly a part of that. So thank you very much, Jay. We're glad to have you here.
No, thank you so much for having us. Thank you very much.
Well done, John. I think you'll find that the Jordans have just changed drivers. I think I saw Mike down there strapping Andrew in, so maybe you can stroll down there and see get an update from the Jordans, obviously having a great run. Meanwhile, cycling through, Andrew Bichet, who now we've found out about, is in the lead from the McGlynn's, but everything will cycle through while they make the various pit stops. Interesting, the number 8 it's got a version of the old Porsche 917 hippie car livery. It's not quite the same. I think they've transitioned the green and the purple, haven't they? But
Tom has a 914 painted the same livery too.
Does he? Yeah. I think it was. I did know the name of the guy that designed that, but it was snubbing the nose a bit at somebody at Porsche. But it was still a Martini car, If you picture that diamond, there was still a little Martini badge on the back of it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, well, I asked Jonathan to see if he could find the Jordans. He's certainly found somebody. Let's see who it is. And back down to you, Jonathan.
Or just as you said it, Andrew, the number 77 pulled out of its pit box. You mentioned the driver change was in full effect. The 77 looking to retake the lead of the field once this pit cycle plays through. It's been a pretty picturesque day for the father-son team. One thing that is a little bit less than picturesque right now, there's cloud cover. And with that cloud cover has come droplets of rain. Does that change the dynamic? Just behind us, we've got some umbrellas coming out, but everybody seems to be on slick tires. We have rain tires for some teams at the ready, but this could mix up the second half of this race, Andrew.
Absolutely, that's exactly what happened, of course, this morning, where it started in the rain. Well, no, it started to rain just as the race started. Everybody was on slicks, and then the Jordans were the first to come in and change to the rain tyres, and that decision won them the race. So maybe they'll do the same. But looking, it doesn't look so cloud-based as it was when we had that rain this morning, because it really did come down very briefly, quite heavily. Here we're watching the 87. This is Paul Denton and Casey Carden.
Yeah.
Anybody you know about?
Just like 8th place is Russell G. So Russell got to drive a 1950 Cadillac replica of the Briggs Cunningham car.
Yeah.
The big sedan.
Yes, yeah.
Classic Le Mans. Russell's, I think he's going to hate me for telling people this, but he's getting close to 80 years old now, I think.
Yeah.
He acts like he's 90, but he's actually only 80. Russell G.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he up there? Okay.
Yeah, so he's up to 8th place with Aaron, his coach, co-driving with him. So it's great to see Russell still doing this.
I haven't seen Russell in a while. He always likes, Jeff, where you been? I was like, I've been on the podium. Where you been?
Yeah. Well, we've got the pace car out there. We've got a full course yellow, and obviously the Jordans had just gone back out, so it came just at the wrong time for them. If they'd hung on another lap, but I think they've got such a lead in this category, it won't really affect the overall order. I'm just trying to look around and see where the problem is, and why we've actually got.
I think it might be for the rain, actually.
Do you think they do that, David, for the rain? No, it's not that. It doesn't seem like.
I wouldn't have thought so. It's not really heavy enough for that. So maybe we've lost the car out there. Looks like no. I thought maybe the bus stop.
Yeah, well, we have got communication from race control. Oh, we were being told it is due to weather. So it's a little bit surprising, but there we are.
Nice job, Jeff.
Thank you, Dave.
Maybe we've got lightning.
Might be able to get a job doing this someday. Yeah, there was some lightning, and I heard him talking about that, but it was out over the beach. But I think more so than lightning right now, it's just because the track surface is changing.
Yeah. Well, we've had some great sponsors for this meeting. We've heard from some of them, obviously, Mission and so on, but let's just have another word from our sponsors.
Live coverage of the HSR Daytona Classic 24-Hour is brought to you by Mission. Now that's too fast, too tasty. By Michelin, on the road and beyond. And by MPI, shaped by a racer for the best racers.
Yeah, thanks to them. Without them, it wouldn't be the show it is. Well, we've got these weather conditions. I know Jonathan's down there. He can probably feel the rain. We're in this hermetically sealed box up here in the grandstand. So let's hear what the conditions are like and more from Jonathan.
Thanks, Andrew. Well, it's not just me stuck in the rain here. I've pulled Mike Jordan out of the car to talk to us as well. First of all, talk us through your stint. Did you feel any of the droplets during your half of the race?
No, it was with about 2 laps before I pitted. It was just starting to have a little speckle on the windscreen, but no, it was not bad at all. I just hope we didn't pit too early then, because obviously if it comes in some more, we could have done our driver change at the same time as the tyres. But I think, to be honest, even in the earlier race when it was a lot wetter than this, you could almost get away with it on slick still. So Andrew's got a lot of car control, so he can just get on with it.
I see just behind us you have the wet weather Michelins at the ready. Are you planning to switch, or is Andrew going to brave it out on slicks for the rest of this race?
No, unless it's really, really bad, we'll stick it out on slicks, because it's not really getting down, is it? It's only a little bit damp. So no, we'll try and stick with the slicks.
Well, a couple of takers on pit lane, but the 77 strategy will tend to dictate what the rest of the front runners do, but the 77 still in front, guys.
Yeah, and 15 minutes to go, and everybody just under this full course yellow at the moment. Just wonder where the car has cycled in from the Jordan team. It's actually in 8th place, but of course everybody closed up, so once they go green again, I suspect we'll see the Jordans pick off most of the people in front of them. They don't pick off everyone, because when you add up the 3 previous results, and we've probably got the, have we got the aggregate down here at all? We can see that this is the cumulative after 3, and they're leading by 2 minutes and 14 seconds. So I think they don't have to worry too much.
No, there's too many issue there.
Martini colours. Now, people just love them, don't they? I mean, I bet that guy isn't paid by Martini to decorate his car like that.
I guarantee you he's not. But it's one of those iconic liveries made famous by Lancia, Porsche.
Yeah.
So many manufacturers were sponsored by Martini.
Yeah, and later on, of course, quite recently, they were on the Williams team for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. There's the 91 sitting there. This plays pretty hard on tyres, isn't it, Dave? I mean, particularly on the right front, I suppose.
Yeah, the right rear. You've got to.
The right rear is it, mainly?
You got to monitor it. You get overheated rear tyre. You can blow a tyre right here in front of us on the front straight, and it's catastrophic.
Yeah,
it really is. So you've got to really monitor your tyres the whole time you're out here.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if you know, Rob Huff had a tyre go on Wednesday. Yeah. And the funny thing was, about to hit the wall, and some Porsche touched him and straightened him up. So Jonathan really working overtime there, because I understand he's got another report for us. Let's go down to Jonathan.
Standing in the garage of the 191, that's David Amon and Owen Trinkler's car that ran into a little bit of trouble, and it looks like there was contact there on the left rear. The team changed out one of the Michelins earlier and went back out, but that Michelin had a puncture. They've just pulled it back into pit lane, gave the suspension a once-over, but the tire they pulled off, they said, still had a puncture. So that's another fresh Michelin slick that's gone on. Cars come off the air jack, and away it goes. The 191 is back in record time, but a fresh sticker Michelin on the left rear. Good quick work from the crew to get them back out.
Right, well, here they are back on the banking. Group G, last 12 minutes of this 24 hours of terrific sports car racing here at the magnificent Daytona Speedway. Say it again, if you're out in Europe listening to this, consider coming here in January for the Raw, and then staying on for the 24, of course, or coming early for the Raw, I should say. You see some terrific racing, you have a great time, wonderful beaches, and some nice restaurants here. And if you've got the chance, you just go down the road and visit the Kennedy Space Center as well.
Or go up the road and visit Brumos Porsche.
Oh, go up the road, the magnificent new museum. Well, not new, it's only 3 or 4 years old, terrific museum there in Brumos.
Let's go.
Great performer of, a great preparer of Porsches over the years, and Hurley Hayward, of course, their famous driver, Peter Gregg. It is a terrific museum.
Another well-kept secret in Florida is the Revs Institute down in Naples.
Wow.
Which probably has one of the best race car collections in the world.
Well, I'll tell you a little story. I had a holiday home in Naples, and if I drove out of my estate and went straight on across the main road, I drove into the road where the Revs Institute was, and I went there many times. And I mean, they're preparing cars there. They got magnificent. I mean, it was 2 collections put together, because the Bruce Cunning collection was put together by the collection of Mr. Collier, and because it is in Collier County. And then they've also got a magnificent library there as well, and a great editorial resource.
Which are actually moving the library right now. They're in the process of moving it to a separate building.
I didn't know that.
It's so big.
Because for a time when I was there, it wasn't open to the public.
Correct.
And you drove past, you wouldn't even know what it was because of the nature of the building. But now I think it's not open to the public every day.
No, you just check the website.
Yeah.
It's like 4 days a week now. I think
Yeah,
they're open.
yeah. Fantastic. Some brilliant race cars there. Yeah, and stuff you wouldn't see anywhere else.
So, and there's they have an unrestored 917. As it left the last race, I think it was Le Mans or Spa.
Yeah.
Never been painted, never been cleaned, and 917 looks, it's just phenomenal.
Wow. Oh, that's one thing that I enjoyed most about reporting the Peter Auto races this year, is seeing Joe Stiffon's son racing a 917. He's not winning, and he shouldn't be, because he's got a kid in that car.
Yeah, Philippe was in a couple of different races we were in this
Yeah.
year, and that car is spectacular.
Well, in
too.
fact, there's two of them, of course, the famous Mr. John B.
Yeah.
Mr. Guitard, he's called. He's got an unbelievable collection of cars. He's got loads of Ligiers and Matras and lots of other stuff as well.
Yeah.
He's surely blown. He doesn't speak English, so I'm trying to have a conversation with him. We don't know why he's Mr. John or B, but we don't know what the B is.
No, I don't either. I've seen his name on the list.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. The family started in providing gas, gas for people.
Right.
And but they're big in composites these days, and they've got factories in several countries in the world. And of course, he's got Sahel Harari looking after him. Well, I have gone green again, which is good for the last 8 minutes of this race. And I had a big question mark here. It's what to watch for. Number 77 car is in 7th place. Can it get up and get to the front? It will. It will. I think it's done enough now. Just looking at the timing, it will win the overall category, the Group G category, whatever. But
you just snuck by a bunch of cars there in the turn 3 area.
Yeah.
You saw the 191 car a few moments ago, shot on pit lane. Interesting look at here. Robert Wiseman was in second coming in this round, and the Dan Amon Owen Trinkler car was in third. And the three cars there just within a few seconds of each other. Second place was Wiseman, just 1.007 seconds back coming into this round, and then Andrew Mercedes was right there as well. So now we look at the running order with them. Currently in third, Wiseman is, and the 191 is way down in 13th position. So
yeah,
we'll see if that.
Well, good old
comes into
Robert,
play.
because he was pretty determined. You can tell from his interview, he wanted to get that podium, and we think he slipped out of it. I think he might have got back in it. We're going to have to do some very quick arithmetic at the end of this.
Yeah, looking at the Jordans, they're actually a lap down from the lead.
Well, they're a lap down.
Yep. Because they pitted under green, everybody else pitted under yellow.
They did. Well, they might not even win the thing overall.
It's going to be close.
Mike mentioned that, so they just came in. The timing was just a little bit off on that. Of course, how would they know, right?
Right.
Came in, did the driver change as they planned, but
that's why they call it endurance race.
That's right.
Yeah. So there's 6 people that have done every lap, and then so if Jordan drop a lap, unless they can unlap themselves.
Looks like they've just gone to the same lap.
Have they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then but let's see how far they'll be. Maybe if they can get on the same lap, Dave, they can win it, because they had 2 minutes 14.
Correct, which is over a lap.
It's over a lap, yeah. But you had to do the right number of laps, so that was absolutely important that they could do that. So Paul Denton, Casey Carden in the lead, Mark Cook, Robert Wiseman, and the McLeans, and then Russell G, who I'm mentioning, and then they're in 6th place, and they are now lapping in 1:52. Well, the car in front, they're taking 8 seconds a lap off, but then the McLeans are quite a bit quicker. In fact, the McLeans have done one of the best times. They've got the fastest lap of the whole race though. But no, the Jordans haven't been the fastest, but they've been the second fastest. So the Jordans Andrew will be on the charge now, and they'll be on the radio. Mike will be on the radio too, keeping him informed.
Andrew, while you've been here, have you had a chance to visit the Motorsports Hall of Fame?
This year, it was a bit of a late call, so I didn't get here until Friday lunchtime.
Right.
And I'm on the plane tonight, but the British Airways just sent me a message saying it's running late.
So next time you're here, it's right here in the Speedway.
Yeah,
it's a phenomenal little museum.
Yeah, I have been in it in the past, but I haven't been in it for maybe I think maybe when we were here before COVID with you, yeah. Yeah, interesting you mentioned the Revs Institute, because we really enjoyed our time in Naples. So we had our holiday home there for 20 odd years, yeah, nice place. And that's the thing about Florida, there are, isn't it? People say, oh, Florida's boring, it's all flat there, but there's everything here, isn't there? Except mountains. So, and now the Jordan got even, because they just did a 151.9, and they'll be closing up on a Russell G. So we only got we got 2 laps left, I guess. So well, I can't quite understand that, Dave, because showing G down a lap and not the Jordan. So but I'm pretty sure they are. And I don't think they could have lost that much time with that pit stop. So I think they're pretty sure that they will be.
They're certainly making it up with 151.905. That's the second time in a row, just getting the faster lap out there with Andrew behind.
Yeah, they will.
The wheel.
Yeah, but you know, I think also the Steve Denton, Matt Nicol-Jones car, which was going well and running in second place, I think they got caught by making a pit stop before that yellow as well. So they're definitely not going to get the result they'd hoped for. But that's racing, as you say. All these things are that's endurance racing for you.
I've never lost a race, I just run out of laps.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Andrew Bichet, he seems to have dropped way down. Do you see him?
Yeah. I think he must have stopped actually. Yeah, now cycling through, we're just actually moving the timing screen, but now they're still showing...
down in 18th position.
Well, it's showing them down a lap, you see.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely crucial. I wonder where they are, you know. If they can unlap themselves, they win the thing outright. If they can't unlap themselves, they're probably going to finish 5th or 6th, which will be pretty galling. Don't you think?
It's going to be close. If they're within 2 minutes and 5 seconds of whoever they were in front of after race 3, as long as it's within that distance, they should still win it.
But I thought everybody, the people that had done all the laps, they would have done 1 lap less. So weren't they? Unless they can unlap themselves. See what I'm saying? Because you can't put people that have done 1 lap less ahead of people that have done all laps in every race. That's my conjecture anyway. We'll find out. Where is that car? I wonder if our director can pick up the number 77. There's the car that's leading, of course. But
on the final lap right now, the white flag is waving.
Well, I mean, the Jordans are 19 seconds behind G and Nash, and we think that other than the first 3 cars, everyone is a lap down.
I think what it is the leader of the race is actually behind Jordan.
Yeah. Yes.
So you have to wait for Jordan to come around to get on the same lap.
I think you're spot on, David. Yeah. Been in the race a long time, mate. Yeah. That's what it is. Also here you got that funny thing, is depending where you pit, you get the next lap or not, and that also makes the commentator's job a little bit tricky at times. Yeah, I hadn't realised that the president of Hertz was a big racer until this. Yeah. Now I know why all those World Endurance teams are chasing after his sponsorship. And obviously, you know, Jota got the sponsor, but I know they nicked it out of I think
Cadillac, wasn't it?
Yeah, well they started with the private Porsche.
Right.
But
yes.
There was another team, and I think it was United. We're going for that sponsorship as well. But they've done a brilliant job with that. We're first with the Porsche and that Cadillac. So we're pretty sure with the great experience here at Dave Hinton. We sorted out what this is and what the situation is.
Andrew, I'm just getting word that the 327 had a water pump that failed.
Oh, right, and we got the checkered flag now, so we'll see how this cycles through on the timing screen. But Paul Denton and Casey Carden, who haven't been there all the time, where were they going into this then, Denton and Carden? But Robert Wiser, he probably has got the podium he craved.
So here come the Jordan's car right now.
Yeah.
Getting ready to, so they will finish on the same lap, and
yeah.
Which I believe will make them the winners of this group.
I believe it will, yeah. Yeah, and the seats come through 1 minute 20 behind.
Yeah.
So they're winning it by over a minute. But it could have been close. But it was a
very
bit,
close.
A bit of jeopardy going on there.
It was a little bit of drama.
Yep. So we're just working out the overall top three now. So Dave, what's next for you? Back to working on E-Type, eh?
Yeah, well, I got prep cars for Sebring, the next HSR event.
Oh yes, of course you got
3 weeks.
Yeah, you got one to go. Yeah.
Gearbox has changed. Take the Daytona box out and put in the regular gearbox now. And
tell me about that. You have the special gearbox for here.
For this track, because of the high speed.
Yeah.
It's they're geared specifically for this track.
Yeah.
I think that this stretch here is a longer straight than it is at the Mulsanne, because the Mulsanne chicanes are so tight.
Yeah.
You don't have the exit speed like you do here at the bus stop.
When we were here, the previous race before you came up, we had onboard shots from the Acura.
Yeah.
And got up to 190 before braking for the bus stop.
Yeah. Amazing. 190.
But we didn't see the readout when it came past here.
Yeah. Probably just a fraction higher.
Yeah, so cooling down. We're all cooling down now because effectively all the racing is over. Had these 24 races, some absolutely terrific action, some great winners. And it all happened because of our sponsors, so let's just have one more word from them.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch. At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth, which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Hagerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Hagerty, let's drive together.
And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't be alone, no matter how I try.
Well, there we are. There's the scene looking over this magnificent tri-oval, because it isn't the normal, like Indianapolis is an oval with 4 equal corners. This is a very different circuit. And then we have the foresight of Bill France to put in the road course with its horseshoe bends. And here we are right down in Victory Lane there. And the number 8 car coming in first. But we'll wait for the Jordans. And David, just saying goodbye, and thanks, David, for your insight. Thanks for taking HSR and making it what it was and what it now is. And look forward to working with you again.
Yeah, wonderful seeing you, Andrew, this side of the pond.
Yeah,
and,
that's it.
Jeff, I'll see you at Sebring.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
yeah.
I'll be there. It's December 4th through the 9th. Thanks, David.
And now, as we end, we've got the rain pouring down again. Let's look at that. So we can clarify the top 3 over the 4 races, and it is the Mike Jordan, Andrew Jordan victory as we anticipated. But Robert Wisen did it. He finished in 2nd place, and then it was the McGlynn's who took 3rd with Tom and Jimmy. So well done to them. But yeah, right on cue. Absolutely pouring with rain again.
Couldn't have timed that any better.
No. And that will make a bit of a soggy victory presentation down there. Just looking across, seeing and everybody got the brollies up. No, really, everybody's gone into hiding. Yeah, well, Jonathan's down there now, done a sterling work all day, and he's getting absolutely drenched, but he's still got something more to say.
Andrew, thanks. We're taking some refuge under a little bit of coverage here, but we're with our overall Group E winner, Group G winners, more importantly. You started the race, Mike. I talked to you early. Andrew, I want to hear from you first because you had to deal with these conditions. It wasn't coming down quite this hard while you were in the car, but it was certainly slick. Talk us through your stint.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, actually. The Matt Nicol-Jones and the other one, he was competing in the series in my first ever race, so when I was 16. So when we went out the pits together, I could see it spitting, and I just went hard and gapped him a bit on the first lap, which was nice. And I didn't obviously know really what the full course yellow, what I did on the aggregate time, so I was just driving as quick as I could and waited to see at the end if we'd done enough.
Talk us through the importance of the results that you banked in the first, second, and third segments, because you dropped back just a little bit, still made up some ground and positions in those last couple of laps, but you had enough of a margin to clinch the thing and take the group win overall by the end.
Yeah, you've got to just drive as quick as you can. You know, in the third race we had a tyre delaminate for the last 2-3 laps, so we lost probably 40-50 seconds there, so we'd built up enough that didn't hurt us. So that's what I like, because even if you're on your own, you keep pushing to try and build the gap. But brilliant weekend, lovely to share with my dad, and yeah, really enjoyed it.
Well, that's quite the story, isn't it? We talked a little bit before you went out this morning, and similar, although slightly less soggy conditions. How special is it to not only get to drive and share the car with your son, but now take home some winning hardware in the Classic 24 as well?
No, it's fantastic. We've, he started racing when he was 13, so we've done everything together since then, and he won the British Touring Car Championship in a car that we were preparing ourselves. So when we get to do something like this, which is relaxing and not stressful, it's great. And my younger son Bradley, he's just started racing as well, so maybe one year we'll have the three of us here.
Well, full family affair. Congratulations, Mike Jordan and Andrew Jordan, your final winners here at the Classic 24, getting it done just before the sky opened up here in Victory Lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Then I think we've probably got a few final sponsors to mention, so I'll just hand that over. Yeah. Yeah, we'll mention our sponsors in just a moment, but first we've got the highlights, and what a race we had here with the 77 car of Jordan. That big battle with the 46 there. They ran side by side. This was a race full of jeopardy for the Jordans, as you heard. The father and son, the 16, they're going through, making that move, Matt Nicol-Jones, and almost close contact. Back in the field, plenty more Porsches, all looking to get their best result. Robert Weiser, one of the ones who is determined to try and get on the podium. So there we are, the rain comes down, and we just very quick word for all those sponsors. We did do it really quickly, so I'll hang over.
Now thank you to Bravo Trailers, BRM Chronograph, Speedcom Communications, Ford Motor Company, Downforce Motorsports, Goodyear, Haggerty, HMS Motorsport, Hoosier Tire, Michelin, MPI, Sasco Sports, Southern Racing Fuel, Sunoco Racing Fuel, Stand 21, WeatherTech, and of course Mission Foods.
Well, they all made it happen, and it did all happen in its magnificence here. I've enjoyed, put my teeth, but right at the end, I've got to put my teeth back in. I've enjoyed it being up in the booth here, looking over Daytona. Congratulations to all the boys out there. Cameraman now getting wet, did a magnificent job. The production there from Greenlight Television. Great show at the last minute. So it's fun here being Daytona. We hope to come back next year for the next running of the Classic 24 Group G. And all the other groups as well, of course. So 6 different races, 6 different categories, 24 different people, and absolutely wonderful. Coming up yet till the 2025 Sebring Pistons and props will be on December the 4th and 7th. So this HSR haven't finished its season yet, they've got that. But from Daytona, from me, it's a goodbye. But let's find a final word from Jonathan down there.
Andrew, what a 24 hours it's been. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you all join with us wherever you're watching around the world. Andrew Marriott up in the booth, myself, Jonathan Grace down here patrolling pit lane, all of the camera and production crew from Greenlight who made this broadcast possible. Fine folks at HSR and IMSA who made this whole thing possible to begin with in terms of the weekend. All the competitors, 127 cars entered the Classic 24 along with all the support series we had. We brought you coverage of the final 6 hours and some change, and we got it done just before the rain, but absolutely nothing dampened our spirits. It was a phenomenal 24 hours of racing. It had attrition, it had weather, we had drama, we had close finishes. What more could you want for a classic and historic race? We got to highlight cars all the way back to 1975 to some of the more modern prototypes from just a couple of years ago. If you haven't been to an HSR race, we'd encourage you to come down, bring the family. What a weekend it's been here, and what a place to do it. That's all for now from the World Center of Racing. So long, everybody.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Sneaking out the party. She attracted to the manner of my speaking. He's seeking, freaking, and now she's freaking. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm freaking you out. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm taking them out. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, look at me now. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm freaking you out. Look at me, look at me. I'm coming to town. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, I'm taking the picture. I'm freaking you out. Yeah, look at me now.
At Michelin, we don't just race for medals. We race to test, to learn, to find answers, to discover innovative ways. We race to take on challenges, to overcome technology limits, to improve the way we all move, to make possible what is not. No, at Michelin, we do not race just for glory. We race for change.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch. At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth, which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Hagerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Hagerty, let's drive together.